4-year, $273 million max contract extension to stay with the Cavaliers. The deal includes a player option for the 2030-31 season. Mitchell said at the end of last season that he's never had an issue with the city of Cleveland.
I love it here. I don't know how else to say it. I've said it before I signed the other extension. I love it here. I have no doubt this group can get there. But, reports are going to be reports. People are going to be people. We have unfinished business.
Mitchell could have waited until next summer, get a fifth year and an extra $80 million. Mitchell averaged just shy of 28 points a game as he reached the quarterfinals for the first time in his NBA career. Cavs continue with Summer League minicamp today in Independence. Team get ready for games out in Las Vegas later on this week. Among those on the roster, it's Naquan Tomlin, who played in 64 games for the Cavs. Cavs are going to start Vegas Summer League play Friday afternoon as they take on the Indiana Pacers. Guardians on the road tonight, going to start a 3-game series at Minnesota, going to take on the Twins. Guardians coming to tonight's game trailing the White Sox by 1 game for first in the American League Central. Joey Cantillo, he'll get the start tonight for Cleveland. He is 7-3, a 3.86 ERA. The World Cup continues today, round of 16. The defending champions, Argentina, taking on Egypt in Atlanta this afternoon. Argentina led by Lionel Messi, who's got 7 goals during the tournament, and he's the World Cup's all-time leading scorer in goals with 20. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel to get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan. Your mornings are about to change. We're going live and local starting at 5 a.m. Join me, Jeff Thomas, for the Fan Warm-Up Show. You get those late West Coast scores you may have missed and all the latest news and rumors from the CLE. Hey, if you're up that early, you may as well worry about Cleveland sports with me. The Fan Warm-Up Show starting at 5 a.m. only on 92.3 The Fan.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, the topsy-turvy NBA offseason lands in Cleveland once again for a headline this morning. Not about LeBron James, but about Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max deal with the Cavaliers. 4 years, $273 million, and he settles in as a member of our community, I guess is probably the best way to look at it.
He's already settled, hasn't he?
No, he's very settled in now, though. When you think about the strain and drain of all those years with LeBron going back and forth trying to figure out if he was going to stay here or not stay here, the only question was he going to wait a year to do this? And now we find out that he is ready to roll and be a Cavalier and be a part of what he hopes to be a championship team somewhere down the road. They've got some tweaking to do to figure that out. That plus what happened to the U.S. national team last night, that wasn't very good. And we're going to talk to Warren Sharp today from Sharp Football Analysis. He's the guy that told us last year, yeah, this isn't going to be a good year. What will he say about the Browns with his 2026 football preview out now? He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Dan Mennigan is here. Meredith Kane is here as well. Good morning, Jeff. How are you?
Andrew, I couldn't be finer. Thank you.
You heard the news. Donovan Mitchell, 4-year max with the Cavs. Thoughts?
Donovan is what we want our athletes to be in Cleveland.
He is.
He's exactly what we want. We want people who want to be here, who are unwavering in their dedication to their team, dedication to the city. He's been that. This is the second extension he has signed in Cleveland. He has been a model citizen. He's been a phenomenal player. This is exactly what we want in our professional athletes in Cleveland. That said, now they have some work to do. And how do you build a team around him? Again, they made the Final Four, and that can't be dismissed. And I know a lot of people wanted to dismiss it. I hear a lot of that. Well, they only made it to you made it to the Final Four. It means only 2 teams went further than you did. But I think it's going to be a challenge to make the team significantly better based on some of the people that they have here under contract and locked in. And it doesn't mean it's not possible. And it doesn't even mean that what they have couldn't get it done. But I think it's a challenge, Andy. You're now locked in on Donovan. You're going to be locked in on Harden. Mobley has the max. Jared Allen has a very reasonable NBA contract. And, you know, his kids will never work a day in their lives if they don't want to. If that's the way they want to raise their kids. You know, there's a lot of silly money going around. But how do you get this team better? How do you get it better? And that's what Kobe Altman has to figure out.
I'm not in a big hurry to get rid of Jared Allen. I can't I can't stand the conversation just assumes he is gone. He is the trade piece. He's the guy that isn't going to be a part of this somewhere down the road. Because I think there's a world where Allen and Mobley should exist together. It's a philosophical basketball issue. Get them the ball. But now you're sitting here and you're back to where you were, square one. So I think the first thing that I thought of when this happened was they're pushing forward. They're going back with exactly what they wanted to do, unless there's some kind of blockbuster trade behind this. And, you know, you look at it, and I hate to be so cynical sometimes, but the first thing I thought of was like, okay, good. He's here for a while, and he lives up to the expectations that you just laid out. But then you wonder, well, I wonder if the franchise is thinking something different, and maybe somewhere down the road, you know, they'd want that flexibility. Although with a trade kicker, he's got a full trade kicker. So isn't that what makes us feel like he's solidified here, that the Cavs wouldn't want to trade him anywhere during this contract?
I would think so. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I don't want to pay Donovan Mitchell $60 million a year.
Okay. I thought it was $70 million. That was next year.
Well, to me, it's way too much money and I think he's phenomenal.
Right.
I just don't. Is
it too much money, or is it too much restriction against the cap? Is that where you're? Because I think money is relative.
I'm hard pressed to think that he can lead the Cavs to what Jalen Brunson led the Knicks to. That's why.
Okay.
That's why. And again, I think he's an incredible basketball player. But I've said it for years, 5, and whether it's and I'll tweak what I've said a little bit. Whether it's Evan Mobley or whether it's somebody else, I don't think this team achieves what it needs to achieve unless somebody else is at least an equal to Donovan Mitchell when it comes to the pecking order of a team. I don't know if Donovan's the guy who can lead you to a championship. They obviously do because they just invested what is it, Dano? 60, 65, 70, and $75 million over 4 years, basically.
Yeah.
That's
273.
And again, I think he's a great basketball player, but that's not that's not what they're not trying to collect great basketball players.
No,
they're trying to build a championship team.
According to Bobby Marks, the 4-year deal is structured this way: $60.9 million, $65.8 million in the second year. In the third year, it will be $70.6 million, and then buckle in. In the fourth year of this contract, Donovan Mitchell will make $75.5 million.
Whatever. I mean, the money to me is just.
And it
is what it is. I can't. Look, they got a guy they believe that can help them win a championship locked up for 4 years. What are you going to do with the pieces around him? That's Jeff. I think you hit it in the beginning. It's like, how do you make it so now that everything around him is going to help him and guide him and figure out a way to get this team to the next stage? My question before I get to what's next.
Is this a decision, though, from the Cavs that we think you are the guy to lead us to a championship? I think they've made that statement today.
You are one of the guys. It's one of the guys. They know he can't do it alone.
Yeah, well,
they're going to have to get him help. And, you know, Mobley is
But when
locked.
you're making that much money, Andy, you kind of have to do it alone. You're going to have other players, but it's real clear, hey, you're our guy. Get this done.
All right. So there were 2 other questions that came to mind as soon as this thing happened. One, if you were Donovan Mitchell, why do it now and why not wait a year? I know you've laid that out a couple times, injury, things. To look at that money and look at 60, 65, 70, and 75, I'm locking it in now probably in case I get injured.
If he next year tears up a hamstring, and it becomes, we know how hamstrings can be. If he tears up a hamstring and it becomes chronic, You're not going to give him $300 million. If he blows out a knee, you're not going to give him $300 million. Smart move. Just take the money and go, man. Like, again, you're talking enough money that are you going to miss whatever it is you're not going to get in guaranteed money? And you're going to make some of it up, you would think, at the end of this contract because somebody will pay you to play.
I think sometimes we look at these contracts and these deals in the eyes that, like, Cavs fans and Clevelanders sometimes see things differently because of our experience with LeBron. And, you know, I was just thinking this morning, like, LeBron's not only, like, Hall of Famer on the floor, he's Hall of Famer in business. And I've talked about this before. I just, you know, I always found it fascinating, and here we go again with talking about LeBron, but, you know, he always bet on himself on those contracts to be able to get more money, to be able to control, to be able to force teams to sign other players by, you know, I know when he said he was done taking haircuts when he went down to Miami, but by taking haircuts to bring other guys in to make the team, you know, options for him to be able to have them as teammates.
Yeah.
And so I think maybe sometimes we're taken aback by the fact that we have a guy that wants to commit, and he doesn't know what this team's going to look like 3 years from now. He may know what it's going to look like now and next year, maybe even a little bit into the next year after that, but he doesn't know, and so he's rolling the dice as well in that situation.
They're both rolling the dice.
Look
I'd rather roll the dice and know I'm going to get $273 million. That's not that much of a roll, Andy.
I get it, but he's not. He doesn't control his future. That's the whole thing. He doesn't. But I mean, he gets
controls
paid to
everything except where he's playing and who he's playing with.
Correct. Whereas the difference was our learning curve here over the last 2 decades or whatever, it was LeBron. And how many years did we sit here, Jeff, and be like, oh, we're sweating bullets whether LeBron wants to stay here or not? Oh, is he going to stay? Oh, is he? Oh, summer of LeBron.
Donovan's never given the city that angst.
No, not at all.
Ever.
And so maybe that's why I'm just kind of like, wow. Really?
Andy, you want a guy to say, I like you.
Yeah.
I want to be
and you
here.
want the team to tell them they like him too. They got 60, 65, 70, and $75 million a year.
Great big group hug there.
To make sure you're doing this. All right, so does this contract make the team a better team?
No.
What does it do?
And this, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think I am, but I might be. This is the same deal that Jalen Brunson gets a lot of credit for. Remember how they said Jalen left such and such dollars on the table? And it's because he signed it early and didn't wait the extra year to get the extra money. And, you know, the thought was great teammate, allows the team to build and sign and do some things. Okay, which is fine. And he still got paid. And Donovan could have held out for more, but he's, you know, for the extra year, but he still got paid. I mean, how do you not? If anybody offered you $273 million, how do you walk away from that?
You don't.
Yeah, I'm impressed that he signed it. Now, Nikola Jokic
Isn't
in
it
Denver.
funny how his money feels different than Deshaun Watson's $230?
Yes.
I don't know why, but it just feels different. Like Deshaun Watson's
know why?
$230 because it was guaranteed in a league where you don't have to be guaranteed.
That's part of it. And the other part is there's no baggage with Donovan. And there's nothing but great play. You know, like Nikola Jokic in Denver, who has said, I want to finish my career in Denver. Never want to go anywhere else. He's not signing the extension this year. He's going to wait a year. And he's going to go get the deal that Donovan didn't.
Right.
It's not like he's going to lose any athleticism.
All right,
if he were to get hurt.
So what do the Cavaliers do next?
Now you're talking, Andy.
And so, where is LeBron in this whole situation? And is this deal motivated by, like, I think Dan said it on the conference call, and it's what I was thinking too, that, you know, does this mean that somewhere, or maybe I heard it on the morning show actually, that where they said somewhere down the road we're going to find out that, you know, Mitchell was talking to LeBron, or was LeBron talking to Mitchell, or were they not talking? Like, if LeBron doesn't come, are these guys talking right now? Are they? Yeah, somebody played a trick on Giannis. Did you see this? I don't know. It was an internet trick, or at least they staged it for the back of a limo. But Giannis was sitting in a car with probably his agent or his buddy, and he goes, "Oh, LeBron signed with Cleveland." And Giannis was like, what? I can't believe. And he was like he had a heart attack. He was acting like he had a heart attack afterwards. And I was just like, if that's real, and Giannis thought that LeBron was going to Miami, then what are we actually seeing right now? What is really going on the happiness tour of 2026?
And if we're asking LeBron to take a haircut on a contract, would he feel okay coming in for whatever it is he'd come in for, knowing that this guy over here who's never won anything is making 60?
It's a great point. All right, so let's talk about what's next for the Cavaliers. What does this mean for LeBron, and what does this mean for Donovan Mitchell? A little bit more on that, too. And don't forget, we're going to have Dan Devine, senior NBA sports writer for Yahoo, coming up at noon, and John Gonzalez, NBA analyst for CBS Sports, coming up at 1 o'clock, plus Warren Sharp in the 11 o'clock hour, talk about what the Browns are actually going to look like moving into the season. And there was a soccer game last night. Oh, boy. 216-474-0092. Baskin Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Assured when it's time.
in Atlanta. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max deal with the Cavaliers. $273 million. Decides he's going to do it now instead of next year. Maybe costs him, would you say, $80 million, maybe somewhere in that range. If you,
He left $80 million on the table for what would have been the last year. But again, when you say that, you can make it up when you get to that point, you know? Like if he signs another contract for $40 million for 1 year, well, then you left about $40 million on the table. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, yep. You just got to stay healthy and to get that money towards the end too. I mean,
Oh, Andy, you don't have to do anything. You got $273 million.
just saying, if you want that money that you think you didn't get, just
Okay.
stay healthy. That's all you got to do.
No, you're probably right, and not have your game slip.
Well, that's the other thing, and I think that's something that when we talk about LeBron too, I mean, eventually, you know, Father Time is going to catch up with him. It's just
Yeah.
a matter of time. I mean,
Bet it's not this year.
I hope it's not this year, especially if he comes here. Now, if he goes somewhere else, it'll be like, okay, remember when he played here and he was in his prime, and then you forget about it the other times. So, does this mean though that they're going to run it back with Harden and Mitchell and Mobley and Allen? And like I said at the top of the show, it drives me crazy that people want to give up on Allen and think that he's the trade piece to make things better.
Are you hearing something new? Because I've not seen that lately.
It's sometimes especially I'm listening to other shows or I'm just kind of reading stuff. It's like, oh well, Allen is the trade piece to make this happen, and we heard it throughout the season.
I think that's probably true.
I know. I don't. Maybe I just don't want it to be.
I don't want it to either.
And is this? I mean, is it all? Is it based on play or is it based on flexibility of contract?
You don't have enough big guys anyway. So if you want to trade Jared Allen, then I think you need to go out and get at least one more big guy. I mean, you brought back Thomas Bryant. That's great, and it is. I'm glad they did.
Right.
But even with that, I think you need at least one more big guy. You trade Jared Allen, you're going to need two. But seriously, Andy, if you're going to bring back Harden, you would assume he's locked in.
Right.
Donovan's locked in.
But locked in for what? 2 years on Harden?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're talking about making the team better for next year.
Okay.
You know, I'm thinking you're locked in for this coming season. And I would think you're not trading Evan unless you get a great haul in return.
Especially after what Rich Paul said on his.
Yeah.
Didn't that give you the feeling there's no way the Cavs are trading?
Rich is not the general manager.
No,
so
I know, but it was the way he said it.
Yeah, I know. He said, why would you trade Mobley?
Or they're not trading Mobley.
Yeah. And Jarrett might bring you back a wing player who could really help you. That's if you don't have a wing player who will wear number 23. But if you trade Jarrett, it would be a very different looking team. Evan would probably be your center, which may or may not work. Might work great. He might just get pushed around like crazy by bigger centers in the league. Who knows? Maybe he comes out on the floor and it creates more space inside for driving lanes. Who knows? But Andy, they have to do something.
Well,
I think if you're gonna roll it back next year,
I'm kind of locked into the fact that if they don't get LeBron, they go for Kuminga, and that's kind of where they're going to stand on the rollback.
Can they even afford Kuminga?
Or they have to figure out a way to. Yeah, I don't know.
You know, see that's and just because we think, well, if you don't get LeBron, you sign Kuminga. Yeah, well, probably 20 other teams are thinking the same thing. You know, about, well, we can go get Jonathan Kuminga. And Jonathan is yet to show that he's going to make that step and become a standout player in the NBA. I say that as a guy who liked him when he came out in the draft. He was if the Cavs didn't get Evan Mobley, he's the guy I wanted.
All right. I do think what you read and what you see, too, agrees with what you just said, too. But I don't the posturing around LeBron. I also think that it was an aggressive move for the Cavaliers to do this too, right? I mean, it was on the table. He did it in the first moment. I mean, was it a no-brainer? Probably, but it was still aggressive that they came out right away and said, "Okay, here we go. Here's the deal. Here's where we're going."
He's an asset you don't want to let get away. That's for sure.
No. Logan is in Twinsburg, sir.
He's also the asset you could trade to get a boatload.
Logan.
Yes.
Hey, man. How are you?
Hey, Logan.
Good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for calling.
Yeah. Hey, I was calling in because Usher and Chris Brown are in Cleveland tonight, and I do believe that Usher had something to do with I think he either announced LeBron's draft pick or something along those lines because he had a share in Cleveland.
Yeah, he didn't.
He wasn't. He didn't join. He didn't join the
then.
Cavs until after LeBron was here, and
after Dan bought the team.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I thought it would be kind of ironic if he came out and announced he was coming to Cleveland during the concert.
It'd be kind of cool, but he'd lose. I don't know. Would he lose any spotlight if he did that? It would be kind of cool if they did that. But
yeah, I guess that is a good point. LeBron's
Does
not
Usher
really
even still
one to
own a
lose
piece of the
spotlight.
team?
I don't even know that Usher does.
Yeah, I don't know that he
I
does.
don't know. Yeah. All right, thanks, Logan. Appreciate it. I know it's all about the hype, isn't it?
Well, the NBA in this day and age usually is.
What would be the advantage? I hate to have a serious conversation about it. But what would be the advantage of LeBron coming out during the middle of an Usher concert in Cleveland tonight and saying, "All right,
Who cares?
yeah, I don't." It's good for Usher, right? It helps Usher. The last time I saw him was on the roast of Kevin Hart. He was singing to him. That was pretty funny. Kevin, Chicago Falls. Speaking of Kevin's, hey Kev, what's up?
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Good.
Kevin.
I'm ready to host the LeBron back in Cleveland party. I'm ready for it. It would be great if it would happen. I think he would be the piece we need to win the East this coming year. I'm totally convinced of that. And this whole happy thing, I think it's a funny joke. But let's be honest what this is. This is his team, I don't want to say virtue signaling, laying the breadcrumbs, whatever you want to say. The expectations that clearly LeBron is open to not get big money this year. He's going to take a massive pay cut. And I think this is his team's way of kind of, setting the stage, if you will, that LeBron's not going to be signing any kind of a max deal and not even close to it. The guy was making, $50 million last year, I want to say, something around there.
Something silly.
Yeah, but he's not making it this year because let's be honest, when his team said a dozen teams or so had contacted him, clearly if someone would have offered him the max contract, I'm sure he would have taken it by now. So I hope he sees the lay of the land the way I see it, which is him to the Cavs I think that puts us number one in the East. I mean, Boston just imploded on themselves, and who knows about Halliburton in Indiana. I mean, obviously you got to respect New York and then, maybe Detroit. But, man, can't you just see it? Cavs with LeBron, don't you think that makes them one of the top two teams in the East just from that alone?
I think there's a good chance. Yeah. That's the thing, Kevin. I think you can actually point to 5 to 8 teams that you can't eliminate from being Eastern Conference champs next year. And that's what makes this really difficult in my estimation. Do the Cavs have enough now to do that? Do they have enough now? Maybe. But there are 5 to 8 other teams who might be thinking the exact same thing right now. And that's why if you just roll this back and hope it's going to get better from within, I think you have an issue. I don't think that's good enough. And would LeBron be good enough if you added him? Maybe. But what's Indiana going to look like with Halliburton back, with Siakam, with Zubac? That team could look really good.
The other problem I'm having leaning into saying that the Cavaliers are a top team, even with LeBron or not, is that you're banking on a 42-year-old on December 30th and a 37-year-old James Harden whose birthday's next month. I have trouble leaning into that. And wondering, okay, well, you've got these other guys, and you got Mobley. Okay, that's cool, but it's LeBron and Harden together. Like, there's some age stuff going on there, and so you're going to have to
37 to 42.
Yeah,
what's that do for you?
It doesn't. That's the problem. If they're playing at peak, it doesn't matter.
You're not thinking 5 years. See, that's one thing that Donovan signing this deal and Evan being under contract, Andy, that's one thing that happens here. Harden, LeBron, if those two guys are on this team next year, to me that means we're rolling it back for 1 year, maybe 2, and we're going to see how this goes. But Donovan gives you an additional couple of years, and so does Evan on the other side of that. So this kind of, you would think, extends the window, but they've got to make it work, and they've got to make it work without first-round draft choices because they traded those for Donovan.
All right, the mayor, Ken, what's up, man?
Kenneth?
Ken and Brooklyn.
Good morning. I hope you all had a good weekend.
You too.
By the way, today's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
And it just turned 10:32. And so
Congratulations.
Another year older. Thanks. Good. Listen, hey, Kevin, do you know what Rob Pelinka did when LeBron says, I'm not coming back? He had a party. Okay?
And went out and made a trade and signed 3 guys.
Spent a lot of money really quick, too, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm done with that man, okay? Everybody in Cleveland, if you haven't been watching LeBron the last 4 or 5 years, he plays no D. None. He might block a shot once in a while, but he stands around and does nothing. I don't want him. Let's go find a 6'8" player that can play. And I'd take Jonathan Kuminga, okay?
I would too.
Let's get somebody like that. And guys, they already made the decision on the bigs because Dean Wade didn't come back. They've got their bigs. I want them to get another one like we always talked about, Jeff. Okay, and guys, this team needs players that can play, more players that can play. Not that they don't have any, but the other thing that they have to, the NBA has to do, is it needs to reopen the second apron thing. This is destroying the NBA. This has got to stop. The teams are, destroying.
Wait, who's it destroying? We're the only team that was in the second apron. It's just us.
But the other teams are trying to stay out of it, Andy.
Yeah.
Other teams are trying to stay out of it because of where we were.
Yeah.
This has got to be redone. I know that they can
you can't make moves. It's so punitive you can't really make moves.
Yeah. It doesn't help teams. It actually deters. I know why it was done, but it deters teams to become even better, and try to keep the guys that they've got. This is the Adam Silver theory about everything. Which David Stern's rolling in his grave with this guy. But I'm tired of the LeBron thing over and over again. Don't you think if teams really wanted him, he'd be someplace? They don't want him.
All right.
He's done.
Mayor, happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Celebrate wisely. Thank you.
All right.
Happy one, Ken.
All right. The mayor checking in.
He might not be done for another year or so. And teams want that year.
I'll buy it.
Teams want that year.
So the big headline this morning, Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max with the Cavs, 4 years. $273 million. We'll be following that story all day long, especially we're going to talk to Dan Devine, senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports at noon, and John Gonzalez, NBA analyst, CBS Sports at 1 o'clock. Also, we'll continue talking about this a little bit more, but what happened last night, man? There were a lot of people watching a game that doesn't get a lot of eyeballs in this country, and what does it mean? Oh, that was not fun. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for my friends at Choice Cabinet. I've been talking about Choice Cabinet for a while now, and, when it comes to Choice Cabinet, you're looking at a local company right here in Northeast Ohio. They've got a showroom at 4856 Richmond Road. You can go check out their cabinets right there. Feel that fine craftsmanship. The ability to go there and pick them out and look and see what you're going to get. And then you want to talk to your contractor and say, this is what I want. I've seen them and I know it. And so Choice Cabinet is the choice I want to make. So make sure you tell your contractor you want Choice Cabinet. Again, you can go and see the showroom. You're not going to have to wait a long time because the warehouse is right here in Northeast Ohio in Solon. Or again, I'm talking about Choice Cabinet. It's a good way to go. Tell your contractor.
Imagine that.
All right, what happened last night to the U.S. men's team when it came to the World Cup, and now they'll be watching everybody else play as they move on. We're going to talk about that in a second. I do want to continue on with the biggest story of the day, though. Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max deal with the Cavaliers, 4 years, $273 million. 4 years, $273 million. Let me just preface it with this question for you, Jeff.
Okay.
If you could just wave a magic wand over what the Cavs should look like next year, wave that magic wand and tell me what your starting five looks like.
Do I get to pick?
You get to pick anything you want. Within reason, we got to be able to pull it off. But
all right. I'm going to be within reason because they keep telling us from all accounts James Harden's going to be on the team next year.
Right.
So James and Donovan in the backcourt.
Okay.
LeBron or Jonathan Kuminga at small forward.
Okay.
And Evan and Jarrett.
Okay. I wish I could argue with you on this. That's what I want.
Yeah.
And I do think there are things that just need to be corrected, but for a team that made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, and I know that the outcome isn't what anybody wanted, and everybody was let down by their showing against the Knicks, and everything went downhill after they let the lead go in Game 1. Let's be honest, right? Everything went right after that. I'm down with it. But I do think that there's talent here. I understand why they want to roll back what they want to roll back. They have to adjust, though. I wonder, with all the LeBron stuff going on in the background, and I can't get comfortable thinking that LeBron's coming here.
No,
but I think there are a lot of people that are just assuming that LeBron's coming back. I can't get comfortable with that at all.
For a couple of reasons.
I think because we've been down this road before.
Correct.
And remember, the very first time when he went to Miami, everyone's like, he's coming back. No, he's leaving. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming. Man, I can't live life on a yo-yo. And so if they can get LeBron, that's great. I just wonder what's going on in the background.
I also think this. I do think he'd be a great fit here. I do. I think there would have to be some serious adjusting going on between LeBron's game, Harden's game, Mitchell's game. And you can't have those three guys eliminate Evan Mobley from the offense. So there would be a lot on Kenny Atkinson's plate.
Yes.
If LeBron comes back, they'd have to figure that out. And again, I think LeBron would be a perfect fit to drop into this team if everybody's willing to cooperate and play the right way. I think he'd be a perfect fit for a year. I also think Kuminga would be a perfect third guy to go with the long-term deals of Mitchell and Mobley.
A long-term third guy. Okay.
If you could sign Kuminga long-term for the future of the franchise, that's obviously a better move than signing LeBron. But for next year, is signing LeBron better than Kuminga? Probably. And Andy, we're making, for the sake of our conversation,
It'd be nice if they get both of them.
Well, we're making, that wouldn't happen. We're making these.
Like I said, it'd be nice if I had the magic one.
It'd be nice if I had won more than $4 on my Powerball ticket this morning. But I won 4.
5 would have made you happy.
Which means I actually won 2.
Correct.
Because I just got refunded.
Yeah, that's
so I rolled it over. But
you're a sucker born.
Yeah, I sure am. Mm-hmm. But I think most folks would think, well, it's a no-brainer. LeBron's better than Kuminga. Yeah, well, maybe next year, but certainly not down the road. So, and we're assuming that Kuminga would be in play. We don't have any assumption that that's the case. The thing that might be going in their favor is that he played with Kenny Atkinson in Golden State.
Mark is in Cleveland. Hey, Mark.
Hello, Mark.
Hi, fellas. First, Andy, I got to say I'm disappointed in you, man.
Why?
Because we had a boxing championship matchup here in Cleveland, and our own Clevelander, the Mason brothers, won. And you never mentioned that at all yesterday, man. I was waiting on that.
So you're just mad at me?
Oh, yeah, because you are born and raised here. You are a Clevelander.
I get it.
So
I got to tell you.
Andy.
No, listen, I got to tell you, the only promotion I saw on that fight was one billboard. One billboard. I had people calling me over the weekend saying, hey, what's going on with this fight? And I was like, didn't you know about it? And they were like, I didn't even know about this fight. So.
Yeah, but I didn't know about it to the last minute neither, Andy. But I just knew you would talk about it, though, on the radio, seeing how it's a Cleveland-owned guy. And it was here in Cleveland.
So, but my thing is about the Cavs, man. I love Donovan Mitchell's signing here. I believe that he's a player that is a cornerstone of this team, and we're not going on like that $250 million that we signed Evan Mobley for, $50 million a year on potential. This guy's a bona fide superstar, and he's a leader. That's why I love it. And thanks for having me on, fellas.
All right, well, thanks. All right,
Get it,
and
Mark.
let's also send Abdul Mason a little love from Bedford. He retained his WBO boxing or his lightweight
Nice.
belt. So,
By the way,
good for him.
we're not paying Evan Mobley on potential. He's a defensive player of the year, averaged 8 points and 9 rebounds. Mark and I will always disagree on this. Is he more than 18 points and 9 rebounds? Well, that's kind of what we're waiting to find out. If he's not, he's still a heck of a player.
All right, I want to switch gears.
And welcome to today's NBA, because salaries are silly.
They're insane.
It's nuts.
Especially when I say to you $273 million for Mitchell, and then we sit here and we debate Deshaun Watson.
Thank goodness.
We debate every penny Deshaun Watson ever got.
He
from
left
the Browns.
money on the table. Yeah, well, he took $273 million of it away. That's pretty good.
It's a big table.
Andy, it would have to be a big table. That's a lot of Benjamins right there.
All right, Jeff, did you watch the game last night, the soccer game?
I did watch the soccer game last night.
All right, and what were you? I mean, you have not thrown your entire body into the pool. You've dipped your toes in the water on this World Cup stuff.
I'm not a diehard soccer fan.
I don't think you have to be diehard to watch this stuff.
Well, no. Well, that's why I did, Andy.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Jeff.
I've watched a ton of soccer over the years. My kids were playing.
Sure.
It's a great game. It's a wonderful game. I personally don't have an over-the-top interest in professional soccer. I did in the Cleveland Crunch back in the day, and that's a different version of soccer. But it's a wonderful game. It's a great game. Like hockey.
Yeah.
Hockey's a phenomenal game. I don't have the interest in hockey that you do. That's
Sure.
okay.
And I'm more the game than I am like the NHL. But I find it like you, Dan. You got to help me on this, and Jeff too. Okay, like I feel like I'm in the middle because I'm not a hardcore soccer guy. I pay attention. I like what's going on. I'm going to root for our team. I kind of know who the big names are, but I'm not going to sit here and wake up early and watch Premier League on Peacock. Right? They're on Peacock. So, but if it's on, I might watch it. I'm like in the middle, and like I've never kind of looked at soccer as gigantic, but I've never dismissed it. I would rather watch soccer than tennis. There are other sports I would rather watch. I'd rather watch soccer over other sports. I'm interested, and the World Cup to me is interesting. It's like the Olympics.
Oh, it's fascinating.
It's like the Olympics. It's the same kind of deal.
It's for soccer. It's better than the Olympics.
Yeah, right,
I mean, it's their deal.
All right, Dan, first of all, help me. Why do I feel like there are two polar spectrums when it comes to this? Like soccer fans always feel like hardcore soccer fans feel like they need to defend the sport all the time, and today they're probably let
they
down. They don't.
It's a great game.
But after watching last night, and I've heard not only you but multiple people who are hardcore, like love soccer, and are like unbelievably disappointed today at what we watched yesterday in this game where they lost to Belgium, and and then you had all the drama leading up to it over a red card, and then everyone was mad about the president calling, and then I was like, but they got the call right in the end. So Dan, help me. Am I on a tiny island of either you absolutely love the game or you're like, okay, whatever, I'll put up with it for a minute? I'm not either one of them.
I'm not going to tell you how to fan.
I'm not asking you how to fan. I'm asking you what you think the dynamic of soccer fans is in the United States right now, especially after having two of the most watched games, if not the most watched. I think Bosnia was the most watched game in the history of the sport here in our country.
I'm not going to tell people how to feel. I'll just start by saying that one. I can tell you how I feel. I can tell you who people I've talked to feel, but I'm not going to tell people how they should feel about this, because there are a chunk that are like, round of 16, this was a lot of fun. It was a watchable game. I enjoyed it greatly. And there's a chunk that are there. And then there's a chunk that I'm in, which is I watched 11 grown men walk out onto a field and publicly wet themselves.
Wow.
And it's just an ultimate disappointment that they saw high press and then just fell apart and couldn't connect passes, couldn't put anything together. Belgium got the first punch in, and the entire U.S. team just crumbled into the dirt. And that's the part of it. It's more than anything, if they would have gone out, and again, I'm only telling you how I feel.
Sure.
If they would have gone out how Mexico went out, where it was back and forth, it was a great game. Down 10 men, a little disappointing that they weren't able to find a goal, all of that kind of stuff. I think a lot of us would look at this differently and say, well, at least there's intensity and there's fight there. The things that we've always had in a U.S. team were the fact that they were more athletic, they were always tougher, but more than anything, they were mentally tougher. And we saw in this game that there was no mental toughness. They got punched and they just crumbled. Pulisic couldn't put together a pass to save his soul. His first touch was always too far.
And then he played hurt at the end, too.
And then he swung and missed and aggravated his calf injury, and that'll do it. And then
jammed his foot into the other guy's foot, right?
Yeah. And then
It looked painful.
Thought that was a red card.
They went after Serginho Dest on the defensive side, who has no interest in playing defense whatsoever. He just got completely cooked. They played him flat off the field. I'm sorry, we're the United States. Guys shouldn't be getting played off the field. That's something that happens in small countries and no expectations.
But there were years that would happen constantly. There were years where we couldn't score a goal at the World Cup.
Not since '94.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's the thing is like 90.
When you play every 4 years, that's all you got. I mean,
you're making these turns. So like even if you look at like the 2002 team compared to where we are now, it should be farther along. The 2007 team, like everybody, or it would be 6. Sorry, bad math. But like you go down the line, there should be more to this. It's more the fact that they got ran off the field, and that's the part that ticks me off.
4-1's a blowout.
They got ran off the field. They got flat out embarrassed. They came in thinking Belgium was going to play the old guys. Belgium didn't play the old guys. They played the kids, and they played a high press, and the U.S. just, again, 11 men publicly wet themselves in Seattle.
Now, see, that's the intensity that you and I don't have for this.
I understand why he's saying that because, I'm not vested in every player on that team, and I'm just more watching the red, white, and blue and seeing how they can play and try to help out the United States make soccer better in America, I guess. I understand his passion. I get it. Totally understand it.
They went up against a real opponent and crumbled.
They did, but it was weird because I watched that last Belgium game before, and I was just like, we should be able. Like, I understood why some people were picking us to win. We got outplayed yesterday, and by the way, Belgium was just better than we are. And it wasn't like the hard part for me is that like I watch a game, but I watch it more in hockey terms where I'm like, oh man, you cannot have a turnover in the neutral zone. Well,
you shot yourself in the foot. Exactly what you're saying there too.
Yeah, and they couldn't. First of all, I'll tell you more when we come back here in a second because there was something right out of the gate that I noticed, and I was like, man, we're in for a long night. But I mean, it was the events that were leading up to the game yesterday that made this. I can't wait to see what the ratings are when they come out on this because I know the game before it was the highest rated ever. There's no way yet last night's game didn't have better ratings than what we saw in the game before. So we'll talk more about this. Did you watch the game last night and you're normally not a soccer fan? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
3.86 ERA. First pitch from Target Field is at 7:40. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. The big story of the day, Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max deal with the Cavaliers. 4 years, $273 million. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the show, coming up in about 20 minutes with Warren. We'll talk about it again probably sometime later in the 11 o'clock hour as we get set for Dan Devine, who's going to join us at noon. He is a senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports, and at 1 o'clock with John Gonzalez, NBA analyst from CBS Sports. And we'll get the lowdown on that, LeBron, everything that's going on in the NBA with so many moves going on here in the offseason. 216-474-0092. That is the number to call in. The United States losing to Belgium yesterday, 4-1. Things I thought I would never probably say on this show 16 years ago. The United States losing in the World Cup last night, so their season, their run at the World Cup has now been called complete. And, there was a lot of disappointment in last night's game, and I get it. I understand it. I felt like they couldn't get the offense moving at all. I thought Belgium's defense
looked really flat.
They kept the turnovers were ridiculous. Like they couldn't get I guess is it a midfield turnover then? Because in hockey it's a neutral zone turnover when you're between the blue lines, or a blue line turnover. We say it all the time. It's you're coming up the ice and you decide you want to pass the puck and somebody picks it off before it gets to the blue line. It's delivering a pizza. And I was watching I looked at Tropical Storm yesterday. I go, man, the U.S. is dropping off a lot of pizzas at this game because this is ridiculous, and they could not get it out of the other attack zone with their defensive zone. And so, as I'm watching this, but here's the point, and Dan, this is what I really want to hear from you. I felt like they walked into that game yesterday with this hardcore attitude that maybe they felt like they got away with one because of the decision to overturn the ban on Flo. And so I'm like, they came out so flat. Now they've come out flat before, but I was shocked at how it was kind of like, maybe we shouldn't be here kind of feeling. I know that's from a million miles away, sitting at a TV in Cleveland, Ohio, watching something going on in Seattle, but I kind of felt like they walked in like like this disrespect for the game because they felt like they got away with one when, in essence, they didn't. It should have never been a red card in the beginning. And because the process got changed for them, I kind of felt like they were like, I'm sorry, soccer world. I'm sorry. Maybe ball don't lie at the end of this thing, and it didn't, right? You tell me, at the beginning of the game, man, I didn't think they were ready.
I'm not in that locker room. I can't tell you. I think you're going a little bit too deep. I think some of it falls under you picked a bad day to have a bad day. I mean, I think some of it just falls that way. I mean, that whole freeze goal at the tail end where he just biffed hitting a ball, got it stolen from behind him because it came too far off the box, which led to an easy Belgium goal. Like, that's just like.
But sloppy goals happen when you are playing from behind and desperate to keep something alive.
Well, and you also treated the keeper.
That doesn't matter what sport it is.
You also treated the keeper like it was a Browns quarterback competition instead of throwing someone the keys and saying you're our guy, which is another problem for another day that I don't understand with Pochettino.
Well, riddle me this one, boys.
We're sitting there going, who's getting the reps at goal? Shiminy Christmas.
There's a reason.
It's going to be the hardest segment I've ever gone without cursing.
There's a reason the NHL, Major League Baseball, the NBA play playoff series.
Yeah.
If the United States plays Belgium in a 7-game series, does Belgium clean their clocks like they did in one game?
They might, man. If you play that full press like that and the United States continues to just...
That's my point. Once you get through, into the... Once you get out of
Yeah, we
rounds.
didn't. I don't think
But I can say the
it's
same
one.
thing to you
It's
about
one.
the
And,
NFL.
it's one and done.
Yeah, I
You know,
didn't think. I don't think we needed a best. I mean, plus they.
But you know what I mean. It's one and
Yeah.
done. They lost a soccer game.
I can say the same thing to you about the NFL, though, because you've come to me my entire
Oh, that's
life when
true.
I've thrown that off and said, no, this 4 quarters usually dictates who ends up winning these games most of the
Well,
time. You say the same thing
that's
about
why.
soccer.
That's why I'm asking. You know, is in soccer is it a clear sign of the dominance that they won one game?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Especially if, you know, you have these hydration breaks in there now, which are hogwash, but that's another argument for another day. But it basically
Is
works
that what
as
they
a-
are? Or who was it that predicted years ago that when they knew it was coming back to the States that they would have a commercial break in the middle? That they're not really.
It's utter hogwash.
They're not
It's not-
really
it's not the point.
hydration.
It's not the point.
The point is hydration or
No, the
commercial.
point in there is the fact that Pochettino and other teams have used that essentially as a timeout in between quarters to make adjustments in between. That's the point of even bringing those up.
What's wrong with that?
You don't do that in soccer. It's just
Use
not the
it
world
to your
you live in.
advantage.
It's not the world you live in. But that again,
No, but if
not
they're
the point.
if they're putting it in there, use it to your advantage.
We're on a side quest. Not the point.
We're being berated.
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
I shouldn't have brought it up. That's on me. We'll get
Play
it
within
fixed.
the rules.
Yeah, I would do
Get
the
it
same
fixed.
thing. Isn't a coach's job to make adjustments?
Right. But
Yeah.
even then, you saw Pochettino made a couple of those. They went out. It looked slightly better. They got the goal and the free kick from Tillman, which was beautiful. And then after that, it crumbled once again. It just, you saw the best U.S. players in Pulisic get the ball at his feet and then immediately get it taken away from him. And then you saw Serginho Dest get the ball at his feet and then immediately get taken away from him and then pressured the entire time. That worked him flat off the field. And Tim Ream, who's my age, is a wonderful Patriot, and I appreciate everything he's done to this point, but he's my age. It's just not a game for
Young
people
man,
who are my
huh?
age. Go play golf.
Young man.
That's what golf is for. Golf is where my age can watch people and go, hey, I could do that. We can hang.
Dan, can you see this point of view on this, though? Because I thought Keith brought this up, and I thought it was brilliant. Unless you finish what you want to say, and then I'm going to bring
I
up
could
another
go for
point.
an hour and a half.
Well,
Nobody
I
cares
just
except me
part of this, though,
avoid all yelling.
and part of it is like American sports fans thrive on this. Like, this is what we like coming into this game, right? With a guy that had a red card that got overturned, which never happens, right? Never happens. And now people are like, oh, well, the president called the president of FIFA, and that's why it got changed, and this shouldn't happen. And I hear people talk about how FIFA's dirty all the time, and they're this and they're that. If FIFA was so bad,
$3 billion in a Swiss bank account for a nonprofit.
okay, so why is everyone still playing in FIFA? Why is there not another league? Why does the World Cup have to be theirs?
You go join. You start yours.
I'm just saying,
start
like,
it.
but I mean, I listen to all of this complaining and moaning about FIFA, and I'm like, well, if they're so corrupt and they're so bad, and this is horrible, 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 why does it still exist? Why do countries put up with this? You're going to tell me there isn't another, unless you're like, oh, because they own the World Cup? Is that
You want
because they have the World Cup? This is a question I had yesterday because I was like, man, I'm listening to FIFA get crushed. I know that I've even thought, wow, man, this is kind of, you talked about the money and the stuff they were doing, trying to build stadiums for the last World Cup, and like I got it. Like I was like, wow, man, some of this might seem a little shady, but so why does everyone put up with it?
cash. It's that simple.
The main reason you
Green.
hate FIFA is the same reason why it still exists.
Green, cash. It's because all of these countries, there's a wonderful Pablo Torre finds out that is all about the work that Grant Wall did. And one of the best parts of that is when Grant Wall, who is a former journalist who passed away 4 years ago at the Qatari World Cup, he was the one who did the cover story of LeBron James in Sports Illustrated in 2003.
Okay.
Was it 2002? The high school one where he's holding the ball in front.
Yeah.
He's wearing the Irish jersey.
That was a cool shot, by the way.
Great shot and a brilliant piece that's worth going back and reading now. Grant was an unbelievable writer. But there's a whole thing with him where he basically was like, I am going to run against the president of FIFA. And I'm going to become the president of FIFA. And all I need is one country, one, to step up and nominate me, and I can do this. No country would nominate him. Why? Cash. Money. Spendola. They're all making money on this stuff, which is part of the reason why it will never, ever, ever change the way that we all want it to. It would take some kind of saint to step in. You know, someone who is not swayed at all by any of the corruption that could possibly take place to change this stuff. And I don't know if that human exists. And if they did, I don't know if they'd be able to crack the code.
Interesting.
I know it's the answer nobody wants to hear. I'm sorry. I'm in a bad mood today.
You've been in a bad mood for the whole week over this thing.
You've been really grumpy, Dan.
They made me so mad yesterday. I'm going to be upset for them.
You want Snickers?
No, that's not going to help me.
Worked for Aretha Franklin.
Hell, if 4 beers at the bar didn't help, I'm not sure what I'm going to be able to use.
The World Cup breaking broadcasting records, drawing an average of 5.1 million U.S. viewers per group stage match. Killing it in the ratings. Are there going to be any legs to this, or did the loss last night crush it? What do you think? Does this help MLS ratings? Does this help what Apple TV has all the games?
No,
right?
if you're looking for the big boost for the game of soccer in our country, I don't think this is going to do it.
Did the loss crush it, though, last night?
No.
Would it have done it? Well, if they made it to the finals, which they've only made it to the semifinals once. That was like, what, 1930?
More people will be interested in watching the best players play the best game. I mean, that's the way to put it. I don't know what it'll do for MLS. Maybe it will bring some more eyeballs to MLS and that kind of stuff. MLS needs to get their quality up more than anything else. The best thing that they could do is get the quality of player up for MLS if they want to be there. I think it will have more people showing up to the bar at 9 a.m. watching overseas.
It's fun to see. I like these groups of
Plus.
I love these groups of people that show up and take over a bar. I think it's. I mean, even in Columbus, when I first started, when the crew came around, there were this great group of fans that just they were so hardcore, but they were a little anti-Ohio State too. They wanted something else to root for. Frank is in Gates Mills. Hey, Frank.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not sure I follow what you're complaining about. Is it the water breaks that you have a problem with?
I wasn't complaining about anything.
Me neither.
Well, many of you was, I believe. I mean, it's not real soccer. I mean, you think we lost because of the water break?
No. We got off on a side quest that we never should have been on to begin with, and that's my bad. I would not pay attention to that, Frank. I tried to get it back on the tracks.
Because traditionalists would say, why would you take a break in the middle, right? They don't want, because we see it. We're just used to it because we get TV commercials.
Correct.
There,
I had us
right?
on a side quest there, Frank. My bad.
Yeah, and actually it was kind of nice to have a break every now and then because it allowed you to have, get up and get a refill similar to what you do when you're watching a football game or other games here.
All right.
Got a pause button on the remote, Frank. It does the job just as well.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate it. Anthony's.
I got up. I got up just 2 times for minimal lengths of time last night from watching the game. 3 of the 5 goals were scored when I was out of the room.
Quit leaving the room. Last call.
That pause button's the best thing on this earth.
Anthony, Cleveland Heights. What's up?
Anthony.
Hey, so real quick on and this isn't specific to the game, to the match last night between the United States and Belgium, but I did read an article some years ago that brought up an interesting theory as to why the United States does not succeed at soccer where it does at other sports. The writer of the article pointed out the similarities between how well these European and South American countries do in soccer and how well the United States does in international basketball, and how the reverse is true. In other words, these South American and European basketball teams, when it comes to the ultimate events, the World Championships and the Olympics, they don't seem to match up. So his theory on this was interesting, I thought, and that is that it's the lack of free play by youth athletes in the sport. In other words, basketball players in the United States it's not strictly about like talent or athleticism. It's about the fact that they spend years playing basketball, and this is the same for the soccer players, playing soccer with no supervision, no coaches.
Yeah, that's been said for Dominican Republic guys too, or most Central America for baseball. Yeah,
and so they have to figure out a way to score whatever the game is in an improvisational manner, and that leads through to these events like this. So his final point was to point out Vince Carter's dunk at the 2000 Sydney Olympics, where he jumped over that 7'2" guy, and suggested what coach is going to teach him that? Nobody's going to teach him that. He had to learn that over the course of many years as a kid saying, I have to figure out a way to get
That's
to
a
the
great
hoop.
point. That's a great point.
Yeah.
Anthony, thank you.
You know who made that point earlier this morning?
That would be Jeff Phelps? I don't know.
It'd be Dan Minigan.
That we're too structured in the way we play?
Dan and I were talking this morning, and he said he made the exact same point. Just
That's true of
that our country, kids in our country don't play soccer unless they're actually signed up in a league playing soccer and parents having to pay for it.
Oh, no one shows up at the park. Yeah, but you know why? Because this is an old man statement, but I'll say it. Be home by dark. That's what this is all about. Be home by dark. And those days are gone. Like, no one says, oh, okay, well, when the street lights come on, you got to be home. Because what were you doing? I know we were playing baseball, or we were playing street hockey.
Or basketball.
What
you weren't playing was soccer.
No, we weren't. That's true. Although I did know some kids.
And that's Stan's point.
Well, that's a good point. All right, let's come back. I want to talk about the Browns when we come back. Warren Sharp football analyst. I got to tell you, the 2026 preview is out now. He kind of gave us a foreshadow of what the Browns were going to be last year. What will he say today? 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps. Hey,
get the start for Cleveland. So far this season, he's 7-3 with a 3.86 ERA. First pitch from Target Field is at 7:40. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Well, before you know it, Browns training camp is going to be here. They have 9 open practices for you to go watch if you want to check them out. And then you got the preseason. I mean, we're not too far away from Hall of Fame game. That'll be here before
Andy,
you know it.
It's July.
Too.
They're playing games in August.
We are almost there. So as we get ready and we count down the days until the Browns season actually starts, we'll get to training camp first. We'll get to preseason games after that. And then you'll be able to listen to everything right here on the Browns Radio Network on 92.3 The Fan. We look forward to bringing it to you each and every year. But I'm just kind of looking through that practice schedule. What do we got? Friday, July 31st. The gates open at 12:30. So we're getting closer each and every day to that NFL season. Now, last year, we brought Warren Sharp on, and I got to tell you, he kind of laid things out. If you were optimistic about the Browns, you may have walked away from that conversation going, maybe Warren's right. We could be in some trouble.
And he was.
And so right now, Warren Sharp, who's got his 2026 football preview, it is out now from Sharp Football Analysis, is on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Warren. How are you?
Hello, Warren.
I am doing great. How are you guys doing?
We are doing very, very good. All right, deliver us the news on what you think the Browns will be this year, because you set us straight early, and some of us chose not to listen because we didn't want to. We didn't want to have our heart broken in July.
Well, that's totally understandable. And look, I think the Cleveland Browns are actually headed in the right direction, as you know, that might be difficult to believe. Moving your stud Miles Sanders, I think, is a tough pill to swallow. But I actually think that this was, you know how they say offense wins games, defense wins championships? Like, nobody would believe that, having watched the Cleveland Browns last season, because you had a championship caliber defense, but an offense so bad that it couldn't get out of its way, that defense was completely wasted. And so I think the thought process here is we lose a stud defensive player, but we couldn't win with him even if we had him. And so while it might sting to see him potentially have the chance to win a Super Bowl with the Rams, what we got back in return is going to set us up for something special in the future. And I think that they're actually building the right way here. This is probably potentially the first time that I could say that. The one question mark that I have is at head coach. I mean, I don't want to throw a cold bucket of water on you guys if you are massive Todd Monken fans, but I'm really just not sure how he is going to blend with the quarterbacks that you have right now and with the way that this team needs to win football games. But I think from a personnel perspective, I'm more optimistic this year in terms of the future of the Browns over the next coming seasons than I was entering last season.
Warren, let's connect a couple of things here. The quarterback situation, we know what it is. When they traded Myles Garrett to the Rams, they get Jared Verse. Okay, he goes and plays the defensive end spot, but they pick up that draft capital. As soon as that happened, it screamed to me, draft a quarterback in 2027. Did you get that feeling when they traded Garrett, and do you have that feeling now?
I did get that feeling. I do have that feeling. The quarterbacks that they had on the roster last year and the quarterbacks that they're entering the season with this year do not give me any sense of optimism that they can be a franchise caliber quarterback. There were massive struggles, and I know that there's a lot of, Shedeur Sanders as a rookie, playing with these weapons, playing with this team. You're not going to get a lot and say, oh, my God, we got to trash this kid. There's nothing he could do moving forward to be any bit better. He can't possibly be a franchise caliber quarterback because of what we saw last year. I'm not necessarily going to say that, but what I am going to share is that out of 45 qualifying quarterbacks, he ranked 45th in completion rate, 43rd in EPA per dropback. And I could go through all these other statistics that I have. Touchdown interception ratio, which ranked 44th out of 45. He caused 29% of his own pressures, which was 44th out of 45 quarterbacks. We know quarterbacks do factor into the pressures that they bring upon themselves. He allowed, with his offensive line playing a role here too, an NFL high 51% pressure rate. So obviously that was the worst in the NFL. But I just don't, what I saw on film, what I saw on tape, I just did not think that Shedeur Sanders could be a franchise caliber quarterback moving forward. There were some high points. There were some special moments. But if you are allowing a high level of pressure and you're creating it yourself and you are very poor in a completion rate perspective, those are some of the things that are hard to fix very quickly in the NFL. And it doesn't take very long for you to get washed out of the league or washed out of being the potential franchise quarterback if those things are occurring, because your team is not going to win games. Sacks are drive killers. Turnovers and interceptions are game killers. And when you rank second to worst in touchdown interception ratio and you rank as having the most pressure allowed in the NFL of any quarterback last year, you're not going to win with those two things. I don't care what else you're doing. And so that is something that they're going to have to fix this year. But I agree, for me, the eye is on the future. You know, the eye is on the 2027 draft and what this team can be with the weapons and the arsenal of draft capital that they're going to have.
Warren, I would think Shedeur Sanders fans would come back and argue with you and go, look, the offensive line was horrible, so bad that everyone that was on the offensive line is now gone. They have an entirely new offensive line, and the wide receiving core left a lot to be desired, and they went out and tried to address that by bringing in at least 2 rookie wide receivers. When you look at that, how, is that a fair retort to the numbers that you just put out about Sanders, that he didn't have the offensive line and he didn't have receivers?
Those are both valid excuses, in my opinion. If you look at the offensive line first, take a look at just Quinshon Judkins. That running back, second-round rookie out of Ohio State, among 49 running backs last year, he ranked dead last in yards before contact per rush, but 16th in yards after contact per rush out of 49 running backs. So we're talking about a offensive line that was not creating any holes, any openings, anything at all for the running backs on the team. And I've got the stats of the 5 worst offenses and where the Browns actually ranked. And let me just give this little history lesson here. If you look at yards before contact per running back run since 2012, there's 14 seasons of data. Across those 14 seasons, there are 448 teams that played a season. The Browns ranked 448 out of 448 in yards before contact per running back rush. They gained just 0.38 yards before contact per running back rush. The next closest teams were the 2017 Dolphins at 0.60 and the Raiders at 0.61, and the Raiders again in 2025 at 0.63, and the Jets in 2019 at 0.66. Those next 4 teams number 2, 3, 4, and 5 worst, were 0.6 or better. The Browns were at 0.38. Just a huge gap from even the worst teams in the league over the last 14 seasons. That is an offensive line stat. You talk about, allowing pressures and taking sacks can be a quarterback stat, and it is viewed now more as a quarterback stat than it once was. But I won't argue with you whatsoever that the offensive line was a big-time problem, and they went out and addressed that with the 9th overall pick and some of the other moves that they made, as you alluded to. The receiving core was a problem, and they addressed that with the 24th and 39th picks in terms of Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion. So they went out and addressed that as well. So I think that they are making moves to address the weaknesses on the roster. The big question is just, what does that mean for Sanders at quarterback? How much will he improve with the better offensive line and the better receiving core. There's going to be a level of improvement there. Will it be enough to, this is just in a nutshell what it means for Sanders personally. Will his improvement be enough to prevent the Cleveland Browns from using a top pick on his replacement next season? And that's what he's got to go out and do on a personal level this year, is to prove to the team that they don't need to take that dice roll on a quarterback, that they can trust him in the future. I don't know that he's going to have success in doing that. I'll never root against players. I hope that he is able to have success this season, but the Browns have a lot of upside, and we've already seen their willingness to go out there and draft quarterbacks and take those swings. I would envision them, unless Shedeur Sanders has like the best year 2 bounce back of any quarterback in history, I think they're probably going to still take a swing on a quarterback next season, with the goals in mind that quarterback would be replacing Shedeur.
Warren Sharp joining us from Sharp Football Analysis. His 2026 football preview out right now, and it's extensive and it's really good stuff. We haven't mentioned the name Deshaun Watson. Where does he fit into this for you?
Look, I mean, right now it seems like Monken has a better you guys have the information better than I do, but I was seeing that there's better connection with Watson than there was with Sanders as it relates to Monken. And Monken is not going to want to come in here and start a quarterback who is, in his opinion, the second best quarterback on the roster. He's going to want to come in here and start the best quarterback on the roster with whatever he's got. And so that very well might be Deshaun Watson. But I've got big time questions about Deshaun Watson as well, and what he's going to be able to do for this offense, and what he was doing when he was last playing, which was not very good. In 7 seasons since 2019, he has never won more than 5 games in any season. His rank among 59 qualifying quarterbacks over the last 5 years is 59th in EPA per play, 59th in sacks taken per pressure, the same exact bugaboo that is bothering Shedeur Sanders to a degree. That's Deshaun Watson. 56th in success rate, and in interception plus sack rate, also 56th, and 52nd in yards per attempt, 52nd in completion rate. So I don't think you can rely on anything from a film perspective as it relates to what are the Cleveland Browns going to do from a quarterback perspective in 2026. They're going to let that play out during camp and in the preseason games. And then they're just going to pick whichever guy is picking up the offense better moving forward, because I don't think you can look at the statistics here for Watson or Sanders and say either of these guys is better than the other one at this stage in time. That's something crazy to say when you see Shedeur Sanders and his play last season, and then you see the contract that they paid for Deshaun Watson and say that Deshaun Watson is not head and shoulders better than Shedeur Sanders off of a year that Sanders just had. But Watson has played 19 total games since 2020. 19. That's like the equivalent of 1 season he has played since 2020. And he's been a disaster, as I mentioned, when he's been on the field over the last 5 years. So I don't think I have a lot of confidence in Deshaun Watson if he's starting, unless something massive has changed, which we'll soon find out in training camp and in the preseason.
Speaking of the quarterbacks here, do you think there is a market for Sanders or Gabriel to be traded?
Man, that's something above my pay grade. I'm really not sure what their vibe is there in Cleveland.
Okay.
I don't see why they would want to keep 3 quarterbacks that they drafted and played like that. Like, I don't see the need for doing that.
We're still trying to figure out why they drafted 2 last year. So we're all on the same page, man.
Yeah. I don't really see why you would be looking to, if you could move them, I would, right? Like if there was a market to do something with somebody, I would be looking to do that. I just don't know, based on what we saw out of those players last season, that somebody would be willing to part with anything to get them.
And then earlier you talked about Todd Monken and the Monken factor into the offense. What should what's the fear? What's the hesitation on Monken as he gets to be a rookie head coach in the NFL?
He's walking into a tough situation here, in my opinion. If you look at the team for the Baltimore Ravens last year, which is kind of like his last opportunity to show what he is capable of, obviously when he had Lamar Jackson year one and they made some changes to the offense, that offense had a lot of success, got back on track. But when we're looking at where he was able to take that team, I mean, the run game was not very good last season, barring a few explosive runs from Derrick Henry. They were terrible in short yardage situations. They had issues with the offensive line. It had some injuries on the interior offensive line. You could try to blame that. Lamar Jackson was not able to be kept healthy. I don't know how much of he showed up on the injury report. I want to say like every single game from like week 2 onward, week 3 onward. So I don't know how much of that was like the riff with the head coach versus him being not 100%. But I just think that there are some aspects to Monken from a strategic perspective that are solid, but I don't know if it's going to pair very well with the decline in quarterback play that he is going to get here. We know that Lamar Jackson has had much better seasons than he did in 2025. We know like the apex of where Lamar Jackson can be as a quarterback. Last season was certainly not his best season, and we saw the offense as a whole fall apart, and the Baltimore Ravens didn't even make the postseason. This is a team in Cleveland that does not have as much talent offensively as the Baltimore Ravens had. So, maybe he sort of holds serve, and I guess you guys might disagree with me here, but I thought Kevin Stefanski was a better coach than what he looked at the end of his tenure in Cleveland. I thought Kevin Stefanski didn't have a lot of tools to work with in Cleveland. And I think that he has more upside from a coaching perspective than what he was able to display there. My fear is that Todd Monken walking into what he's going to be getting at a quarterback perspective in Cleveland is going to have his ceiling lowered dramatically by that. And I'm not sure if his schemes or anything else is going to be able to compensate for that. So I just think it's going to be a challenge, honestly.
All right, Warren, thank you. I want to remind everybody, sharpfootballanalysis.com is where you can get the latest. Right, I just want to make sure I get this right. For the 2026 football preview, you can get a digital copy online. Right now, it looks like you got a little sale going on too, right?
Yeah, if you enter the code Browns over at sharp.football, you get 50% off the PDF, or you can find the printed book over on Amazon.
See, there you go. The Browns can make you a winner, right?
Yes, at least 50%.
Sounds good. Hey, we appreciate your time. Always great stuff. Great stuff last year, this year. Hopefully, we'll talk to you throughout the season too. Warren, thank you.
Thank you, Warren.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. So a little bit more optimistic than I thought he might be about the Browns, and he did have some warning flags up there that maybe we should be looking for and trying to figure out what this team's going to be good at going into the season. 216-474-0092. That is the number to call in. I also want to talk about Browns wide receivers. We'll do that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
The quarterbacks that they had on the roster last year and the quarterbacks that they're entering the season with this year do not give me any sense of optimism that they can be a franchise caliber quarterback. There were massive struggles, and I know that there's a lot of, look, Shedeur Sanders as a rookie, playing with these weapons, playing with this team, you're not going to get a lot and say, oh my God, we got to trash this kid. There's nothing he can do moving forward to be any bit better. He can't possibly be a franchise caliber quarterback because of what we saw last year.
Baskin Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. That was Warren Sharp, Sharp Football Analysis. You can check him out online at sharpfootballanalysis.com. He's got his book out right now. It's a football preview. And, I mean, he hits it hard, especially when it comes to, seeing what's out there and trends and fantasy and, stats and all kinds of stuff. It's all right there for you. And last year he came on and we were kind of optimistic about a lot of things. And then all of a sudden he was like, I don't know, guys. This year he was more optimistic than I thought he was going to be. But again, it comes back to the quarterback room, like you were saying.
Don't you think it's realistic?
Yeah, I do think he's
more
realistic.
Than optimistic.
Last year I think it was optimistic before we talked to him. And then I was like, maybe everything I'm thinking is wrong.
What do you think of his comments about Monken and Stefanski?
Thought it was interesting because Jeff, we don't hear a lot of people at this point. Like when they hired Monken, there were people questioning what we were going to see and how this was going to work and the the timeline for him. And then that's kind of gone away because he's still in the honeymoon period. Everything's been great. There's no complaints because they haven't lost the game yet. And after he loses a game, then I think people are going to start to be like, let's start looking at this a little bit more. So what did you think?
I agree with him about, and I know a lot of Browns fans don't, that Kevin got a bright future in coaching basically, and that he didn't have a whole lot to work with here, and I do think he paid the price for a really bad roster, and I hope the roster is better, that Todd Monken can capitalize on it and win some football games. I do think on paper anyway the roster's better. The last draft on paper looked really, really good, and I like that. But we'll see moving forward.
Going back to Kevin, I think that the moment, and I think I see it clearer now with some space in between, but the moment that Joe Flacco was traded, everything kind of felt flat after that. Like it was almost like we knew Kevin was gone after that trade, or at least Kevin had kind of thrown his arms up in the air and said, what are we doing? Where are we going with this thing? I want to win. I want to win now. And
well, he knew he had to.
Yeah, and I don't know that. And the fact that your general manager stays and your head coach gets fired is you kind of wonder what was the game plan all along for last year, especially when they decided to trade the veterans.
Kind of felt like it was to lose games, didn't it? And it cost the coach his job.
Yeah, it did.
Not the GM.
But then again, it just goes back to like, well, this is football. You lose your job in 3 years. Look at all the other coaches. That's exactly how it felt, and it wasn't. It didn't feel like it was personal. Like I don't think that. I never got the sense that there was discontent. Although maybe that's just the way Kevin is, and Kevin's not going to throw anybody. He never threw any of his players under the bus ever.
No,
never. And he may not have been getting along with some of the players at the time. And we just don't know. I don't know how Todd's going to be different. I know Todd's got everything on his side right now. Like even people that were questioning him when he first came here, and people were saying that he was going to be like a stopgap coach until they get their next quarterback and blah, blah, blah. And you know what? That might be true. When it's all said and done, it's the NFL. And we all know that your job is good for the next 15 minutes, and then we'll see a half hour from now if you still have a gig. So,
right.
Just looking at, though, what Warren had said, I thought his point on Shedeur Sanders was interesting.
He wasn't high long term on anybody here. quarterback.
But the numbers he was spitting out about pressure rate and some of the things that when you see the game, he kind of has the analytics to back up what you're seeing.
Yeah.
If you think that Sanders showed little success, but then that's why I came back and asked him, I'm like, hey, man, how much is that on your offensive line? How much is that on your wide receivers? And so, Jeff, do you think that, and let's touch on the wide receivers then for a second, is there an upgrade at wide receiver enough to make you think that could be the difference, and that might be one of the reasons why you might be saying, I want to see what Sanders looks like with a different offensive line, with more wide receivers? Because, they did go out and get some young wide receivers, and people feel better about the wide receivers today. And, in the offseason, it's really easy to do that.
I was thrilled to see Andrew Berry actually put some assets into the wide receiver position. Now, they have to go out on the field and produce. That's a given. But Denzel Boston, to me, is really fun. And Casey Concepcion could be a really exciting player. So, and if they live up to their billing, then we should be just fine, at wide receiver. And how long has it been since we've been able to say that? Odell and Jarvis?
Yeah, Odell and Jarvis.
Yeah.
That's the last time you can be able to say it. And then before, and the gaps are huge between that and then I always go back to Jaravicius and Winslow and Edwards. We really haven't had three strong since.
So hopefully that's the case. And in theory, that should make the quarterback play better. But I asked Warren as soon as they made the Myles Garrett trade. It screamed to me quarterback in 2027, and he thought the same thing. So unless somebody goes out, Andy, and is really good this year, and I mean really good, because you might not have the opportunity to draft a quarterback this high again. With the extra first-round pick, extra picks later that you could use to trade up, and that's where it is. It's not that the Browns are going to lose. They have the assets to trade up to get their guy. They might not have those assets down the road, and that's why, if it's Shedeur, if it's Deshaun or Dylan, Shedeur is the guy we all have circled. It's the opportunity to go be really good and win that job. And if they're not really good, I still think they're bringing in a different quarterback.
I hope this isn't Brown's sacrilege, but I'm really excited about Jared Verse on defense. And he talked about how the defense was playoff championship quality defense that we had last year, and that the offense was so bad, and he gave those numbers. I was like, out of 1,400 games, and they were the worst. They were the worst in all of these games over the last couple of years, and it was just like, oh man, and to say, and then turn around and say that the defense was, championship quality. I can't remember the exact term he used. I'm still I don't know how much we lost with Myles Garrett compared to Jared Verse. I don't know how much that span's going to be. Now, I'm expecting it. I'm hoping. I think it's worse than it's going to be, and I think I'm doing that because I don't want it to be that bad. I'm concerned that they're not going to be able to pressure the quarterback the way that Myles did. But Jared had such a good year. I don't know. I'm excited about Jared Verse. It's not that I don't know. I do know.
No, I understand that. I love the fact that if you're going to trade Myles, you at least brought somebody in who you think is pretty good. I think Jared Verse is pretty good, and there's no question who's going to be that right defensive end.
None.
And there's actually no question that he's going to be good.
You're right. 216-474-0092. Again, the big story of the day today: Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max deal with the Cavaliers. 4 years, $273 million. We're going to talk about that with Dan Devine, senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports. That's next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Offense wins games, but defense wins championships in a U.S. men's national team that made its way to the round of 16 based on an aggressive, near breakneck style. Couldn't find it last night. And when coupled with a back line that didn't just wilt in the spotlight but completely self-destructed, it was yet another opportunity for U.S. soccer to show they belong with the big boys that ended with them looking like they couldn't even swim in the shallow end of the kiddie pool. I'm Chris Mack.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Barking Backers, presented by Milk-Bone, the official dog fan club of your Cleveland Browns, is back for a brand new season, and we're celebrating our 5-year anniversary. That's right, that's 5 years of sit, stay, and cheering the Browns the doggone best way possible. This season fetches a refreshed premium pup kit packed with tail wagging goodies, plus awesome new events for you and your 4-legged MVP. It's time to unleash the fun. Don't pause. Head to barkingbackers.com and join today.
All guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan Hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. There's only one place to hear breaking Cavs news this summer. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by University Hospitals with nationally recognized experts and compassionate care. University Hospitals is here for you. Donovan Mitchell here to stay. His agent told ESPN this morning the superstar has agreed to a 4-year max contract extension with the Cavaliers. The 4-year deal is worth $273 million and includes a player option for the 2030-2031 season. Mitchell could have waited until next year for an additional season worth an extra $80 million but instead has committed on a long-term extension on the first day he's eligible to do so to stay with the Cavs. Around the league, Kyle Lowry has announced his retirement from the NBA after a career spanning 20 seasons. Lowry has signed a one-day contract with Toronto to allow him to retire as a Raptor, ending his career with the team that he helped bring a championship to in 2019. Guardians back in action tonight. They'll be opening up a 3-game road series against the Twins. They hope to gain some ground in the division. Guards are only trailing the White Sox by 1 game after splitting their weekend series this past weekend. The Twins are sitting in third in the AL Central. They're 3 back from the Guardians and 4 back from the White Sox. Joey Cantillo gets the start for Cleveland tonight. First pitch is at 7:40. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline. We're the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, contest time. Win a 4-pack of lawn tickets to see your choice. You get John Mellencamp or Thomas Rhett, Chicago with Styx, or Billy Idol. All coming up at Blossom Music Center. Enter the code word PAPER by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win. It's courtesy of Live Nation, where for a limited time you can buy 4 lawn tickets to select Blossom shows for $99. That's at blossommusic.com. Again, paper at 923thefan.com by the end of this hour.
The big story of the day, Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max deal with the Cavaliers. 4 years, $273 million to be a fixture here in downtown Cleveland. Let's get more insight on this, and we are joined by Dan Devine, senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports. Don't forget to catch his podcast, the Big Number Podcast with Tom Haberstrom, and he is on the Wise Art Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Dan.
I'm doing well. That was a $273 million intro right there. Getting through all that.
Yes, it was.
Phenomenal work.
Thank you. I've been trying. I was thinking about retiring, but then I was like, I can have one read after another.
He's been practicing, Dan.
Life was good. So, all right. Speaking of practice and making $273 million, that's Donovan Mitchell. What do you think of this, and what does this mean for the Cavaliers?
Well, I mean, the good news is we can give it another 2 months before everybody starts wondering if Donovan Mitchell's going to leave. Right? Although the grumbling about is Donovan Mitchell headed for someplace else, that'll go away for a minute or two. Seems like we've been hearing that rumor or those rumblings for, God, I don't know, before he ever got here from Utah, but he keeps renewing the vows, and so much the better for Cleveland. I think this is we started walking down this path at the trade deadline when the decision was finally made to we're going to move off of this core 4, right? We're going to figure out how to revamp this team. And when it was how are we going to do that? We're going to move off Darius Garland, the guy that we drafted and developed, and he was our guy. But this team is built around Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell is the one true blue superstar we know we have. And jumping up 10 years in age to James Harden. That was a bitter pill for a lot of people to swallow, but it was done with the idea of how do we show Donovan Mitchell we are serious? How do we show Donovan Mitchell that we are doing everything we're doing? We're turning everything we can, turning over every rock we can, exploring every possibility available to us to build a championship caliber team around him. With the idea of we want to make sure that when we get to this summer, there's no reason for wandering eyes, that there's no doubt in his mind that we are doing everything we can to give him every shot that he can to win. And what comes with it, the first conference finals trip of his career. Now, obviously, did not end the way anybody in Cleveland would have wanted, but I think this commitment comes as a direct result of the Cavaliers front office saying, we are going to prove to you that we're going to do everything we can to build the whole thing around you here, up to including offering you as much money as we possibly can, as soon as we possibly can. And yes, Donovan Mitchell could have made the decision to wait a year and put himself in position to, I believe the deal next summer would have been $353 million. Now we're in Calvin ball numbers. It's all wild now, but could have put himself in position to sign an even more lucrative deal. This locks him in for, I believe it's the 4th largest contract in the NBA right now, behind only Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Nikola Jokic, and puts him in position to have multiple years locked in, extend this window for 3 years in Cleveland. You know what you're getting. You know where everything's going to be lined up, and it's going to be built around Donovan Mitchell.
Should it be, Dan? Is he worth that commitment? Because the names you mentioned to me sound like they're more worthy of a commitment like that if you're trying to build a championship team.
Well, it's not funny's not the right word, but it's worth noting that 2 of the 3 names I listed are Boston Celtics that they re-signed, around their championship run. And then Brad Stevens yesterday was holding a press conference explaining why you couldn't have 2 guys making 70% of the salary cap if you wanted to be able to contend moving forward. So it is it's a worthwhile question. And I think the idea of, you look at what those numbers are, it's going to be, I think, a $75.5 million contract for Donovan Mitchell in 4 years' time. If your eyes don't bulge out of your head at that number, I'd like to see what kind of breathing exercises you're doing to keep yourself calm. I looked at that and I was like, oh my God. And Donovan Mitchell he occupies a really interesting spot. I think there's a pretty credible case to be made. He's a top 10 player in the NBA and has been for several years now. The advanced numbers love Donovan Mitchell in part because of his shooting efficiency, the volume and accuracy from three-point range, in part because of the way he suppresses turnovers. It can be an isolation-heavy style at times, but it means you're getting a shot up rather than giving the ball to the other guys, and that's got a ton of value. We've seen that elite defenses can be built around Donovan Mitchell. Obviously, he is not himself an overwhelming and elite defensive player, but has improved his hands over the years. The deflections and steals can make himself part of a high-quality defense. You can build an awesome team around Donovan Mitchell, and Utah and now Cleveland have done that for a number of years in a row. Can you build a championship team with Donovan Mitchell as your best player? To this point, we have not seen that, and I think it's a valid question. There's one potential counter-argument is, I think a lot of those same questions about Jalen Brunson existed before this season. Could the Knicks build a title winner around Jalen Brunson, a small guard who is a defensive liability at certain times and had never been that far? The Knicks proved that it can be done. The Knicks also proved that with Jalen Brunson on a significantly smaller salary figure than what Donovan Mitchell is going to be making moving forward. So the work does not end for Kobe Altman in the front office today. And if anything, it might even get a little harder or more difficult to figure out where those you're out finding the diamonds in the rough. You're finding the undervalued assets, and you're outperforming a salary slot on some younger cost control talent. You're going to need bigger steps forward from some of the younger guys on the roster. You're going to need other places to be able to extract more value. You're going to be able to need to find hits on the minimum salary market, which I imagine we'll discuss shortly. Yes. And put yourself in position to get it there, because if Donovan Mitchell is going to be occupying 35, 36, 37% of the cap, and you're putting the team around him, you're going to need to stretch every dollar elsewhere.
All right, where does this fall into LeBron James to the Cavaliers story?
Speaking of the minimum salary value, right? I think it's notable that in the moments after this, one of the first emails I got was from one of the many tout services saying the Cleveland Cavaliers are now the odds-on favorite to land LeBron James. Which those things are worth what they're printed on, of course. But I think if you look at it and say, if you're the Cavs, where are you coming up short? Right? All right. Well, you could use a wing. Who's been, especially after Dean Wade goes to Philadelphia, you need some more help on the wing, another side, some more size, some more playmaking, some more, just somebody to fill in that 3-4 shaped hole on the roster. LeBron James, pretty good guy to do that. Narratively speaking, obviously, it would be a pretty clean ending point, right? The hero's journey always ends with the return home. The guy has been changed by his trip away. Comes back with a literal gray beard. That would be interesting to see. And then you just look at the other spots around the NBA, Golden State was sort of entered as the prohibitive favorite here because of the idea of, Draymond opted out of his deal. There's the Steph connection, the Olympics with Kerr, yada, yada. Maybe. I mean, that could be. Multiple people have presented Miami as an interesting option there. I guess I see it from the perspective of the Heat could use another, a ball handler playmaker. It doesn't feel quite as clean to me with Bam and Giannis there. It feels a little duplicative in terms of, big guys that mash everybody. It doesn't feel quite as neat. And then obviously the fact that the James Harden deal has not been, concluded and announced and everything yet suggests that the Cavs are still figuring out what to do next. So to me, I think from a narrative perspective, from a roster management perspective, Cleveland would make a ton of sense here. But that's, LeBron, I don't think is in any rush to make that final determination. I would imagine, knowing that he's not going to have to be the 35% usage guy, that Donovan Mitchell's there, that James Harden is there, that you've got defensive backline help with Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. Like, there's some attractive components to that for LeBron, but my guess is he's going to take his time deciding that and letting us all know about it.
Dan Devine joining us, senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports. Jonathan Kuminga has been a fascinating guy for me for a long time. Was he in the wrong spot at Golden State? Is he just not a right fit for certain things in the NBA? And a lot of buzz about the Lakers right now. Could he be a fit in Cleveland if things don't work out with LeBron?
Well, as somebody who spent an inordinate amount of time writing about Jonathan Kuminga's restricted free agency saga last summer, all the rest of the NBA's business was done, and my editor was like, so what about this Kuminga thing, about 9 different times? I spent a lot of time thinking about Jonathan Kuminga last summer. And then seeing him at the trade deadline, he gets moved to the Atlanta Hawks, and it's a little bit trick or treat there. There are some real nice moments for him in the postseason against the Knicks in the first round, and then there's some moments to forget there. I think that's been the story of Kuminga's career. Your point about did he sort of get brought into the wrong situation is a completely valid one. Like, he was considered a home run swing for the Warriors in that mid-lottery when there was already the bones of a championship team there and a style of play there that required some sort of advanced feel and read and react play, that asking like a 19-year-old coming out of G League Ignite that hadn't really played a whole lot of competitive basketball, like, that was just a big ask. And he butted heads with Steve Kerr about that, and Steve Kerr clearly didn't trust him to be able to execute in the Steph Curry motion system in the same way that some other veterans have. Would Jonathan Kuminga have developed a little bit differently and perhaps at a more advanced rate if he was given a simpler role or more opportunities to fail, right? To say, even if you screw something up, you screw up a read, you screw up a defensive rotation, we're not going to yank you off the floor. We're going to give you the chance to play through it. I think that very well could be. Realistically, guys with his size, his strength, his quickness, his athleticism, that physical profile, they just don't make a ton of those that you can get in what could be at a fairly reduced rate. I know the Hawks renounced the number that he was declined the team option that they had on that deal. So I don't think you're going to be getting him for $24 million in the same way that he was about to make. I imagine that the market would be a little bit cooler for him, and he could be a really interesting sort of fallback plan on the wing if you're not able to hit the home run swing for LeBron, I think.
If LeBron, let me put it two ways. One, how long do you think LeBron's going to take to make his decision? What's your guess? You got a guess?
Yeah, you guys ever watch Goodfellas? There was the point in Goodfellas where Paulie moved slow because Paulie didn't have to move for anybody. I think that's kind of how LeBron operates at this point. Like, the main thrust of free agency is over, or most of the big moves have happened, or maybe not all of them been announced, but he is the top free agent on the market. He does not need to rush to lock anything in. At this point, also, he's in the content game, so who knows if this turns into like we've already seen Rich Paul's whiteboard. Who knows if LeBron brings out one of his own on his podcast with Steve Nash to talk about this. My guess is it could be weeks as opposed to days.
As long as he's not sitting next to Jim Gray, I'm good with it. He can take his time.
Should the Cavs jump like at Kuminga if they could, Dan? Or should you wait it out for a 42 to be in December, LeBron James?
Yeah, I think I would rather wait for LeBron than jump on Kuminga. And that's not intended as a slight for Kuminga, but I think it goes back to the beginning of our conversation and what the Cavs have signaled in terms of where they are and how they see themselves with this Donovan Mitchell extension and, with the move for Harden and everything else. We are not necessarily looking for how can we build the most interesting core in 5 years or 4 years. We're talking about what gives us the best chance of winning a championship today. And, you've gotten to the Eastern Conference Finals now. You've, this sort of bit by bit, step by step, the Stations of the Cross jumping up in the NBA hierarchy to get to that place. And then you have now lavished the fourth biggest contract in NBA history on Donovan Mitchell and saying what matter with a player option in the fourth year. So we're talking about through 2030. This is how do we get ourselves as close as possible to a championship, give ourselves a chance if everything breaks right our way this year, next year, the year after that. And for me, if you're talking about which of the two players on offer there give you the better chance, it's LeBron James 10 times out of 10. And in the same way that while it was painful to move on from Garland after, drafting and developing and everything that had been put into him, James Harden today is just a better player than Darius Garland is today from the Cavs perspective at that point when they made that trade. So I think this is where the Cavs are telling us they're going. I think if they think that there's any chance to make that happen, they're better served holding on to it, waiting that out rather than jumping on Kuminga.
Dan, thank you. We do appreciate it. Great perspective on all this stuff, and we look forward to reading you and all your stuff on Yahoo Sports. Senior NBA writer is who you are. I can reintroduce yourself, but we want to make sure we check out your podcast too. So thank you.
Appreciate it, Dan.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a great day.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Dan Devine, nice enough to join us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline.
Do you agree with him?
On which point?
The wait for LeBron point.
I'll tell you when we come back. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for
Twins are sitting in third in the AL Central. They're 3 games back from the Guards and 4 back from the White Sox. Joey Cantillo gets the start tonight. First pitch from Target Field is at 7:40. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
From a narrative perspective, from a roster management perspective, Cleveland would make a ton of sense here. But that's, LeBron, I don't think is in any rush to make that final determination. I would imagine, knowing that he's not going to have to be the 35% usage guy, that Donovan Mitchell's there, that James Harden is there, that you've got defensive backline help with Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. Like, there's some attractive components to that for LeBron, but my guess is he's going to take his time deciding that and letting us all know about it.
Oh, is he going to stretch it out? Whew. Big story of the day for the Cavaliers today. Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max deal with the Cavs. 4 years, $273 million. That's the big headline. We were talking about LeBron James, though, going into the break and what this deal might mean or might not mean as far as LeBron James coming back to the Cavaliers. And the question on the table was, would you wait for LeBron to find out what's next? Jeff, would you wait?
Yep.
Because the options aren't better, or because what?
Because this team is geared up to win now. You don't bring 37-year-old James Harden back thinking, this is a 5-year plan. So with James coming back, and he'll have a short-term deal, I would imagine, with Donovan at 30, and not that that's old, but he's got a lot of miles on him for a 30-year-old, and he's had some leg issues. I think this team is built.
He's like 76 games away from 2,000.
I think they're built to win now if they're going to win. And so I would wait for LeBron, because I agree with what Dan Devine said, which is, who gives you a better chance to win a championship next year? LeBron James or Jonathan Kuminga? It would be
next year,
it would be LeBron James.
Yeah.
Now, you know me, Mr. Process.
Mm-hmm.
I love the idea of signing Jonathan Kuminga to a 5-year contract. My guess is Jonathan won't be signing a 5-year contract anywhere, because he'll probably not get the 5-year contract, multi-year contract, even 3 or 4 that he wants, and he's going to have to go establish his value somewhere. And so you could get him. I would think you could get him on the cheap.
Do you think Cavs fans have bought into the fact that LeBron is coming back? I just walked downstairs.
Not yet.
I just literally walked downstairs for a minute, ran into an old friend, and he goes, LeBron's coming back. And I was like, oh, do you have that for a fact? Do you know that for a fact? And he was just like, 99% chance. And I was just like, but he reflects everyone that I've talked to over the last 3-4 days here, that like everybody thinks he's coming back. I don't. I think, yes, probability is high that he comes back. It's a great story. There's a lot of good things, but I am 100% prepared for him to not come back.
All right, let me give you a scenario as to why he wouldn't come back.
Okay.
All right. LeBron got drafted here.
Right.
I always personally thought he didn't want to be drafted here.
Jeff, do you realize that's probably the only decision in his entire career that he had no control over?
Correct. That's part of the point.
Yeah.
So he ends up here, and he didn't grow up a Cavs fan.
No.
And that's okay. He was terrific here for his first 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
Then what did he do when he left? Big splash, Bosh, Wade.
Right.
Big splash. And it should have been. It was a huge deal.
Yeah.
And we hated it. And then when he came back, what was it? Big splash. I'm coming home. It's out on SI.
Yeah.
It's the prodigal son comes back. They make a big deal, get Kevin Love.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big deal, right?
Yep.
Then he left Cleveland after 4 years. And where did he go?
LA.
And what's in LA? About as marketable of a franchise as you can get.
Right.
So let's go back to what I've brought up a couple of times in the last week or two. What's the most marketable? What's the biggest splash that he could make right now?
Truthfully?
At the age of 41.
Yeah. Truthfully?
It's not coming back to Cleveland.
It's New York. Sorry. I mean, I don't know that.
If he joined, but there's nothing to gain there. If he goes to New York and doesn't win a championship, well, then that's going to be a bad look on him because they just won a championship.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he goes to Miami, he goes back to Miami, big group hug with Pat Riley and Spoelstra, and he's got a ton of respect for Spoelstra, loves him, and he teams up with Giannis and Bam. That's a big splash. That's huge. And LeBron has never, ever not made the big splash. If he goes to Golden State, Steph, Draymond, Porzingis, maybe somebody else, that's a big splash. People will be watching that like crazy. Coming back to Cleveland is like, oh, that's nice.
That's the ending. That's the story.
That's the way it ends.
Yeah.
He's going back home. That's really nice. Now, could he come here? Yeah, I think he really could. I really do think Cleveland's a big possibility. And I didn't early on. I assumed he'd go back to the Lakers.
I thought the Warriors right out of the gate. I thought the scenario laid out with the Warriors, but then
when he said no to the Lakers, I thought, wait a minute, this could be something. I thought Golden State was the leading candidate too. But if he's looking to make one big last splash,
that Miami splash the first time was even bigger because all they had was Wade and no one else on the roster.
Oh yeah, and then they had to throw pieces around him.
Yeah.
But if he's looking to make one last big splash in free agency or in making a move to a different team, it's not coming here. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Doesn't mean it's not the right move. But it's not as big of a splash as Miami with Giannis or Golden State with Steph, Steve Kerr, Draymond.
I don't have confidence in the fact that he's coming back here. it's just me, and it's just all about the entire career and the whole story.
And he's never given you a reason to have confidence because LeBron, to his credit,
does what's best for him, and he should.
Well, and milks the system for all it's worth.
100%. I like
that. I mean,
that's what I was saying.
He's kept himself as if his play wasn't enough to do it. He's kept himself so relevant, it's unbelievable. I mean, Andy, the big talk in the NBA is where is a 41-year-old guy going to sign?
Yeah.
Who wasn't what he used to be last year.
Although if Giannis hadn't been traded, it would have been Giannis. It still would have been Giannis.
As it turns out, it's now LeBron. He is now the biggest story in the NBA.
Do you remember when
it was Giannis, and then it was the Jaylen Brown trade. The only big story still standing is LeBron James. And he's going to milk it for all it's worth. He should.
That mirrors the first move, though, doesn't it? Remember?
Yeah.
The first move was everyone thought LeBron was going to say right away whether he was, coming back to Cleveland or what he was going to do, the decision year, right? And he strung everybody out until the very last one. And then when it came time to pick up the pieces for the Cavaliers, there was nothing left. It wasn't like they could go out and get a free agent. It wasn't like they were going to get anybody. And the franchise, the well had no water left in the franchise at that point. They did do a good job of trying to rebuild that thing as fast as they could. I mean, you could spend 10, 15, 20 years trying to look at the Bulls still, right? I mean,
Bulls haven't been the same since.
Never. Well, I mean, they've had some good teams, but
nothing. They've had some good teams, but not like
nothing like what they had.
But Andy, how long does a dynasty come along like that? Not very often.
To your town or in the league?
In the league.
It's been weird because, what do we have, 8 different champions in the last 8 years or something like that?
Yeah.
So.
And what Jordan win, 6?
But you still look at Golden State and go, all right, well, that was the last kind of dynasty.
I would agree with that.
And they still feel like they're competitive, and they are, if they want to be. If they can change some things. I don't know, I'm just looking at
They've been flat the last couple of years.
They have.
But still.
I wonder if Cavalier fans are upset. First, let me backtrack here for a second, right? Say you've already bought into the fact that LeBron is coming home. Say you're there. You're already there, and you believe it, and you're dreaming in your head what he looks like, and he's coming back, and they don't have to move any pieces to do it. To me, that's the best case scenario. How can they do this with keeping those 4 pieces they have now as your starting lineup and adding LeBron? Because to me, that's a championship run there. You got a shot. You definitely are in the game.
I would say for next year, you sure would be.
But if he doesn't come here to Cleveland, who are you going to be? Are you going to be mad at LeBron? Are you going to be mad at Dan Gilbert? Are you going to be mad at Kobe Altman if he doesn't come back this time?
I don't think
you,
anybody would be mad at Dan. I don't think anybody would be mad at Kobe. Everybody knows LeBron does what he wants to do. And he's allowed to do that.
I think people will be mad because and say they don't get Kuminga. Then what did they do? What did they do to get better in the offseason? They let 2 guys go. Well, if they don't get LeBron, then what?
There's still a lot of time in the offseason. And I could see some finagling on the bench. Dare I say this? You can get better from within. Naquan Tomlin, to me, is an interesting guy. I think we've maybe just scratched the surface of what he can be. Jalen Tyson, I like a lot. I like his game. I like his feistiness.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot more to be had out of those 2 guys.
Do you believe the front office believes that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
So you think they're happy coming back right now with what they have?
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
No, you said, does the front office like those 2 guys? I think they do. Those are 2. I mean, you found Tomlin. That's great.
Right.
And you drafted Tyson. That's great. And I think where they could make some moves, and it'll be moving the other pieces on the bench, but I wonder, can you get, and I like Max Strus, can you get something for Max that is a better fit right now for your team? I love Sam Merrill. I love guys who can shoot. Sam's one of the best shooters in the NBA. I don't know that you try to move him because I don't think you replace that guy easily.
I just think if LeBron chooses to go somewhere else and there's a sniff of they didn't like the way things were going in Cleveland, I think fans are going to be mad at the front office. Like, I think the only one that loses here...
Andy, the front office can't convince LeBron what to do right now. I mean, truly,
they'll say, why didn't they trade so-and-so to make the team better? We've watched
what more could they do to get LeBron?
Wait. That's all they can do now is wait.
You might be able to...
want to bring in another piece? I don't know. Did he want him to sign Donovan Mitchell? Did they want them...
I would think
LeBron want him to do it right now? They can't live like that, though.
Wouldn't you think this isn't about money for LeBron as well?
Well, he said it's about happiness, right?
That's what they said.
Are we buying that? Or?
I would think you buy it.
I just wonder who fans would be mad at on the backside if the Cavs don't get him now. Because I think we've kind of lulled ourselves into
I don't know that
fact.
they'd be mad, Andy.
I don't know. I think they would be mad at the front office. Even if you think that Dan and LeBron are best friends. I'll go to the extreme on it.
I don't think they'd even be mad at LeBron.
No one's going to be. I think if LeBron picks another team, Cavs fans will understand. The Cavs fans will be like, "Wow, look what happened to us last year. We got swept in 4 games, and the Knicks made a mockery of us, and we were never anywhere." I don't blame him for not coming.
And how much are you? This is painful to say. How much are you losing out by losing out on a guy who turns 42 in December?
It's a great question, especially if you're going to pair him up with a 37-year-old guard.
There it is.
216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. When we come back, we got to get through all the headlines because there's a lot of other stuff going on. John Gonzalez, NBA analyst, CBS Sports, 1 o'clock, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company,
Jessica Pegula, and is through to the Wimbledon singles semifinals for the first time in her career. At 22 years old, Gauff is now the youngest woman to reach all 4 major semifinals since 2007. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Take The Fan with you wherever you go. You can listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn app.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. The big headline of the day. Donovan Mitchell signs a 4-year max deal with the Cavaliers. 4 years, $273 million. We're going to talk more about that with John Gonzalez, NBA analyst from CBS Sports, coming up in less than 20 minutes. Right now, let's find out what else is going on. The other headlines. Live from Depression City, because of the U.S. national team.
Depression City?
Depression City.
It's more of a Providence.
All right. Depression Isle.
Love it.
Here's Dan Madigan.
I feel isolated and angry. All right, my job is to get through this without being in a bad mood. We'll see how that goes.
Good wine
What's
like
it going to take
Belgium.
to get you out of your bad mood?
About 24 hours, probably a walk to the beach where I yell at Lake Erie for an extended period of time, and then I'll probably be okay.
Okay.
Just going to need to yell and get it all
Just
out.
kick some sand in your own face. You'll be better.
Oh, that'll happen. I mean, it's me. I'm going to get angry. I'm going to kick sand. The wind's going to blow, and we're going to solve this problem on our own rights. All right, gentlemen, do we want to start depressing or put depressing in the middle? What do we want?
Get depression out of the way.
Out of the way.
All
Let's
right.
do it. Yeah.
Former Cowboys defensive end Marshawn Nealon was posthumously diagnosed with stage 1 chronic traumatic CTE. I'm not going to try to pronounce any of the medical stuff that has gone through there. He's been diagnosed with CTE. Boston University CTE Center made the diagnosis. He had committed suicide in November of 2025, passing away at the age of 24.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, that was cheery.
I told you.
Got that out of the way. And how are we supposed to react to that one? Football's a brutal game that messes up players' brains.
The only reaction is that, and the other part of it is I don't totally know how to avoid such things, and I don't think medical professionals know how to avoid such things either, but boy, oh boy, we need to find one.
Human body wasn't designed for the game of football.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be silly or trite about that.
No, it's kill the carrier will do that to you.
Collisions, I mean, we try to avoid collisions everywhere else in the world. Football, they seek them out.
Yeah, I find it interesting that when these guys decide that they, need to move on, I'm trying to think of the nicest way to put that possible, that they are donating to science on the other side, and that, Junior Seau was the one I always turn back on and think about, and to be of right mind enough to want to find yourself to be able to help somebody down the road, I think is a really interesting perspective when you're dealing with that much pain. That's all.
It's a beautiful way to put it.
It's hard. It's just not easy.
Sure is.
In still depressing but slightly less depressing news, Lions corner Terrion Arnold cleared waivers. He's a free agent.
Yeah.
The text messages are out in The Athletic, and they're pretty damning. I'm not going to read them here. You can go find them yourself. But I have a feeling he is also done playing football after his mountain of legal issues involving a February robbery and kidnapping that took place in Tampa Bay.
Just because you can play football doesn't mean you can play football and do other things that are frowned upon by society. How's that?
Yeah, can we get on something good?
Well, I asked you if you wanted to do this off the rip or if you wanted to do this later on. You chose off the rip.
Hey, Dan, the U.S. national team lost to Belgium.
Sounds pretty good right about now.
Let's cheer up, yeah.
I'm going to end the segment?
No.
All right. Just start yelling again?
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. DeMar DeRozan has been waived and made a free agent by the Sacramento Kings. Guys!
Do we want him? 216-474-0092. Do we want him? 216-474-0092.
No.
Please show your work.
DeMar is a I think he's a really good NBA player whose game is built around the mid-range game and getting to the hoop more so than it is outside shooting. And with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell both clogging up the paint, I want a guy in that number 3 spot, if it's not LeBron James, who can hit the outside shot a little bit and open it up, create a little space. How's that?
Beautiful. 10 out of 10.
Okay.
Did you see that? I don't know if you guys caught this. Kyle Lowry put out an Instagram post yesterday about DeMar DeRozan.
Oh, okay.
Did you see it? And it's like his phone's ringing, and then all of a sudden the last name that pops up on it is DeMar DeRozan. And he's like kind of teasing you, like, hey, and just like, I thought it was
like,
you need to see it. I'll show it to you in the break. You guys,
Okay.
you guys need to see this. So I don't know. Maybe he's
Didn't Kyle retire today?
That
Yeah.
was next.
Yeah.
Good. Dan will give us details next.
Go ahead. Go to the
Say,
next.
what? We doing a role reversal here?
This is weird. What
I
are
know.
you guys
I don't
doing?
like it.
Yeah.
I'm not used to yelling at you for hopping over the next headline.
Thank you.
Stop doing that. Weird. Kyle Lowry announced his retirement and signed a one-day contract with the Toronto Raptors to announce his retirement as a member of the franchise.
I'll be.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about that?
Cool.
Good for him. Happy trails, Kyle Lowry. Always enjoyed watching him.
Who, by the way, at one point signed a free agent offer sheet with their Cleveland Cavaliers.
But we didn't get him.
The Houston Rockets matched it.
I remember that.
And there you go. Too bad.
Good effort.
You guys like the idea when a guy signs a one-day contract to retire with a team?
Yes.
I think
like
it's cool.
It. Yeah. Do you?
I've never quite understood why. I guess maybe on your basketball reference page it'll show Toronto for the last line. Although you didn't play a game, so
Yeah, there's no
probably wouldn't.
stat.
Yeah, there's no stat.
It's so you can say that it's a fan thing, right? It's a fan thing. It's
so you can sit in front of the Toronto fans at the Toronto press conference in the Toronto room and say goodbye.
Yeah. Maybe if LeBron decides not to come here, he'll sign a one-day contract, and that'll be it.
Yeah. Then get out of
3
it
years.
and then go sign with Miami.
For one day?
Yes.
It'd
Then
be
go
great.
to the Lakers.
LeBron will sign a series of one-day contracts around the
Just
league.
work his way around the league and retire for every time.
Rob, I can hear Rob Pelinka. No, we're good. Thanks.
Just imagine the jersey sales they'd have for, any team, right?
Get a LeBron Memphis Grizzlies jersey.
LeBron Pistons jersey.
That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty good. Phillies ace Christopher Sanchez, who was one of the guys in the running for the Cy Young, had a rough day at the office yesterday. Gave up a career worst 9 runs in 3 1/3 innings. Post game, through a translator, summed up his outing this way.
How did you think you threw the ball today? It seemed a little uncharacteristic at times.
It was not good. I mean, that was crap what I did today.
It was crap what
That's
he did
fair.
today.
Yeah. That might be the new ending of our show.
That's my kind of press conference. That was crap what I did today.
Put that
may
in.
be- that might be it.
And that's a show. That was crap what I did today. That's great.
My kind of press conference.
Or would
What
it be
went wrong?
funnier?
Everything.
Would it be funnier reverse? That was crap what I did today. And that's a show.
Yeah, maybe either one.
All right, we can edit that and make it work.
All right. Funny, I'm listening for drops.
That's all we're here for in the headlines? We're just listening
Yeah,
for drops?
we're just listening for drops.
We're just listening for drops.
Yes.
Ben Rice sounds like he is the next one who is going to be in the home run derby. We are slowly but surely get the trickling of home run derby candidates. We'll get into this a little bit more in depth later on, but the home run derby this year is going to be on Netflix. They have sold the exclusive rights to that. Andy,
I got to pay for it.
you're gonna have to pony up for it, my friend.
Let's put more stuff that leads to the love of the game behind pay windows. Go ahead. Just keep putting stuff behind pay windows.
Jeff, you do realize the NFL is on like 15 different networks right now.
And that's why they're going to shoot themselves in the foot eventually, Andy.
Major League Baseball on Sunday had every single game televised by NBC and Peacock. And so unless you had Peacock, it was pretty tough to find your ball game.
That's my point.
Unless you're a fan of the Braves and I think it was the Mets. I want to say it was the Mets.
I honestly think that at some
Or
point,
the Padres and the Dodgers
at
were on
some
NBC
point,
proper.
television ratings are going to start caving for everything that goes behind a paywall. because it's gonna become too cost prohibitive.
But at that point, do the ratings matter? Because you're getting cash straight rather than trying to go out and sell advertisers.
At that point, it doesn't matter, but eventually it does. When whoever paid gobbles of money to televise can't sell ad revenue because they're not getting enough eyeballs, we know how it trickles down.
I just think it's really, really important for the NFL to keep teams on in the home market on free TV. And by the way, most people aren't even using free TV, right? I wonder what the percentage of folks that are watching
on an
antenna, which, by the way, is an amazing signal. I cannot say enough good things about antenna TV right now because you can watch there's 60 channels, and depending on where you live. My problem is there's one of the big stations in town I can't get with my antenna, and it drives me crazy, Fox. And so I can't see some major events, so then I have to go buy them somewhere else for what everyone else is getting free, Fox. So I just have trouble getting that signal, and I don't know why.
I've had it at the palatial estate, and I've ran into a couple of different ones that do not show up at my house either.
Yeah, the biggest deal is it's not like the good old days where you could move the antenna and then stick your arm out, and then all of a sudden the signal would come in.
Get the kid with braces to hold it for you.
Oh, that was perfect.
The tin foil on the end.
Big fan, especially during a storm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's how we first got cable. We just had a kid in the neighborhood that would stand there during storms with braces on.
The kid with the most metal in their mouth was the one who held it.
So it's not, I mean, and I'm telling you, you can get them cheap. I don't know why. Like, if I was the Guardians, or you know what, better yet, if I'm the Cavaliers and I'm thinking about going to over-the-air more, I'm handing out free antennas at the game.
It's working in Phoenix for the Suns. We'll see where it goes from there. All right, gentlemen, we will end with this.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
All right, here's what you need to know. So Spain,
is this still going on? I thought it ended last night.
Gonna get depressed again.
It is still going on. No, we're going to ignore them.
Really?
Spain 1, Portugal 0. It looked like a 0-0 draw that was going into extra time for a good period of time until Spain ended up getting a goal on the tail end of it. Cristiano Ronaldo announced that his retirement from international soccer after he was done there. So happy trails, Cristiano Ronaldo. Enjoy your Scrooge McDuck level money that you're getting in Saudi Arabia.
No, I can't even do that. You'd be better off with that.
Scrooge McDuck.
Do you guys know that reference?
Yes.
From DuckTales?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Nice.
Good. So make sure we're crossing cultural lines. You know, make sure everybody's on the same page.
I need something to root for. Who am I rooting for now? I don't even know. Canada's out. Stupid Morocco.
Go Norway. Though supposedly there's a little bit of a rumbling that there's a sickness that's going around the Norwegian room right now. So we'll see where it's going.
Is it
from there
seasickness from rowing the...
Oh, God, no. Are you kidding me? Norwegians would never admit to seasickness.
Bad cod?
Now, that might be on the table.
I don't know. If
Not 100% sure.
If Uhtred's playing for him, I'm watching.
See, you know the Norwegians. They don't admit to weakness.
I don't know who to root for, man. What do we got? We got Egypt left, right?
So Egypt is up 1-0
right
on Argentina right now. Lionel Messi.
Just say 1-0. Just say 1-0. You can do it.
Why are you telling me how to live?
I'm telling you.
I'm not here to
I have
listen to you.
a buddy who's a big soccer fan. He once corrected me.
Oh, wow.
I said, what's the score? It's 2-0, isn't it? He went, 0.
How about love?
And I thought, well, you're right.
What if it's 2-love?
Whatever.
Just to aggravate you.
You know what? You live your life how you see fit as long as I can live my life as I see fit.
We live in the United States of America. It's a field, not a pitch. And a nil, I don't know what nil is.
Nil is
that the way people talk in Cleveland Heights?
Yeah, that's right. I'm from southern Cleveland Heights. I live there by Roxborough.
Nil is on a scale of 1 to 10 on that impression.
Would that be southern Cleveland? Yeah, that would be southern.
Actually, you know what it was? Here, that's that impression.
Not good. I mean, that was crap what I did today.
There you go. That's that impression.
I respect that. All right, when we come back, we are going to go back to the real big headline of the day, and that is Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max with the Cavs. He's good to go, folks. And we're going to get more info and more insight on that as we will talk to John Gonzalez, NBA analyst for CBS Sports. He's joining us next right here on Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
is at 7:40. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. In case you're just hearing, Donovan Mitchell early this morning signed a 4-year max deal with the Cavaliers. 4 years, $273 million as the Cavaliers try to catapult themselves into the future to see exactly what this team is going to look like as we wait to hear what LeBron James is going to do. John Gonzalez from CBS Sports. He's on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hey, John, how are you?
Hey, guys.
Thanks for joining us. We do appreciate you. Your thoughts on Donovan Mitchell signing this 4-year max deal? Could have waited another year and probably picked up $80 million more, but decided they were going to do it now.
Yeah, I think, if you're Donovan Mitchell, he signs it immediately because you guys tend now with the new CBA to want their money as quickly as possible. So hardly surprising, I guess, that he was eager to sign an extension that's going to pay him $273 million and that gives him a player option plus the trade kicker. And then I think if you're the Cavs, I understand maybe some hesitance for some Cavs fans maybe, but on the whole, if you're the organization, you're ecstatic, right? Because he could have reached free agency next offseason. Guys are more and more reluctant to do that now because, again, they want their money up front. But this is a commitment to an organization where when they traded for him, as you guys know, there were questions about, is he going to stick around? And now, for sure, he's definitely sticking around. He's had considerable success with the Cavs where he makes 3 All-NBA teams, and they reached the conference finals. Yeah, it didn't go great, but, in fairness to him and the Cavs, nobody looked good against the Knicks in the postseason. So I think this is good both ways.
Are they close? Do you think this team is Donovan Mitchell at a high contract and maybe LeBron James for a year away from a championship?
Yeah, that last component is the thing, right? Are they getting LeBron? I think they're the favorites. I was just handicapping this with a friend of mine. If I had to bet right now, I would bet on the Cavs being the spot because, there's so many other questions about the other contenders to land him. And then ultimately, I think, going home again, he's making his documentary, the farewell tour, the narrative. We all know that he loves that stuff. And, I think that kind of puts them over the top. But certainly if they got him, they would be among the favorites because everybody loves to dump on the East. The East is going to be competitive, but all these teams have flaws. The Knicks lost Mitchell Robinson, and the Celtics lost Jaylen Brown, and the Raptors get Kawhi, but there's still the Raptors, and the Sixers are missing a power forward, and who knows what's happening with Jalen Duren with the Pistons. So, yeah, why not the Cavs? They did make the conference finals, and again, it didn't go great, but it's not like they were super far away as it was. So, yeah, I think they're in the mix there.
Yeah, and what do you think with the Cavs if they play it out with LeBron? Like Jeff and I have talked about LeBron being kind of a missing piece. Is he going to give you the greatest play on defense? Probably not. But if you put LeBron in with Mobley, Allen, Mitchell, and Harden, now it explains kind of what you said. Just your thoughts on LeBron with those 4, if they can keep those 4 intact to be able to bring him in.
Yeah, I would. I think it would be great. Now, you'd have questions about defense for sure, and depth. You lose Dean Wade and Keon Ellis, and you probably need to get some more shooters. But you could say that about pretty much every team in the NBA. Every team wants more shooters and more depth. But your first 5 would look really good, right? I think in the Eastern Conference, maybe in the NBA overall, the best starting 5 is the Knicks. But that would really challenge them, right? And we saw last year LeBron being the 3rd guy for the first time in a while. He doesn't need to be the first guy or the second guy. Certainly can be on any given night. That happened in the playoffs against the Rockets, where I thought that the Lakers were cooked and they didn't have Luka, and they didn't have Austin Reeves, and LeBron had spent an entire season being 3rd in usage rate for the first time in his career, and then he all of a sudden turns it on and reminds everybody he's LeBron. So I think with that starting unit, they would have so many options, right? Evan Mobley can be your guy on any given night. Obviously, Donovan Mitchell is a first-rate scorer, and people's mileage may vary on James Harden. Mine certainly does. But during the regular season, he tends to be pretty good. And that's not nothing because there's 82 games. So then you get into the playoffs and you see what happens.
John, if let's say LeBron signs here, does James Harden, does Evan Mobley, Do those three guys have to play different roles? Does LeBron have to slide his game back a little bit more? Does James have to facilitate more? Because you've got three real ball-dominant guys, at least historically, in Harden, LeBron, and Mitchell. And there's Evan Mobley, who everybody says, boy, we'd like to see more. But can he give more if he doesn't get the ball?
Yeah, I tend to be, let's just assemble the greatest amount of talent that you can get and then figure it out. And I think that is what would happen if you end up getting LeBron. And I think back to last year when LeBron was asked about, can you play the third role and can you play with so-and-so? And he said, I can do anything on a basketball court. And yeah, I'm paraphrasing here, but that was essentially the gist. And he said, I can fit with anybody. And I think that tends to be the case. Yes, those three guys tend to have pretty high usage rates, but Donovan Mitchell can play off ball. LeBron can definitely play off ball because he thinks the game better than probably anybody ever. And James Harden, I think, does James Harden need to be cranking up step-back threes at the rate that he's accustomed to if LeBron James goes there? No, because you're going to have more scoring redundancy. Now, the Mobley thing's interesting because you do want to see more from Evan Mobley, but maybe that frees him up a little bit. Maybe that takes a little bit more pressure off of him where he's working a little bit more on his outside game. And inside, we know that he and Jared Allen are really good rim protectors. That at least, in terms of questions about the defense, would help paper over some issues with maybe the perimeter issues. So, yeah, I think if you can get LeBron, you get LeBron, and then you just, figure out the rest of it.
What if you take Jared Allen out of the mix? Because everyone seems to want to trade him first. And maybe that's just because the contract situation lends. I mean, he's pretty contract friendly to try to move. But what if you take Allen out of that mix? And would you take Allen? Like, I don't want to take him. It's hard enough to find a big. Cavs have two with him and Mobley. And so, like, I'm not ready to get rid of him. But yet every time I hear about the Cavs need flexibility, they need to do this, Allen is the first name I hear. And it kind of drives me nuts. I'm just curious your thoughts.
I think if you're talking about team building and if you were going to unplug somebody, I'm with you. I like Jared Allen. He's a really good rim protector. He does all the little things that you need, right? Where he's a hustle guy, plays good defense. He's a good rim protector. He rebounds the ball well. But if you're looking at the big names on that team, well, you're not moving Donovan Mitchell and you're not going to move James Harden, probably. And if you get LeBron James, he's not going anywhere. And you really like Evan Mobley, who's a former defensive player of the year. So who does that leave you if you were going to unplug somebody? But I think in this scenario where rather than tinkering with the pieces you already have, it can just be an addition by addition instead of addition by subtraction and you just add LeBron, then you're tinkering on the margins. Now you're adding, whatever discard pile shooters and floor spacers are still out there to bolster your bench, and you're feeling really good about your starting five, and you just go into the season and see how it goes. Maybe later in the season you would think about unplugging Jared Allen, but I'm with you. I like him. I would leave it alone.
John, what kind of flexibility would the Cavs have if they brought back LeBron? You got Harden on probably a multi-year deal. Donovan's now locked in. The draft picks are in Utah for a while yet.
Yeah.
How locked in are they on stuff?
Yeah, pretty locked in, right? I mean, the Harden situation is he goes and declines that player option for $42.3 million, and he's just sitting around. It's a holding pattern for him to see what LeBron's going to decide to do. And once LeBron decides where he's going, then it's determined, how much money is LeBron going to get, and then Harden gets the leftover over, maybe like a 1-and-1, something like that. And the same situation is happening with Draymond in Golden State, where he's just sort of waiting for LeBron to make his decision. But yes, if LeBron goes there, they're locked into this team, barring trades of if they decide to unplug somebody like we mentioned with Jared Allen. But I think that if you can get LeBron, your starting five is looking really good, right? Maybe You're lacking depth, maybe you're lacking the shooting that we've talked about after your starting five, but from just like a starting point, if you're looking at Harden and Mitchell and LeBron and Mobley and Jared Allen, like a lot of other teams in the league, maybe not Oklahoma City and maybe not the Spurs and maybe not the Knicks, pretty much everybody else would be super envious of that.
Let me throw this a little bit off the beaten path here, but I don't know if you caught it or not, but Blue Owl bought a minority stake in the Cavaliers from Dan Gilbert. It went official yesterday, and they're a private equity firm, obviously. And so I'm curious, one, if you even think that means anything for Dan Gilbert, and two, what do you think about these private equity firms getting involved, not only in the Cavs, but in sports in general?
Yeah, not surprising, right? I mean, it's always trending this way. Like, I kind of think that it's amazing that the NBA hasn't had, like, sovereign wealth funds investing yet. Like, that's like the next frontier, where I'm a big soccer fan, and that's all over soccer, European soccer, where these sovereign wealth funds are investing massive amounts of money and taking over these big clubs. Not an Arsenal, but teams like Manchester City or, Newcastle United and PSG and on and on. So the NBA not having that is interesting, and I wonder, how long that holds out. But not surprising to me that investment firm money is all over the NBA. That's just kind of, that's what they're doing, right? I mean, all these guys, even independent of investment firms, all of these guys are like exorbitantly wealthy. Yeah, I'm from Philadelphia, and Josh Harris and David Blitzer have been private wealth management guys forever and are zillionaires and have multiple teams in their portfolio, and that's just kind of how it trends now.
While we have you, Blitzer's got the minority piece of the Guardians here in Cleveland, and he's going to have the option to buy. He's here opening day. I saw him opening day, I should say. I know he's here throughout the year, and I think he's excited about it. One, I don't know if you know or not if he's going to do it, but I think everyone thinks he's taking over. And how will he play here in Cleveland as a majority owner of the Guardians? Yeah, that's a good question. I think I'm a little biased on this because Harris Blitzer in Philadelphia hasn't been, super well loved. Okay. With the Sixers, just because they've sort of always been. I mean, you guys are well aware, as everybody else is. The Sixers have had, we'll call it limited success to the extent that you can even use the word success and the Sixers in the same sentence. I mean, they haven't been out of the second round since Allen Iverson played, and he's now in his 50s. So it's been a second, and then. They've got Crystal Palace in the Premier League that's just sort of a mid-table team, and they've got the Devils who are kind of just a team, and then they've got the Commanders who are kind of just a team. So I wish you guys luck. I hope it works out great, but so far they've been pretty content to just count their money.
That's never good. If it doesn't work with LeBron here, and let's say Kuminga doesn't show up here, is there a wing guy that's out there that you think is available? I don't mean to just throw this one at you, but I'm going to do it anyway. Who you think? That guy could be had for Dennis Schroeder and Max Strus or something like that.
Oh, I'd have to go through the available free agents still. Free agency. Let me pull up my little free agency.
It's a little slim right now, John,
Yeah,
it's more of an index card now than a file.
Yeah, I'm kind of sitting here thinking, well, if LeBron says no, then what do you do? And that to me is a dilemma.
It is. And I mean, if LeBron says no, you're just tinkering on the margins because there's so many guys that are off the board already. I mean, our top 40 for CBS, like everybody got scooped up. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Everybody's gone. You're looking at discard pile stuff. I don't know. Can I interest you in a heavily used Brad Beal? Like, this is just one of those situations. Like, Kuminga would be great for you guys. That would be a situation where you'd go, okay, yeah, we'll take Jonathan Kuminga. He's still only 23 years old, and we'll roll the dice on it, and maybe we can get a little bit off the bench. That's kind of why, the Sixers go and steal Dean Wade away, and I personally, as somebody who's followed the Sixers my entire life, I like Dean Wade. I like him as a point-of-attack defender. He can shoot three. He's a big body. I don't want him as a starting power forward, but for you guys, that would have been great to hold on to him. Would have been great to hold on to Keon Ellis. So, yeah, you need to bolstering the bench is going to be a big thing, but that's where Kobe Altman looks around and goes, okay, who's gettable as we get into the season? Because you're probably not going to be excited about anybody beyond Jonathan Kuminga, who's just still out there right now. They're out there for a reason.
John, thank you. Love to have you back on again in the near future. Outstanding stuff, and hopefully we talk to you soon. Thanks, John.
All right, guys, thanks.
All right. John Gonzalez, make sure you check him out, NBA analyst on CBS Sports, and, of course, he was on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Let's dissect some of the things that he had to say. Again, the big story, Donovan Mitchell, 4-year max deal with the Cavs, announced earlier this morning. I don't know if the teams announced it, but everybody in the world is reporting it. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Against the Twins. Guardians hoping to gain some ground in the division as they're only trailing the White Sox by 1 game. Joey Cantillo gets the start. First pitch from Target Field is at 7:40. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
YouTube warning. Here you go. You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere. Free Odyssey app. Telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. Here's the YouTube part. We're there. It includes all the shows. Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima, 6 to 10. Baskin and Phelps, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Jake Volnick, hang on. It's only a matter of time. The afternoon guys, 2 to 7. We're live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to that channel for free. You can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand right now.
216-474-0092. That's the number to call in, 216-474-0092. Want to remind you that if you want to go back and listen to any moment of our show, you can always use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's our good friends at Integrated Restorations, like Warren Sharp from Sharp Football Analysis, who joined us at the 11 o'clock hour, like Dan Devine, senior NBA writer for Yahoo Sports, and John Gonzalez, NBA analyst for CBS Sports, who just joined us. I hope I said Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports. John Gonzalez, CBS Sports. So all those guys, nice enough to be with us today. And again, if you missed it, always hit that rewind function on the Odyssey app. Tricky word there. Going back to John Gonzalez, Jeff, and what he had to say about the right way to mix the ingredients. Maybe that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, the NBA is a lot about fit. You got to have the right pieces. I thought John made an interesting point, and I basically agree with it. And it is, he's all for gathering as much talent as you can and then figuring it out. I agree with that. It doesn't always work. I agree with his thinking, though. I do. Give me good basketball players, and then if they're unselfish, team-oriented, and have enough skill, they, along with good coaching, will figure it out. I agree with that. But you still have to have the right fit, and that's where the good coaching and the players being team-oriented and unselfish, that's where that comes into play. But I agree. If you can get LeBron and drop him in here, they'll figure it out. If LeBron doesn't come here, figure something else out. Is it Kuminga? Does Naquan Tomlin suddenly become something?
I don't know.
There are a couple of guys on the bench who may be interesting to other teams, and I'd keep an eye on this. I just did a little ESPN trade machine stuff, which, by the way,
fun.
It's just this. Max Strus and Dennis Schroeder, as far as I can gather from everything, are in the last year of their deals. You got a team that wants to clear some space. They get rid of a long-term contract. You could do a 2-for-1, something like that. It's a certain team that plays in a city down by the Gulf of Mexico that might have some players who would fit in a 2-for-1. Named after Bird.
Oh, my God. Just
the New Orleans Pelicans.
Say it. You had me thinking Houston.
Yeah, I just, this is where Kobe Altman has to do his due diligence, Andy, as they say, and know, hey, this team might be looking to dump so-and-so in his 3 or 4 years on his contract. And I can help him do that by shipping him Dennis Schroeder and Max Strus.
Okay.
And you could pick up that wing guy. Look, even if you pick up LeBron, you're going to need another wing guy because LeBron's not going to play 35 minutes a game for 80 games.
No, he's not. I remember I told you last week someone was laughing at me because I said, well, what's he going to do, give you 20 good minutes a game? Yeah, I know that he's not, that he's going to give you, I'm hoping that he gives you more than 20 minutes a game.
Well, I would think
somewhere between probably
I don't think he's
maybe 25 to 30, though. I think that's fair.
I don't think he's going to give his new team 80 games.
No.
I don't think he's going to give them 75 games.
You don't want to do the averages on that because the guy that was ripping me for saying 20 minutes a game didn't go back and look. And if you go back and count up all of his games from last year against total minutes, he was about 24 minutes a game. But that doesn't – based on injury and not being able to play in every game. Or, no, that was based on an 82-game schedule, that if you thought he could play all 82, he would have averaged 24 minutes a game.
But here's the thing with LeBron. Anybody who brings him in is thinking this: please play enough in the regular season so that we win some games.
We have some chemistry.
And you get some chemistry. Mm-hmm. But the most important thing is to be ready in April. And so that, no team's going to want him to play 82 games.
Didn't we just go through this?
They're not going to want him to play 36 minutes a game.
Doesn't that scare you, though, to have a player like, forget about the fact that it's LeBron. One of the reasons people think, including me, that the Cavaliers failed this year, if you want to consider the ending of failure, I still think it was a successful season.
Agreed.
But if you want to consider what happened at the end of failure, I could blame it on two things. Not enough time with Harden in the lineup or having enough healthy guys in the lineup that you could see Harden, Mitchell, Mobley, and Allen together. They didn't have enough games together. And then, two,
they had a lot of different starting lineups.
Yeah, completely.
Was it 41 or something like that?
I thought they were completely gassed by the time they got to the 22-point lead, and then that's when everything just, all the air came out. All of it. See you later. Peace out. And then that was the end of the series. That's where they were gassed. And I don't know if just bringing in LeBron as one piece of the puzzle to give you a starting five helps you as far as making sure that you're physically ready for the playoffs if in case you have to play 7-game series back to back. And not to be there was a problem last year. And when you do that and try to play that kind of a game, that kind of a style where you lined yourself up with now a 42 and a 40 or 37-year-old player, I don't know. And then I wonder, will they look if they get halfway through the season and they're like, oh, this is going sideways, I'm going to trade somebody out, and they want to start kicking the tires on someone else, then that chemistry you thought you had now with bringing LeBron in on a 1-year run, are you going to get better? I mean, you're rolling the dice again. It's like with Garland. You trade Garland. Okay, you want to kick the tires on not having the same pieces? That's fine. And I do think that when Harden first got here, man, that team looked good. It looked awesome. I wish we got more of that.
That's Jared Allen.
Right?
He was great.
So I don't think Jared Allen fell off the face of the earth. I thought they could get him the ball. They're in an interesting position moving forward.
There's that ball again, Andy.
There's only one, Jeff.
It's funny. When guys get it, they usually do well.
I wonder how we would do if they used 2 basketballs at once. Would we be pretty good?
I think the Cavs have enough ball handlers. They could pull that off.
That's true. Also, but it gets confusing. Like when you get multi-ball on pinball. Did you ever that ever confusing?
Yeah, all of a sudden one spits out. And it's like, oh, boy, pay attention now.
Now I got to look. I got to see what's going on. That's what Cavalier basketball could be. Maybe that could be their slogan. Right? All in? What was this year's slogan? I can't remember.
Oh.
What was it? Dan, do you remember the slogan?
I don't know. All for one. One for in.
Show them or something.
Were we doing a let them know again?
Let them know.
It turned into let them with a bunch of
asterisks. Yeah, it was let them know.
And it's let them. It's not let them.
Oh, boy. Here's the man they called Dr.
It was
Red.
the Canadian Football League or maybe one team in Canada used the same slogan.
Oh, they ripped it off from another team too? Although
well,
if it was...
I think the Cavs had it first, but I'm not sure. But I know in watching Canadian Football League, which, by the way, I do from time to time.
You do?
Yeah.
You watch Hamilton the other day?
One of the team, the Tiger Cats?
Yeah.
Love the Tiger Cats.
Big H on their helmet, right? I was like, ooh, those are
one of the teams. One of the teams ran a promo and it said, "Let them know." I thought, oh my gosh.
Sad state of affair.
Let them know.
So look at the big...
We're not big on grammar or spelling.
Hit me on the big picture of the day then. So what does it mean for the organization that Donovan Mitchell signs his 4-year max deal? What does it mean?
I've been yelled at for being doom and gloom about this.
Okay. Who yelled at you?
I'm not doom and gloom. You know what I am?
Who yelled at you?
I'm realistic. They better be right because they've just sunk $273 million into the notion that Donovan is the key to a championship. Through 9 years, he hasn't won a game out of the second round of the playoffs. Doesn't mean he can't be the key to a championship, but they better figure it out because they just bet $273 million and tighter roster restrictions on Donovan. It's not the money. It's that, okay, you've gone, another Cavs slogan, all in on the idea that Donovan is the key to a championship team. As great as he is he the key to a championship team? They apparently think so. Now they've got to build one around him. No, I don't.
Do you?
No,
Dan, do you?
Don't. I think he's great, but again,
let me ask you 2 questions. Let me split that into 2 questions.
You know what I've said about Mobley? It still stands. When Evan or somebody else becomes one side by side number one with Donovan, then I think you have something. And I can't stress this enough. I think Donovan's great. I think he's great. But there are some guys, I was texting with a basketball buddy today, I asked him about this, and his line was, he's a terrific player. Maybe he's like David Thompson. Maybe he's like George Gervin, who were great players and not good enough to beat the other team's number one. And that to me is kind of where my thinking is. It's like, is this guy good enough to beat the other team's number one? because that's what you're going to have.
Were you willing to watch him figure that out on another team, though?
I was. But Andy, that you were so close. I get it. I understand the Cavs signing him. I do. But, man, they're all in on Donovan being the key to this, and I hope they're right. That'd be because he's a great player.
Is he the guy, though? Is he the guy that's leading you to a championship? We'll talk about this more in a second. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Wimbledon tomorrow on the men's side. I think the Italian Flavio Caboli takes care of business and ends the fairy tale run of the British wildcard Arthur Ferry. Caboli made the quarters here last year. He just dismantled world number 5 Alex de Minaur, and he's got revenge on his mind. Ferry knocked him out in Australia, in my opinion, only because Caboli was dealing with a stomach virus. I think Caboli gets his lick back. I'll take him to cover the game spread. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electric.
semifinal since 2007. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. The story of the day, Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year max deal with the Cavaliers. Is Mitchell the guy? Is he the guy they need to build everything around? Did you think it was Mobley? If they bring LeBron in, does everyone understand what that means for LeBron when LeBron gets here? What did we say that Mitchell's contract now is the fourth highest in the NBA?
Yeah, that's what Dan Devine from Yahoo mentioned.
To me, he said top 10 player. I tend to agree when someone says top 10 player. It's when you say top 5 player, that's when I start wondering. Like, maybe if they win the Eastern Conference Finals, it's easier for me to say top 5 player. I don't think he's there right now, and I do think he's got the potential to be there.
A lot of it, Andy, depends on what importance people put on team success. You know what I mean?
I think he sees team success, don't you?
Oh, no, he sees it, but he hasn't achieved it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
But you need 4 other guys out there to be on the same page
Well,
with you.
exactly. I often think the whole idea of, well, did he win a championship? Yeah, well, did he have anybody around him?
Well,
that's the question with Donovan. He's a great basketball player. He's never won a game out of the second round. Is that on him? Cavs bet that it's not. They just made that bet today.
Yeah, they did.
They bet that it's not him. And maybe they're right. I hope they're right.
Is Mitchell the guy? 216-474-0092. Dan, is he?
It's a tough question.
I think it's a tough question, too. And you bring LeBron in here. It was easy with Dwayne Wade. Once they realized Dwayne Wade was the guy in Miami and LeBron kind of took a little bit of a lesser role, that meant championships for the Heat. I don't know if we're in the same position here, but
can I punt this question till the end of this year?
Nope. I need an answer now.
Hey, Dan, the Cavs didn't. And neither did Donovan.
So the reason that I want to put it that way, I hope with everything in me that Donovan Mitchell watched Jalen Brunson at the end of the season and went, I need to go in the lab and find more moves in crunch time. Because the step back 3 and the orbit floater, whatever you want to call it, and then it ends there, that's enough.
You mean like the thing that looks like traveling and carrying the ball, but
that Euro step orbit
but
thing.
isn't called, so it still works?
And it works for him.
Yeah.
It's a teardrop, isn't it? What would you call it?
No, it's not the teardrop shot. It's when he dribbles and takes it up over the top.
Yeah.
And then dribbles it again almost.
Yeah, it's like that orbit Euro step kind of thing where he orbits the ball around him.
I mean, in theory,
it's the weird shot, no shot.
Well, if you have the basketball here, right?
Yeah.
And
which no one can see on the radio.
No, but we're on YouTube.
We are on the YouTubes.
I know.
But it look
hot on the YouTube.
Wouldn't this be traveling, carrying the ball?
You'd think yes,
but not in the NBA today.
I mean, when's the last time you saw somebody got?
Well, it's just like this. A point guard will slow down the offense and go
high dribble, underneath dribble.
Yes.
Over.
When's the last time you saw that get called though for palming the ball?
Yeah, never.
They
don't do that anymore.
Hand to the sky, hand to the ground, palming the ball. That's the only reason I want to punt it to the end of the season is because I really hope with everything in me he watched Brunson and said, look at Brunson, get to the elbow, then be able to either back a guy down with a post move or have that one-legged. I always saw it as the Dirk Nowitzki fall away. I know other people have, other players that have always seen him do it. But he had that Nowitzki fall away. He had the step back 3. He could get to the cup, finish with both hands as well. Brunson had so many moves in crunch time, and I hope Donovan Mitchell watched that and said, I need to get more in the arsenal for crunch time. I need more tools in the toolbox.
Is it just that, or is it a mentality in the moment as well? I mean, Brunson has a mentality in the moment that's just like cold-blooded, man. And I don't know of many, if any, guys have that.
I mean, Steph, I think, has that.
I'm going to throw this at you guys too.
LeBron James has that. He probably still
LeBron has had it. Yeah, he probably still does.
Let's just say LeBron comes back, right? I'll give you LeBron. So now you've got
I know what you're
LeBron,
gonna say.
Harden, Mitchell,
Crunch
Mobley.
time. Who do you want with the ball?
No, I'm going to say if it goes sideways in the beginning of the season, how long does Kenny last?
Well, no, there's a valid point.
If it goes sideways,
2 hours.
You know why?
The first guy to go is going to be Kenny.
Oh, heck yeah.
And the new head coach is sitting to his right, Johnny Bryant.
It'll be quick. You know what this reminds me of?
It's never the fault of the 42-year-old guy and the 38-year-old guy.
What does it remind you of, Jeff?
What, David Blatt?
David Blatt.
Yeah.
Although I think they trust Kenny a lot more than they trusted David at this point. But I just think if it goes sideways, they're looking for an answer to understand why. And I got to believe it's Kenny. So Kenny's got to be, and Kenny's going to come back next season, and the jokes are going to be, oh, analytically we're 6-0 when they've only played one game, you know. So, man, he's going to have a lot of pressure on him when he comes back to start the season. Don't you think?
I think the whole team's going to have pressure, Andy. Don't you?
Yeah, but there's a little bit more, I think.
You think it's on Donovan?
No, not now. I don't. I think Donovan.
Kenny? Oh, without question.
It's on Kenny. Everything's going to be on Kenny.
Sure,
if not Kobe.
And you know, you went from a huge first season for Kenny to a not as good regular season, but a better playoff run. You know, so I agree. I don't think the patience will be extended.
No,
they're gonna. But Andy, even if they don't bring LeBron in, they're gonna be a good team next year. They're gonna be good.
I hope so,
and they'll win games.
I hope so. If they don't bring LeBron in, I hope they keep. You know,
just keep in mind, Johnny Bryant and Donovan are extremely close, and he's sitting right there on the bench. So if they're gonna make a move, I would be stunned if they made a move and Johnny Bryant wasn't named the new head coach.
Could be sitting on it. Could be waiting on it. All right, boys. Dan, you want to give him an update? I know you're excited about this. Just give him an update. Because, by the way, this is what Belgium did in the game before they played the United States.
I mean, do we have to just...
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
Giddy up.
So Egypt were up 2-0 in this game, I think at about the 70th minute.
It was 72 minutes or so.
Somewhere in there, went to the hydration break, and now all of a sudden Argentina has tied this bad boy 2-2 on two excellent goals. Just impressive as all get out by this Argentinian team.
Manu Ginobili looked good on that one.
Hey.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. We're talking NBA.
I mean, they're old, but not that old.
Wait, this isn't the Spurs game. I thought it was the Spurs game.
In the last break, Dan just said 2-0. It's the scariest lead in soccer.
Yeah, they just
2-0 is the scariest lead and you can have in this sport. Because you start relaxing a little bit. You start celebrating.
We're good to go, even if we give up one.
No, good. We got an insurance. Oh, it's okay. We give one goal. All right, we have the insurance. Uh-oh. And that's pretty much what happened there. So Egypt's going to need to muster something here. That or we're going to extra time, and that's not going to be pretty.
Oh, cheating time?
You can live that world.
I'm
done arguing with
Look at you. You wanted to argue. You wanted to rip FIFA. You want to do all that stuff. You can't tell me.
Do you even know how long cheating time is? I mean,
it depends.
Do they tell you?
Well, yeah. You know that there's
on the field. They know.
Are we? So here's a question.
There's a referee that has a clock going that every time the ball goes out of bounds, they'll start the stopwatch again. Right. And then when it starts up, or if somebody's writhing in pain,
like right now,
forgive me. Do they tell everybody?
So you'll see a board that'll pop up at the tail end, usually right about the 89th minute, 88th minute.
It'll tell you how much it's going to be.
Yeah, it's the same board they use for changes.
Right. And on that board, we'll say 7. And that's how you know it's 7 minutes.
It says 7.
But is it
tires?
Yes, it's exactly what it looks. What it should look like.
Followed right by eat at Mo.
It should say 7:01 or 7:59, somewhere between there. Give me the exact second. I know you said that they left it open-ended, so in case someone's having a scoring opportunity, it's ridiculous.
Correct. They'll play the advantage.
Just put the clock up there.
I hate that. Just let them play the advantage. That's the way it's meant to be. Stop them one last time.
Am I wrong for pulling for Egypt for no apparent reason other than that they're the underdog?
No.
No, you want to.
I don't have a horse in this race, but I love underdogs.
Mayor, do we have a moment of the show?
Sure. I know that Donovan Mitchell was the focus of today, but you guys mentioned some numbers that Warren Sharp was talking about. So here are Warren Sharp's numbers on Shedeur Sanders.
Out of 45 qualifying quarterbacks, he ranked 45th in completion rate, 43rd in EPA per dropback. And I could go through all these other statistics that I have. Touchdown interception ratio, which ranked 44th out of 45. He caused 29% of his own pressures, which was 44th out of 45 quarterbacks. We know quarterbacks do factor into the pressures that they bring upon themselves. He allowed, with his offensive line playing a role here too, an NFL high 51% pressure rate. So obviously that was the worst in the NFL. But I just don't, what I saw on film, what I saw on tape, I just did not think that Shedeur Sanders could be a franchise caliber quarterback moving forward. There were some high points. There were some special moments. But if you are allowing a high level of pressure and you're creating it yourself and you are very poor in a completion rate perspective, those are some of the things that are hard to fix very quickly in the NFL. And it doesn't take very long for you to get washed out of the league or washed out of being the potential franchise quarterback if those things are occurring, because your team is not going to win games.
All right. Hey, you want to listen to that?
An impartial assessment.
Yeah. If you want to go back and listen to those interviews, you can on the Odyssey app. Time now for Why Am I Smarter, brought to you by QC Kinetics, a leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan?
Smarter because of Warren Sharp. Every time I hear that guy speak, I immediately become smarter. In an unsolicited advertisement, I buy the book every year. It's must read if you are a football fan, if you're a fantasy football fan, if you're anything in there. It gets you ready for the season like nothing else.
Meredith Kane.
Also, our social media mentions are powered by Shipe & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because of both John Gonzalez and Dan Devine, because it feels like the more we talk about Donovan Mitchell and him moving the Cavs forward, it feels like it's making the Cavaliers more attractive to LeBron James. And I would love to see him come back to Cleveland. So I'm smarter because both John and Dan gave me hope that LeBron could come back home.
Jeff Phelps.
I thought Devine and Gonzalez had some really good perspective on Donovan Mitchell. And no guy wins a championship by himself. Keep that in mind. But the Cavs have, I think, made a huge bet that Donovan's the guy who can lead them there.
Yes, they have. All right, we're smarter all because we've been talking about the news of Donovan Mitchell on the 4-year max. 4 years, $273 million. I'm just smarter because for the next couple days, Dan is going to deflate and things will be better because he has been unbelievably hanging on every move and play that the U.S. has had over the last couple days. And so I'm welcoming back the old Dan Mennigan here. Right, Dan? Welcome back.
I'm already deflating. We'll get better.
All right, good. I just want to make sure. Just let's not forget that Senegal got absolutely robbed against Belgium, too. But no one remembers that when they wanted to complain yesterday. Hey, that'll do it for the show. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We're back tomorrow at 10.
way that he thought it would, but that was a solid bet. That was not him lighting money on fire and saying, here, take it and go. And then Evan Mobley not developing. Again, how am I supposed to put the lack of development with Evan Mobley at the feet of a GM, at the feet of a president of basketball operations? That's either on the coaching staff and the people that they've gone through, or on Evan Mobley himself. Like, that can't be on Kobe Altman.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. LeBron watch rolls on. Big news from Donovan Mitchell. Guardians, Twins, beginning a big series tonight in Minnesota. About 3 weeks away from Browns training camp. A lot to get to on the show, but that opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. You salute the Supreme Leader, this fancy new hairdo, because if we did not, there would be consequences. We got Jake Murrin producing and manning the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. As always, you guys can follow the show on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel all 5 hours long. Don't forget, hit the subscribe button. Ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
And like our videos. We desperately like to be liked here. Katie Pollock on the 2020s all day long. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
We're refreshed.
That's good. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
You got a nice tan. Yeah, but you bought a new blue baseball hat, or at least is bringing back an old baseball hat that I hadn't necessarily seen.
Yeah.
Is that what's on the front of that hat? I don't even know. Which one is this?
Rocket City Trash Pandas.
Oh, no kidding. So
Yeah.
you have a Trash Panda hat on the day that Mennigan is wearing a Trash Panda shirt.
I know. That's the first thing he pointed out. He was very excited about the trash panding that we did together there.
How about that? I had no idea. Where's the Trash Pandas? Where do they play?
Rocket City.
Where's Rocket City?
It's the city where the Rockets are.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that like an offshoot of Houston? What is that?
Could be. Could not be.
What is Rocket City?
It's a city where there are Rockets. There could be multiple. Toledo's got the Rockets. Houston's got the Rockets.
They just make up a city for minor league baseball, or is this a real place? I don't know.
It's a real place. I mean, Rocket City isn't a real place, but it's a nickname for some small town that they don't want to be like, Poughkeepsie.
Why don't they want to say the real city? I don't know what's going on
Because
here.
Rocket City sounds cooler.
Rocket City does sound pretty
Yeah.
sweet. It also sounds like it should be owned by Elon Musk.
I will also accept that. I believe you're correct.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
AA affiliate of the Los Angeles Angels in the Huntsville suburb of Madison, Alabama.
Yep. Yeah, the Madison Trash Pandas doesn't sound nearly half as cool as the Rocket
It
City
really
Trash
doesn't.
Pandas.
No,
Yeah.
it really doesn't. But imagine if you're Madison. You're like, I want to be on the map. I got people in Cleveland supporting our team. People all over the country love the Trash Pandas. And they think we play in some fictitious place called Rocket City.
I'm actually going to go the other way. I'm going to say, look at the self-awareness of Madison, Alabama, who realizes nobody knows where the hell Madison, Alabama is.
Apparently, it's famously known as the Rocket City. Like this is branding they've been working on for a while because of apparently Huntsville's rich aerospace history. How about that?
So they get some of the watershed.
Who knew?
We build the left wing of every rocket.
It's a real.
Everyone knows that's the most important part of the rocket. Yeah,
sure.
The right wing. Come on, what are we doing here?
Sure, as if they have a left and a right wing. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not. Some other town in Alabama. I was trying to think of another town in Alabama. I'm like
Mobile.
No, that's too big. Come on. That's the big city, Mac.
That is the most obvious of obvious answers. That's like Family Feud. Top answer right there. It's Mobile. Yeah.
There's a chance there's a Clarksville in Alabama. I should have just thought of like Smithtown. But no, it's good to be back.
That's a nice blue hat you have on.
Thank you.
And obviously, you look good. You have a nice tan going on today. This is very nice.
It's already starting to fade. I noticed that today. I looked at my arms. I'm like, oh no, we're getting paler. But hey, for 5 days, I had a little bit of a tan on me.
You get the other side of the tan too, or does that not take?
I like to say that I'm, what is that, two-tone?
Is that right? Yeah, I'm that same way. See how white that is? And then it's like not
there's
that bad.
Irish.
Yeah.
Half Irish.
That kind
The
of
other
sucks.
half's Hungarian.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah.
You went to Michigan, is that right?
Went to Lake Michigan, yeah. Spent some time in Muskegon.
There we go.
So, yeah. No, you would say that sounds like a really relaxing vacation. I went with 4 hormonal women. So, were there parts in every day that I just wanted everybody to shut up and leave me alone? Yes. Were there also parts where I loved every person in the car and was very happy to be with them? Also, yes.
I could just walk into this lake and never come back.
I did say there was a moment
disappear
at the end of the day where all 4 beautiful Wilson women were biffing. And I said, I'm going to stop the car and I'm going to get out and I'm going to walk back to the Airbnb. because I cannot hear another syllable from anyone in this car fighting with each other over nothing. It's not like it was like a big to-do.
Yeah, but
it was like you touched my arm, and I was like, guys, what the hell are we doing
That
here?
would probably be the most memorable part of the trip like 20 years from now, though.
I should have.
At the time, Dad stopped the car, got out, walked all the way back to the Airbnb, and then they'd be telling your grandkids and their kids this story, and they would just have a different version of you than maybe you really are.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want that.
I kind of did want it, but I was still too much of a coward to do it. Mostly because that walk was like 90% uphill, and I just wasn't happy. It was like 93 degrees at that point because it was early in the vacation, and I was like, 90 degree incline, 93 degrees outside. We're not dying today.
So if it was like flat terrain and like 72, this is you're going then.
I really would have. I did the math real quick, and I was really over it. And by the way, again, that was like day one of the vacation. Because we had been off the previous 4 days. And again, 4 days with 4 beautiful, lovely, smart, charming, incredible, awesome, but hormonal women. And my nerves were frayed.
Sounds like you're happy to be back.
Yeah, but quite happy.
sounds like you're happy to be back.
Anybody
All right,
notice Nick tweeted a little bit more this year than last year? Yeah, there's a reason, guys.
There we go.
We're looking for our happy place. But
and Twitter was the answer.
Yes, Twitter, where everybody goes to feel better about life and themselves. So we did get some news today. Not the news we were expecting, but Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year contract extension with the Cavaliers. And it's funny how even this news was greeted with like 3 or 4 different what's going on, why is this happening? I think we were all, including Daryl Ryder, under the assumption that Donovan was going to wait the extra year to get the extra year and more money on the back end. That did not happen. And I really do think it's as simple as I think Donovan saw what happened with Jaylen Brown, how Jaylen became expendable, and how the money seems to be drying up with the with the ridiculous aprons in the NBA. And he thought, I don't want to take my chances a year from now. I'll just go ahead and take the money that's due now so I can secure that, and then I'll worry about 4 years from now in 4 years.
Well, it gets to look good for Cavs fans in the moment, right? Because you basically throw away $80 million that you can recuperate later on in your career. But I think you're more right on this. The idea that this was a bet about him understanding that if he had a bad year this upcoming season, market wasn't going to be great for him.
Yeah.
Like his stock did take a hit this year. It did. More people than not are now comfortable saying Donovan Mitchell is not a number 1 on a championship team. We didn't have those conversations 3-4 years prior. He's not getting any younger. He's already started. We have some advanced analytics that show he's not taking a massive step back, but he is not nearly as explosive as he once was. Like, this is him just accepting. This was the smart thing for him to do.
Also, it's funny because I think it's easy for guys like us to get cynical and be like, well, it's, you get to take that easy victory lap when really it's about you. I don't care about that. I would have, if I'm forced to choose between Donovan and Evan, I would have chosen to trade Donovan. Had I been able to get Jaylen Brown for Donovan, I would have made that swap out, and I feel like you would have been in a better position to win a championship. All that being said, the truth is, this guy signed a second contract extension in Cleveland when everyone thought the first one wasn't going to happen. It's a good day to be a Cavs fan.
Yeah, I mean, the commitment that Donovan is showing to this team and this organization, like the only thing that's matched it as far as loyalty is concerned is the one they've shown back to him. And so it's a weird thing because we've made so much about like these fights between Donovan and whether or not he can actually be here and whether or not he's in the long-term plans. And this is one area where they've tried telling us as many times they possibly can. He's not going anywhere. We're not trading him, and it's working out that way.
And here's the other thing. I also think because the LeBron stuff is in the air, I think that LeBron stuff kind of neutralizes any critical thoughts we might have on the Donovan thing.
No, definitely. That's why it's so key that they did it right now. And this is the first day he could, obviously. But yeah, no one's going to be critical of this because you're waiting for what happens on the other side of this. If LeBron had already decided a different team and we had this whole summer and it was just like, I guess they really are just running this whole thing back. Man, Kobe really believes in this roster in a way that I wouldn't believe in it. It'd be a different tune.
I think what's interesting is I just don't see any actual downside for Donovan given the fiscal landscape of the NBA. And I do see a fair amount of potential downside for the Cavaliers. And, Donovan's one of those guys that because he's not 6'7", 6'7", because he's, 6'2", 6'3"-ish, he does get by based off that explosive first step. he is going to be somebody that if he loses a half step there, it is going to be a problem for the Cavaliers. But again, that's probably 2 to 3 years from now, Cavs problem, not today's Cavs problem.
Exactly right. And they're living in this 2-year window, essentially, that they're putting all their eggs in this basket, and they're going to try to see how it works out. I don't know. It's good news. I mean, there's no other way to look at it but good news. But it is interesting on the heels of LeBron, which, by the way, it tells everyone, and I want everyone to stay as locked into today's show as you possibly can. There's no chance we're getting a LeBron rumor today, or not a LeBron rumor, but a LeBron decision today.
All right, now you realize that Daryl already took a pounding on Twitter for saying Donovan's waiting for a 10-year extension.
I prepared for this one.
Oh, I know what he's doing. You're tempting the NBA gods.
No, you can't upstage Donovan's day.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. If you're LeBron, this is Donovan's day. That's the worst way to be a teammate, is to do it on your big $273 million 4-year extension day, where you just get to be everyone pats you on the back and tells you how great you are. It's like a birthday for these guys. These contract days. These are massive. You can't do that if you're LeBron.
So
there's etiquette, sir.
You think
there's
Donovan?
There's etiquette that LeBron would not be adhering to if he did it in like the next hour. That's trash. Trash panda. Trash etiquette.
Are you telling me that Donovan, who apparently wants to win a championship as bad as anything.
I don't use alpha beta terms. What an alpha move that would be by LeBron, though.
Which is why I could see LeBron doing it.
This really isn't your team, is it?
Also,
no, what's a trash move by LeBron if he did it today?
Also, no, he'd be fine.
Trash.
LeBron, announce it as soon as possible.
Save it for tomorrow.
Like the announcement.
Save it for tomorrow.
Specifically from 2 to 7 on any day you'd like to make it. 2 to 7, we'd love it.
I'm just here to be the wet blanket for today as far as people are concerned. He's not doing it today.
I know exactly what you're doing.
He's not. No, I'm not even playing this game. I'm not going to have 3 minutes later freezing cold take with the audio coming out. It's just not happening today.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
You don't also, take. This is Donovan's day. You don't take over.
You think Donovan gives a rat's ass when LeBron announces that he's going to come back to Cleveland?
I think if he did it today, it would be a little bit of like of all days, like of all days. I just signed the $273 million deal. This is the day that you're going to do this?
Listen, is it a Captain Phillips, I'm the captain now move?
Yes. It's announcing that you're...
Does Donovan care? No.
It's like doing a gender reveal at a wedding. Like, what are you doing? No, the two people are getting married right there. We don't care if it's a boy or a girl. Why are you trying to take away the attention?
Actually, the reason why you do it there is because people do care if it's a boy or girl.
No. Different couple, different scenario.
Oh, no. I know.
Or even the engagements that happen at weddings, too. You ever seen some of those videos?
Yeah.
You're the worst type of person if you pull off an engagement at somebody else's wedding. That is their day. That is their moment. That is their time. Just sit this one out. Nancy, you don't need it that bad. I get all the families in the room. You don't need it that bad.
Here's the problem.
Invite them over for pasta and hot dogs a week later.
Here's the problem. You appreciate power moves too much for you to be saying all the things you're saying.
But what's overriding this is my appreciation for respect. And my appreciation for respect.
Team respect, Jonathan
one
Peterlin.
Man can have for another in this situation. And there's lines we don't cross. This isn't NOM. Yeah. This is NBA contract
With
talk,
respect,
okay? There are rules.
With respect, I buy very little of what you just said.
They're not doing it today. I'll tell you, I would bet so much money on this. We can do all sorts of burger bets. I'll take every burger bet of anyone in the city. It's not happening today. The LeBron convo's on pause. Convo's not on pause, but the decision is on pause for today, and we'll pick it up back tomorrow. You can't do this to Donovan.
216-474-0092. Are you buying what JP is selling on all fronts, even the respect thing? I would like to know whether you're buying that specific line from JP. We've got Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA Insider at 3:20. We've got John Fanta, NBC Sports at 4:20. Cleveland's very own there. Albert Breer, MMQB, coming up at 5:20 today. We've got a Tim McGraw giveaway at 3 o'clock. Quick hits at 2:40 in case you missed it at 6:40. 216-474-0092. Is this a sign of commitment from Donovan Mitchell, this big contract extension? More on that and LeBron's potential. Homecoming in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Garman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
This team is built around Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell is the one true blue superstar we know we have. I think this commitment comes as a direct result of the Cavaliers front office saying, we are going to prove to you that we're going to do everything we can to build the whole thing around you here, up to including offering you as much money as we possibly can as soon as we possibly can. And yes, Donovan Mitchell could have made the decision to wait a year and put himself in position to, I believe the deal next summer would have been $353 million. Now we're in Calvin Ball numbers. It's all wild now. But could have put himself in position to sign an even more lucrative deal. This locks him in for, I believe it's the 4th largest contract in the NBA right now, behind only Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Nikola Jokic, and puts him in position to have multiple years locked in, extend this window for 3 years in Cleveland. You know what you're getting. You know where everything's going to be lined up, and it's going to be built around Donovan Mitchell.
That was Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports, talking about the Donovan Mitchell extension, which we obviously spent the first little bit talking about here. We do have quick hits coming up at 2:40. Tim McGraw tickets at 3. And we'll get to this with Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA Insider at 3:20. But overall, I understand why people look at this and, what a commitment for Donovan. Listen, it is. But it's also, I think, a bigger commitment from the Cavs side, just because with the way the first aprons, second aprons are working, you're landlocked with Donovan, and the trade kicker is going to complicate that if he even has something close to a down year for him, which is like even 90% of Donovan at 30 is going to be a concern around the NBA.
Well, you heard Brad Stevens yesterday. Brad Stevens' whole press conference was based off the idea that we can't have 2 max players. It's too hard in the NBA the way this is going. I remember looking at it like a month ago. Like SGA, at a certain point in the upcoming couple years, is going to have a contract that pays him around $1 million a game. Like that's where this is all headed.
Is he only playing 25 games that year?
No, based off of an 82 game schedule.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he gets paid for ones he doesn't even play in. Nick, what a league we work in.
Not my NBA.
No. Oddly enough, because Donovan typically he plays between like 53 to 71, 72. He's gonna top end for him actually will be $1 million a game in games he actually appears in, which has you thinking sometimes. You know when you watch those are really just bad, sometimes it's like Cavs versus name any random NBA team that it seems like 3 people are in attendance and nobody is watching. Mm-hmm. They're making more than $1 million plus on this game because just Donovan himself is costing you $1 million, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Such insane money involved in all
now,
this.
Now here's the problem. When you said name a bad team, I instantly thought of 8. Like the Bulls.
Yeah. I default to
the Hornets.
I default to the Trailblazers. That's who I always end up defaulting to. But now that they got Ja, it might be a little bit different.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, not after the way they did Tiago Splitter.
Yeah,
but you and I are both big Splitter guys.
We love Splitter.
Yeah, Splitter get off the pot. I said when they wouldn't pay him.
Okay, that was nice.
Come on now, we're back. The kid's back.
Hey, we're having fun.
Now. Getting to the LeBron side of things, I know you think LeBron is not coming back today.
Just today.
I was on You Better You Bet, not with Costos. I don't get the Costos treatment. I was on with Chris Mack, who was filling in, and he asked me, give me your percentage. And I was like 60%. I am 60% certain that LeBron is coming back to Cleveland. And I'd say about 39% of the other 40% is just normal self-doubt we have when it comes to will LeBron come back or not.
Okay, but you did not always exist in this frame. Is that
correct?
Right? Yeah. And it's interesting how this is it's snowballed into and developed into this. I just have a hard time with all this because right now the people closest to LeBron aren't speaking. And so it's a lot of reporting, but reporting done by people that don't know and have no clue into how LeBron is thinking. So you have to guess what LeBron is going to do, and I just don't know that we have a way of even thinking that out.
You know, Geltzeiler has lived off, I was right about LeBron in 2014 for 12 years now.
Yeah.
If we agree not to rage bait him like Lima, we got to get him on and see what because he's one of the guys that has said, I knew LeBron was coming back in 2014. We got to see where Geltzeiler's on this.
I love Geltzeiler. I'd take him on at any point. That man just shoots.
He does.
He's a flamethrower, that Geltzeiler.
Now, this being said, I will tell you, I was so surprised, being on a beach with, again, 4 hormonal women. It was great. And just kind of relaxing.
I think you might just stop doing the hormonal thing with this. You might get in real trouble doing that.
There's a chance, but they're already hormonal. What more can they do to me? The answer is everything. Please pray for me. But no, I mean, the funniest thing as I started thinking about it, as it appeared like Cleveland was the front runner, I just got happy. It's so funny. This was such a wonky year with how, you finally get over the second round and then you get embarrassed in the Eastern Conference Finals. And then we had these wars and that wars and Donovan and Evan. We had all these big debates. Mm-hmm. And the second that I really allowed myself to think that LeBron could come back, all I could be was happy. Just the idea itself, knowing that, do I think it means they're going to win a championship next year? I don't think they're going to be the favorites, even in the East. I don't think they're going to be the favorites if LeBron comes back.
It'd be a toss-up within 4 different teams, though.
And so, but I think my point was, there used to be a time where LeBron came back, automatic, you get to Pasco, you're going to the NBA Finals. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's the case now. I do think he makes them a lot better, but, I just am happy the idea that I've watched this guy play for 22 years in the NBA, and the idea that we could be the backdrop for his swan song in the NBA, everything else just kind of melted away. The need to win a championship, kind of, hey, if that happens, it's great, but I don't need it. I need, and I didn't realize how much I need LeBron to come home and finish his story here, more than I've needed anything else as a Cavs fan since they won the title in 2016.
So that's the dangerous part that LeBron's currently living in. If he chooses anywhere that isn't the Cavs, he's played with your emotions. He's played with my emotions. He's played with the listeners out there emotions. If he goes anywhere that isn't the Cavs after this, and through we're tracking him at Golf Galaxies in Fairlawn. We're just seeing what nightclubs he's going to over the weekend.
Classes.
The yoga class, a real page out of Lane Kiffin's book, huh? My goodness, but
good for everyone.
We're invested now, and we're almost all living in this world of as if LeBron is already here. To have that ripped away, I think LeBron's got to see that. I think he's got to see what those optics are. I think he's got to see. It wouldn't be hate, but there would be enough people that would have pure vitriol for the idea that LeBron teased us this summer.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, when he comes back, there's going to be 10% of people who are like, oh, this again. I saw a listener of the station. I'm not going to put them on blast because it's nobody's business who it is. They're like, he doesn't need to come back. He's not my king. And I was like, okay.
We took calls yesterday from people being like, I don't want his ego around.
Yeah.
I said that's dumb.
Yeah, I also would say that is dumb. By the way, find me the humble NBA superstar, and I'll also find you a unicorn. They don't happen. All right?
Yeah, Donovan, it seems like he's humble, and then he refers to himself as Mr. President.
Yes. So, and again, that doesn't...
I'm sorry.
Also, find me anybody that's successful that doesn't have a modicum of an ego. But, I think there's 10% right now that would just be like, no, I don't want it. Bleep that guy. I think the LeBron haters in Cleveland would multiply to half the town for a little bit. I don't know how long that is. I'm saying half the town would just be bleep that guy, and it would be a real uncomfortable return to Cleveland the first time he comes back in a Timberwolves uniform or, God forbid, a Warriors uniform.
I think it'd be really bad for LeBron. I really do. There's so many people that live by the idea that he won in 2016, so just who cares? You can do no wrong. I probably fall in that bucket of people. There's going to be enough people that the way that they've gotten themselves excited and they've envisioned this whole next year, not only LeBron coming here and doing his farewell tour, but also coming here and fixing what's wrong with this team and making it so we don't just run it back with the same core we had last year. That's a dangerous recipe that he's playing with.
Well, and here's the thing. If he goes to Miami, I'll be like, Giannis, Bam, I get it. I'm not going to be thrilled with it, but I get it. He has also been there previously. That's a different way to put a bow in his career.
And we know the relationship he's got with Giannis already.
If he goes to Minnesota, I think Anthony Edwards somehow is one of the most underrated players in the NBA. I think he'll kill LaMelo. I think LeBron would savagely murder him at center court at the Target Center. But I at least get Anthony Edwards is the real deal. He'd also kill Rudy Gobert. But it'd be weird because I've never thought of him as a Timber. But
yeah, it's weird.
The only one that would actually really, truly infuriate me actually is the Warriors. It'd be like if in the first 90% of Star Wars, the first 3 movies, Luke was like, hey, we're on the light side of the Force. And then the last 10%, he's like, I always want to play with the dark side.
Wasn't Darth Vader his dad?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you want to play with the dark side at some point?
No, it's the dark side. That's not great.
I don't know. I'm reaching for anything I know about Star Wars.
That's fair. That's fair.
I got no frame of reference.
Don't let
there.
that sidestep anyone from knowing that that's actually a good analogy, and I actually made one for the first time in my career. But yes,
you know me. Anytime someone brings up Star Wars, I just say, they lost me with Jar Jar Binks. And then every Star Wars fan is like, I get it.
You're in the age demographic
to
be a Jar Jar guy. You're what, 12, 13 when the episode 4 came out?
It was somewhere around there, and they had like these big Pepsi campaigns with like Britney Spears and then Jar Jar Binks. So, like there was like dueling ones. It was like Britney Spears, awesome, this is great. She's barely wearing clothes. How is this happening?
Yeah.
And then those just got taken over by Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah,
that's
and I'm
how
like,
it goes. This son of a bee.
Oh, that's so horny. Lynn Peterlin went out over the other versions of Peterlin.
Jar Jar, what are we doing here, buddy? What are we doing?
Got you through some tough times, didn't it?
How are you on my Lay's potato chip back? I didn't ask you to be here, Jar Jar.
Misa wants Brittany back. Hey, we're having
He's such a clown. I mean, the LaMelo Ball of Star Wars characters, Jar Jar Binks.
I actually might trust Jar Jar Binks to drive a Lamborghini before I trust LaMelo. But no, hey, good luck in Minnesota. It's gonna go great there. 216-474-0092. Is LeBron coming back? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA Insider, coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick and JP back with you on LeBron Watch. Please, just say you're coming home. We'll play that song 150. Well, no, we
can't now with
we
YouTube.
Don't.
Yeah, YouTube problems.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
Should Mac just sing the song?
Now I think we're on to it.
Mac, how's your version go?
I'm not going to sing it, but also I think it's probably better.
Do you want to host the next time the holidays come around?
I'm pretty sure Keith
host?
loves when people sing on the air.
Specifically, guys named Mac Robinson who want to prove their worth to the boss.
Yeah, pretty sure. It's a good company man look by
Alain would do it.
Alain would definitely do it.
I mean, there's not much he wouldn't do. Matt Festa's #1 fan and all.
Wow. That also allows him maybe to not do some things he'd like to do.
Yeah. He's a lonely boy.
You're going to let Matt Festa stand in the way of some dates? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's about.
What would have happened on that date?
Well, probably nothing, but
Well, no, I want to know.
Similar to a Matt Festa outing.
You can't tell me that Matt Festa is the biggest problem you have with someone, that's why you're not going to get a second date or at least a second base. You can't tell me. There has to have been something else said.
No, Anthony just sucked on the date.
Yeah.
Like, that's clear. There's no other way of looking at it. Like, if Anthony was awesome on that date, then all of a sudden it goes from, went on a date with the sports talk radio host in the city, and boy, did that suck, I'll never do it again, from, whoa, guys.
Also.
I might have found something.
Also.
Real gem.
Also. 92.3 The Fan. Sports talk station. It's a land.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, with love and respect.
No, but Atlanta should do that though, because that presents better than
for
his
him,
other job, and being like, if and now does he have it in like his dating profile? Does he have that in there?
His job?
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely, yeah. I guarantee he does. I would bet a lot of money that he's got that job listed somewhere in there, and because it looks good, it's an easy opener for people to discuss, and it raises his value.
Also, here's what's in Anthony Allan's Twitter profile.
Yeah.
EDM lover.
Okay.
Matt Festa superfan. 92.3 The Fan. And at Daily Orange.
Okay, then.
So not even the big boy
The Fan's third on that?
Well, I mean, EDM lover. What are we going to do there?
Everyone knows.
Festa?
Everyone knows. It's EDM and Matt Festa. That's basically Anthony Allen.
It's how he keeps Keith on the line. Right? It's not the shows. Keith's just hoping to move up to #1 there and maybe move EDM lover down the line.
Is that right?
Couple more shows, maybe. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
All right, the United States hope for gold in the World Cup. They were dashed last night with a 4-1 loss to Belgium. JP, should we cry because it's over or smile because it happened?
It got to 4?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. I tuned out at 3-1. I wanted all the soccer purists and people that love soccer to know I did watch, and that was about as embarrassing as I thought it was going to be. Not that I thought it was going to be bad for America. I didn't know that. I just Pulisic is supposed to be Captain America. Who gave him that moniker? That man went 3 minutes into the game and decided he'd rather be playing bocce. What the hell was going on with that guy?
Okay, I point out.
We're playing Jenga? We're playing soccer. What the hell are you doing? Such a lack of effort.
Might I point out, had the United States won last night, I would have come in full Sol American regalia.
Would have loved it.
That being said,
would have loved it.
Everyone went for, I'm so excited about this journey to bleep this team in less than 24 hours. I haven't seen, even Daryl Ryder hasn't flip-flopped like that with the way America was just bleep this soccer team and bleep this sport.
Well, when you play like that, I'm a soccer novice. We all know this. And I'm not a, hey, let's measure their effort guy either. I tend to think that's
measure other things.
That's a tough hill to die on. But it was so obvious. And you're watching this game and they just...
What if Belgium was just more talented than you?
Pulisic didn't even care. You can say more talented, sure, but Pulisic didn't seem like he even cared out there. There's so many times he's just sitting, he's loafing, he's walking around. It's I think
that's soccer.
It was infuriating.
I think this is the problem. Is
It
I
was-
think
it was
loafing and
infuriating.
walking around is like 90% of soccer.
That's awful for the sport if that's the case. You might be right. I don't watch enough of it to know the difference. But what I did know is I just kept watching him. He's supposed to be Captain America, and I'm looking around and being like, this guy, I can't even get him into a light jog. Did you watch?
I sure did not. I do think there's a lot of fake
I
outrage.
miss Cardinals Brewers for that. Are you kidding me?
I think I'm not saying for you, I think there's a lot of fake outrage about the U.S. losing to Belgium, though. A lot of people that just picked up the sport about 2 weeks ago are suddenly furious about this and calling for changes and stuff. It's like, simmer down.
I thought that was men's soccer as a whole. It's just fans constantly calling for changes around the team.
I think that's most sports.
Isn't
But in
that,
this
isn't
case,
that like their pastime really seems to be like, we need a new coach.
If this was
we need a new system.
If this was your first World Cup and you just are getting back in, or maybe you haven't really paid attention to any soccer since the last World Cup, after 2 weeks of being like, oh, America's so great, and we're going to do it for the 250th, and then one game makes you hit them with the double birds, I think you're a fake-ass American.
They're 1-6 in their Sweet 16s across the World Cup. 1-6. They're laughably bad. They never get over the top. For my whole
Some
life.
are saying they're a playing team.
Nick, for my whole life, all it's ever been is soccer's on the rise. Oh, we got them now. And it's been the same result for 30 years.
Oh, but they didn't mean it was on like a sharp rise. It's a slow build.
It's a slow build.
Yeah. Like 100 years from now, watch your ass.
We might
of the world.
We might go 1-6 in the Elite Eight.
You might go 2-5.
I gave a depressing look to that. I'm not upset by this at all. This has not ruined the only thing that ruined my day was me wasting time on it last night and realizing that's not what I needed to be doing.
That's why I didn't waste any time.
Not that I had anything better to do. There's the other part of that, but my goodness. All right, Seth Wickersham said when Belichick and the Patriots divorced in 2024, Sean Payton considered presenting the Broncos owner a proposal for the ages. Hire Belichick as head coach until he reaches 15 wins, enough to pass Don Shula for the career record, and then Payton would temporarily step down to assistant head coach, run the offense, and move back after Belichick became the all-time leader. In the end, they decided it was too complicated.
Or Sean Payton was never really going to do this because I think everybody knows if you give Bill Belichick the head coaching job, he's not going to step away.
He's not, especially if they start winning. Like the idea, if they have an 11-win or 12-win season, you think Belichick's going to then be like, no, I'm good here. No chance. It would be a career suicide of sorts for Sean Payton.
You and I like to figure out why people say things. I would really love to know why Sean Payton wanted this out there. Like, does he think it makes him look like a good guy? Because
Maybe.
Nobody really believes that you would do this.
Nobody bought it, but I think he wondered, why is he trying to curry favor to Belichick? Oh, do we have a reverse situation? I just thought of this. All right, so the reason why you put it out there is you're trying to remind Bill of, like, I would have done this for you. Does he want Belichick to be the defensive coordinator? Like you could take this. I would have done it for you. You could take this role. Maybe there's some outside the box thinking that's happening here. It's not going to happen, Sean Payton, but maybe.
I actually think it could happen. I think Bill Belichick gets fired by North Carolina after this year. It wouldn't surprise me if Bill came back to the NFL as a defensive coordinator.
Setting the stage to be like, it's not unheard of for two great coaches to just be coaching alongside each other, and this is how we're going to do this right now.
I mean, it's going to be – he's going to be Dick LeBeau, right? Like, Bill will coach until he's gone. There's just I can't see him ever retiring.
Yeah, I mean, he's got, by all accounts, the only hobby he has is a 25-year-old girlfriend.
And she's going to be
running
30
stale. That's
soon enough.
Stop.
Come on now.
I will just change in for a younger model. This is how this works. Tell me I'm wrong.
Every year he gets older.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Even Leonardo DiCaprio's like, maybe I'll date a 25-year-old now that I'm 50. Even Leo has been like, I can't pull the 18-year-old thing anymore. Bill's like, I get older, they stay the same age.
Exactly what he's thinking. I don't know. I think maybe they're just setting the scene, making everyone comfortable with the idea that these two can coexist together. It'll all be great.
The list of attendees at the Kelsey Swift wedding continues to come out as Mike Florio. Why that guy would know, I don't know. I stated Jim Nantz and Tony Romo were both at the event. There were countless TV execs, ESPN, Netflix, Amazon.
Dean Blandino was invited. Basically, anyone could have been invited.
How was I not invited if
Well, you said
Blandino gets it?
Florio, and I thought that's insane if Florio's going to try to pass off like he was invited. But when Dean Blandino gets invited, everything's on the table.
Now we see why Will Compton is so upset that he didn't get the invite. Charming or Chach, using your wedding as a means to help your future TV career, which is clearly what Travis Kelce was trying to do there.
Yeah, why not? You got 1,100 invites. Blandino, Aaron Andrews, all sorts of different people with network roles were invited, and so I kind of get it. I'm not going to hate him playing the game if that's what he thinks helps him out.
Yeah, I think
he
it's
doesn't need to, though. He doesn't need to do that.
I think that's what you're just married Taylor Swift.
Yeah, you just don't need to.
Yeah, that in and of itself might get you to replace Kirk Herbstreit.
You basically can have any job you want if you're Travis Kelce.
Granted, this was in 2012. I didn't invite anybody from work. Now, granted, I'm not talking from here. At my other job, no one came to my wedding. I didn't want them there.
Well, I invited people from work.
Well, that's different. You were angling for a primetime show.
Including somebody that was no longer at this station.
I knew that was going to boomerang back on me. Or I should have known that was going to. I didn't.
In Charlotte. Got a Swift 0 with a line through it as the response.
Okay, what's more insulting?
that was
the 0 or the line through it?
The line through was like an exclamation point of like, boy, we really thought this through, and we cannot and will not
Would
try to make
it have been better if we just didn't respond?
It might as well have been you not responding. It was like no text message, no call, no anything, just a 0 with the line through. I'll never forget the day.
In fairness, I think Vanessa sent it.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember me and her talking about it. So I don't even remember if I was told about it. Okay, that's a cop-out.
Yeah.
I'm sure she told me about it. I just, I would have just not responded.
I did invite a lot of people at first from the station, and then and because it was a COVID wedding, we didn't know that at first, obviously. So
everyone goes there. Gets COVID.
Well, no. COVID canceled my first wedding.
Oh, okay.
It delayed it for a whole year, and so then we had the wedding a year later, and at that point, then we had to chop the list way in half. And that was what it was.
I wanted to go to the first one. That's what it was.
Yeah,
I was really into the first
one. Was the banger.
And then I thought when you said COVID wedding, clearly I thought everyone that went was going to get COVID, and I was like, that's not how I get married.
Now, I don't remember if we invited you to both. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think we might have, though. I really do. I think we might have. I don't think we actually even sent out the list for the first one. But we definitely sent out the invites for the second one.
I was really ready to go to a wedding in 2020.
No, you even made the COVID cut. That's even more impressive. You made the COVID cut.
Look at that. Can you guys get remarried so I can go?
Yeah, maybe one day.
Yeah.
I do
and
feel
then you're
like
not going to invite me.
I do feel like we're going to be.
You're actually going to get remarried just to not invite me.
Like, is Vanessa a I want to remarry type person? I feel like Elise is definitely going to be that. Like 25 years, somewhere around there. She wants to. I'm sure it'd be like a destination type thing, and then you just get remarried on the beach.
Next year is 15 years. If I somehow surprise Vanessa, 15-year commitment, recommitment, or where the hell you do those ceremonies, she would love every second of it.
Yeah.
And those get expensive.
No, well, that's the thing that's hanging us up right now is that we have too many other things with the little kids going on. But you guys are almost empty nesters. Once you become empty nesters, then you can just start going crazy.
Yeah. After I was going to take a shot at my kids again.
You got some college payments coming up too, though.
No, I've told them, Dad doesn't have that kind of money. We're going to really have to get by on your own smarts here.
Yeah. Scholarships, or you can do what my parents did, which is tell everyone in the family that if you get a scholarship, well, they'll buy you a used car. And so, like, it was kind of like the incentive is that if you got your own scholarship, then you had you get the car, and then that's like you're off to a great start type deal. And I mean, it worked for me.
So it
did work.
The wheels turning.
I was like, I got to do that. Got to get that done.
I think how I'll pitch it to them is, if you want to go to college, you better get the scholarship.
You just need to get the scholarship, or else I'll help you file all the paperwork in order to get the loans.
Hey, I'll make sure that you get a good job after cosmetology school. Yeah, I'll help you that way. Yeah. You want to become an auto mechanic? Oh, boy. You can do that. Path through high school.
You're going to send them to the trades, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I had this convo with Spencer while you were gone. Spencer's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to have my kid be like a plumber or something like that. You should send your kids to be in the trades. I was like, how many female plumbers do you know?
Yeah.
Like, how many female plumbers do you know? They probably exist, but also Peterland DNA is not. That's female plumbers, that's not it.
Yeah, here's the other part. As I realize my children are both too pampered and too soft to go into the trades, so they'll figure it out, though.
Yeah, they got it. They have bright futures.
Good for them. Reunion Centrals, it goes way beyond LeBron. Let's get excited about this one in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code LIKE, L-I-K-E, at 923thefan.com before 7 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of lawn tickets to see Tim McGraw at Blossom Music Center July 17th as part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series. Get tickets at livenation.com. It's all from Live Nation and 92.3 The Fan.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA Insider, coming up in about 20 minutes, but June stung for the Guardians. So far, July's been about 50-50. We do have to get into the Guards-Twins series, knee-deep in it. I know you got a lot of thoughts on this series. I got a lot of thoughts. I'll let you give your thoughts on this series first.
That's very nice of you. Very kind of you. You want them now?
Oh, yeah.
I would say maybe win the series.
Okay.
That's got to be one. That's got to be one. Also, don't look too longingly over at Buxton. Make sure that you just don't want to scare them off.
By the way,
don't want to scare them off.
By the way, pining for Byron Buxton is such a 2025 Nick Wilson thing.
Is that what that is? Is that right? Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you're gonna steal my bit, that's the bit you're going to steal of it? Nah, we're having fun.
No, just having fun.
Just having fun. But speaking of, as we sit here on LeBron Watch, some are pining for yet a different reunion when it comes to Cleveland sports. And it ties back to something that Mike Francesa said on his podcast about Francisco Lindor's status in New York.
I don't think they get along at all, okay? Everything I've heard all along is that they don't like each other. So they can say what they want. Just like last year, there wasn't any issues. Nonsense. This year, there's not any issues. Those guys don't. Listen, this was Lindor's team. He was the golden boy. The Coens loved him. He was the golden boy. He was the guy. He was it. This was his franchise. And then they went out and brought in a guy who more than doubled his salary, which hit him right between the eyes. And I'm going to tell you something. It would have hit a lot of stars right between the eyes. I don't think there's any question the Mets are going to try very, very hard to trade Lindor.
He's one of a kind. Stop it. He's one of a kind.
No, stars. It might be right between the eyes. I don't have a good Francesa, but the point is he doesn't have a good Francesa anymore.
No, it's great though. And you can picture the Diet Coke can. You can hear it through the radio.
You know, Francesa doesn't need the money.
No, he just loves it. It's a love of the game. Like this?
Okay. Does he love the game?
You said it yourself. He doesn't need the money.
Or does he love the attention?
That's part of the game.
Okay.
That's in the game itself. That's part of the game. Yes.
So it's about his ego.
If you told Francesa that he could do it and it would go absolutely nowhere and nobody would hear it, that's not him.
Okay.
No. He needs people to hear it. There's a part of him,
and people can hear it on the free Odyssey app. By the way,
there's a part of him that needs people to hear his opinions that will never go away for himself.
Also, is there anything more predictable than Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto not being buddy-buddy?
Yeah, I mean, this is one that they probably could have seen coming from a mile away. Also, probably doesn't help the idea that Lindor, when you give Soto a $700 million contract and you only gave Lindor a $350 million contract, you can imagine how that might piss him off.
So what's funny about it is Frankie is not a bad dude at all, but there's a little bit of L.A. to him. Right? There's like a little bit of superstar-itis that he had, even though he was in Cleveland talking about wanting to play in New York.
There's a reason why he's in New York.
Yes. But like Juan Soto's also just a generational D-bag. He is a generational talent. He is one of the absolute best players I've ever seen play baseball. And somehow him beefing with a guy that's maybe a little on the sensitive side is so predictable, and yet Steve Cohen cannot help himself but go ahead and set up the situation and basically put yourself into a spot where it sure looks like, well, gosh, no one's going to take Soto at $70 million a year. Where does that leave Frankie?
Yeah, I just always felt like so Lindor when he was here. I mean, he was just he was such a happy guy, and he just made sure he got along with everybody. But everyone also then it was so easy to follow what Lindor was doing because J-Ram didn't really want to be the leader. That wasn't J-Ram's style, and so Lindor was able to do it. And I don't know, everyone just kind of liked Lindor. There was no beef attached to any of it, and so the idea that. I don't know. Soto gets paid all this money, and then Soto comes in and tries to be the king of the locker room. I could see that upsetting Lindor.
Now,
I could.
What's interesting about this is you couldn't possibly pick a worse time to try and move on from Francisco Lindor if that's what the Mets want to do from this. And there's a lot of people speculating that the town of New York is not big enough for Lindor and Soto. It's not just Mike Francesa saying it.
Well, and the team sucks right now. You know, they fired their manager already this year. They're a million games under 500. And after a disastrous season last year, they followed it up with an even worse year. And this is a team that Steve Cohen has spent how much money on this roster? I mean, obviously we know between Lindor and Soto, that's $1 billion worth of contracts. But the amount of money they put in, they tried shedding everything and trading different guys and getting rid of Alonso and some of these veterans to try to make that side of the locker room be happier, and it just hasn't worked out. It's been a disaster.
But, I mean, Frankie is 32 going on 33. He's hitting .216 right now with a 666 OPS. I'm not saying there aren't teams that might think about it, but given the fact he's owed $30 million a year through the rest of this decade, I'm like trying to figure out where they could move Frankie.
Well, you got 5 more years. It's going to have to be to a team where you eat a lot of the money to begin with.
I mean, I think what, 60% of the money?
A lot of it.
70% of the money?
At this point, it's going to be a pretty substantial amount. Yeah, somewhere in that area, 60 to 70% sounds right.
And listen, if the Guardians were one of the teams that got in on this, there'd be a part of me that would embrace the idea that Frankie comes back. I also, I could come around to the idea, but face value, no, I'm not interested.
You're not interested in Lindor?
No. Nope.
Oh, get me him, bring him here. I can't sign up quick enough. I'm stuttering because I'm shocked by that answer.
He's hitting .216.
It's Lindor.
Making $30 million a year.
He's a great all-around player. Hold on. Are we paying him $34 million a year, or are we talking about them eating 50 to 60% of the money?
I mean, even if he's at $14 million a year, that might as well be $30 million to the Guardians.
What he does defensively alone, even if he never hits again, which he will, he'll hit again. He always goes through these different little stretches. Defensively alone, he brings that value to the table.
It's going to be 33 in November. But I don't think we can assume that he's going to hit again. Like at 33, and again, listen, I've already got a defense for a shortstop who's finally starting to hit. His name is Brian Rocchio.
So that's the thing, and I'm not letting Rocchio stand in the way of getting Lindor. I was thinking about that myself.
3 years ago, I wouldn't.
What I would do is I would move Rocchio to second base, and I would start Bazzana in the outfield. I'm getting Bazzana to left field. I'm getting Bazzana to right field. I'm doing I like Bazzana. Obviously, I love Bazzana. Defensively, it's not working out. I've talked for a week now about the idea of moving him to the outfield as is, whether any of this
left
even
field
materializes.
Does make sense, by the way.
Yeah, and so you could put Rocchio at second. You have Lindor at short. And, I mean, that's about as good as you're going to get there.
Yeah, defensively. I don't think everyone, when they traded Frankie, I don't think people were weeping when he got traded internally. Like, I'm not saying that people were wishing him bad. I'm not saying they don't like him over there. I'm saying it's kind of like when Josh Naylor left. Like, you loved him when he was on your team, but you didn't necessarily love him the way you would a Jose Ramirez.
You knew it was coming was the problem there. But, again, he's not having a good year this year. No one's making the argument that he is. Last year he finished 10th in MVP voting. He hit 30-plus home runs. Like, he still has a lot that he can bring to it. He's just in a little bit of a slump right now.
I mean,
I don't think that slump is going to stay.
Yeah,
that'd be the bet I would make.
Yeah, that's a huge bet.
He was second in MVP 2 years ago. He finished 10th in MVP last year.
Yeah, I get it, but it's this year. And this year, he is in that age range around 32, 33 years old. And honestly, that's the best case scenario is the defense sticks around.
He's only played 35 games this year because he's been dealing with the injuries. And if you want to tell me that the injuries are going to be too much for him to overcome, maybe that's a different part of this conversation. But I'm not letting 150 plate appearances completely wipe away 10 years of awesome baseball.
At 33, I am.
No, I'm not doing that.
And also, again, I don't know he fits what they want in the clubhouse. I think those two things matter immensely, the age, and even, again, at $14 million a year, listen, you could be right in the end. If he ends up hitting and you get him for $14 million a year or $10 million a year, whatever it is, cool, but that just feels like a gigantic risk for an organization that's got a lot going for itself if they just kind of stay patient and let the young guys develop into who we think the young guys are going to be.
No, that's a risk I'm willing to take. 11 times out of 10. If that means Lindor is here, and maybe it's just because I love the Lindor J-Ram combo so much. I don't think I'm living in my past affection for what that two brought to the table, and that being the left side of your infield. I don't think I am because again, like the numbers and the play he's had in New York, and this makes it the weird part about the Soto story. It's not as if he's been an abject failure in New York. He hasn't been. It's just Juan Soto might be one of the best hitters of a baseball we've ever seen.
It's like Manny Ramirez if Manny was secretly a jerk. Manny's just aloof. He's not a jerk.
He's just aloof. He's not a jerk. Yeah.
But Soto is a jerk.
Soto seems to be a jerk.
Yeah, real a-hole.
And that's part of this problem, too. It's like, it's not as if Lindor... And Lindor had issues with some of the other guys, and we got to address that as well. Like, there's a reason why Pete Alonso's not on the team anymore. Okay, there's a reason why
Brandon Nimmo.
They shipped off a lot of people that all appear to be this. I can't even put that delicately. I have no way of putting this delicately. Just you guys know the stories I'm talking about, right?
Brandon Nimmo, Pete Alonso. Any other names we can mention there?
I'm trying to figure out how we describe the Snowtime Lakers in the Mets version of it, though. But there was clearly some clubhouse divide that existed. All right, fine. I don't think Lindor is the overarching problem or the reason why the Mets have absolutely and categorically failed in the Steve Cohen tenureship. I don't think he's the reason. I would make a $15 million a year bet on Lindor not being that reason.
216-474-0092. Mike Francesa says the stars are not aligning there in New York. Francisco
That's like
Lindor.
A Boston accent for him.
I know. I don't have a good Francesa. I used to have a good one, but my voice is also a little hoarse today. I have no idea why that's happening. But is there any scenario you can think that you think or see that this trade could happen? Now, we've got LeBron, potential homecoming.
Yeah.
Potential homecoming for Lindor. You brought up a potential Baker homecoming next March if he doesn't sign an extension in Tampa Bay. Which one of those three would interest you the most, and why is it LeBron?
And why is it LeBron? It's not LeBron. I think Lindor might be the answer to this. I think more people than not, if we ran a poll, who would you take back and who would help out the team the most? I think Baker would win that poll.
Yeah, he would. Yeah.
Maybe just because it's too much of a Brown-centric city is what that answer is. I think more people believe that if you put him into this Browns roster right now, I feel like a lot of people believe you're in the playoffs if you're the Browns.
I think it would, in interest of a reunion with their team, I think it would go LeBron, then Baker, then Lindor. I'd be surprised if Frankie got more than 15% of the vote.
Yeah, I feel like we're just a couple pieces away from being a really competitive baseball team.
I think LeBron and Baker are like almost 45-45, and then maybe 10% for Frankie.
I think would more people vote for LeBron because we're on the heels of it? Because it seems like it's going to be reality. People love to be right. Mm-hmm. And so the idea that you wouldn't cast your vote for Baker because it doesn't seem like that's going to be practical or realistic. And so you'd cast it for LeBron because you think that's going to actually happen.
I think I'm crossing my eyes a little bit and trying to figure out the psychology of this. I think LeBron makes sense because he's LeBron. Baker doesn't mean to this city what he did 5 years ago when they traded him. And even then, it became a divisive thing through no fault of I almost said no fault of Baker's own. That's not true. Baker had some fault there, but what I would say is mostly the Brown side of things. But yeah, I mean, I would say comfortably, I think it would be like almost 50-50 LeBron and Baker, and then just some change to Frankie.
Because I do feel like there are fans out there that believe that Baker tips the scales for the Browns. Maybe not as a Super Bowl contender, but as a deep playoff contender. And for the Browns being a deep playoff contender, that matters way more to people than the Cavs being a deep playoff contender. Because there are enough people out there that aren't convinced that LeBron alone would take him to an Eastern Conference, number one list on DraftKings.
I think we should put up a Twitter poll.
I think we should.
I don't want to do it, though.
No, we keep talking about it. I don't think it's going to actually happen.
And I think either Mac, Keith, or Jake will do it if we just keep talking about it now.
I'm hoping Jake will take the ball and run with it here.
He's got like 17 jobs now.
Max, he's got like cross hands. There's no movement out of that guy.
I don't have access to the account.
For a
It's not my job.
second, I thought Mac was dead.
No, yeah, that's not going to happen.
I was like, please, God, let Mac move. He was like one of those lizards that doesn't move for 20 years.
I thought it was Weekend at Bernie's. I didn't even know what happened.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Shevin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Which former Cleveland athlete would you like a reunion with the most? Baker. I was getting verklempt because of Mac. Baker, Lindor, or LeBron? Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA Insider in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And I've done the Ram side-by-side with the competition, and I drive the Ram, right? Because the first time I went to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I turned over that Ram legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, I was hooked. And guys, we just got back from another long, successful vacation in our Ram. It transported my family safely and soundly and peacefully all the way from Michigan to back. We've been to Orlando. We've been to Illinois. We've been down south. We've been here. We've been there. Why? Because we trust our Ram. It gets us there comfortably, safe.
Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to.
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
John Fanta coming up in about 1 hour's time. Nick and JP back with you. We are on LeBron watch. We got the Donovan Mitchell contract extension today. More on the U.S. men's team. I mean, what a disappointment. People are furious. Not me. Turns out you have to actually watch to be upset about it. But we are on LeBron watch, as I mentioned, and we've got the Donovan stuff. We've got a Harden deal. We've got what moves could the Cavs make to further entice LeBron to come back. To talk about all these many things, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, and welcome on ESPN NBA insider Bobby Marks. Bobby, it's great to have you. Welcome back to the show.
Hey guys, how we doing?
I mean, we're on LeBron watch for like the fourth time in my radio career, so we're doing pretty well. We're enjoying this.
A little bit different, though, I think, right? I think it's, listen, if he comes, great. If he doesn't, he doesn't, right?
No, we're hanging out of this one, Bobby.
But it's, as Brian and I, Windhorst, have talked, we talked at length about it. This is different in the sense that there's basically an even financial playing field for everyone, right? There's no, you don't have to make trades to clear cap space and basically kind of decimate your roster a little bit here. All the teams that have been mentioned on the whiteboard are all pretty much, as far as what everyone could offer here.
How this has gone, are you surprised that it seems like one by one we are just kind of taking other teams not named the Cavs and removing them, but we still yet don't have this actual decision?
Yeah, I think, listen, whether it be, it started with the three, I guess it was last Monday or last Tuesday, with Cleveland, Golden State, and Miami, and it certainly has expanded with Denver and Philly, certainly because of the Jaylen Brown trade. Minnesota is up there. We hear some other teams, of course, also. But yeah, I mean, I think we're just kind of in this holding pattern. People say, "Well, what do you think?" And I said, "I know what you know." I don't know what the decision. I've said all along, though. I said it on TV last week. I thought that if you're just looking purely basketball, right? And I know you take certainly the Cleveland part into it as far as them drafting him and already winning a championship. I think Cleveland probably has the best fit when you look at their roster, ready-made roster here. And I think all the teams have compelling arguments, but I just think when you have Mitchell and Harden and Mobley and Allen, and then you have the shooters with Merrill and Max, and then and Jalen Tyson's still there, of course, and you've got maybe some other things you could do. I think that's probably the most ideal spot here. But as I said, Miami has a compelling case, and I think Philadelphia certainly does now. Not as high on the Golden State fit as probably some other people, just because I think there's so much work to do with that roster here. But we'll see. We'll see what LeBron wants to do.
If LeBron does come back to the Cavs, where would that put them in the Eastern Conference, in your opinion?
Oh, sure. I think it has to be right up there. I mean, listen, you got to a conference finals a year ago, and we know, listen, if you win game one, probably the series is a lot different here. So I think you have to put them right up there. I mean, a team that had the best record 2 years ago, and still finished in the top four and had a little bit of an uneven year. I think you have to, right? I mean, I never want to discredit New York because they're the champs and they've brought back everyone except for Mitchell Robinson and everything. But I would think you'd have to put them right up there with New York. But the East is really good this year. I mean, this upcoming year, the East is probably as good as I've seen it in a really, really long time. I think when you have 11 teams that can fight for the top six, and now you add the Wizards into the mix with what they've been able to do in Miami with Giannis, and Kawhi goes to Toronto. Maybe the two of the better teams are in the West with OKC and San Antonio, but I think the East is the better conference.
What'd you make of in Rich Paul's video that he said that if the Knicks hadn't just won a title, LeBron would definitely be going to New York this summer? It's very interesting, Bobby.
Yeah, he could say that because they did.
Yeah, so you're just not buying it.
I don't know. I mean, I never want to put myself in Rich's shoes, and maybe sometimes I do, but not in that much. It's interesting. Like, as far as if they didn't win, would he have gone? There's a lot of dynamics there as far as Rich working with Leon Rose at one time at CAA, right? Like, there's a lot of different things. So I just kind of focus on the teams that are kind of in this mix right now, and not, they won a championship and it's great, and they are probably not in the LeBron mix.
Bobby, at the onset of the NBA offseason for the Cavaliers, the prevailing thought was Donovan Mitchell would wait until next offseason to sign his contract extension, get the extra year, get some extra cash out of this. And yet the first day the Cavs are able to offer him this extension, this year he accepts it. What was your kind of take on that timing and not waiting till next year for Donovan?
It's hard to turn it. I mean, listen, 270. It could have been so he signs for 273. It could have been 359, 360. So it's an extra $81 million. It's, listen, when you're putting guaranteed money in front of anybody, it's really hard to turn down. I know it's a lot of money in a fifth year and everything, but I think there's so many things that could happen. I think there's so many things, certainly injuries, when you take that into account. I think there is certainly, from an organizational standpoint, I think there's a sigh of relief, because you never want a player just playing out the last year of his contract. And even though, the situation in Denver, for example, like, I believe Nikola Jokic when he says that he is going to sign with Denver, but I don't know. I mean, what happens if Denver struggles this year and things go off the tracks and everything, and the dynamics are a lot different? You're going to basically waiting for him to sign on the dotted line in July and everything. So I think I think for the organization, it's great that he's going to be here for the long haul. I think contracts like that typically don't age as well. And I'm not saying that Cleveland should have negotiated, or they basically should have tried to see if you get him at a lower number and everything like that. I think he'll be 34 when they're paying him $75 million, which is, sometimes it's not ideal, but those are the circumstances. Like as I say, it's similar with trades, like the circumstances when you have an All-NBA player who's still definitely in the prime of his career. The ability to lock him up for 40 more years beyond this year, I think, is a big advantage for the organization.
Yeah, Bobby, I mean, Brad Stevens spoke yesterday about how hard it is in today's NBA to have Tatum and Brown together, and just how much that takes up your cap. Do you think there was ever any sort of consideration? Like, how much is that conversation, and how much that now takes up? How much of that is now in play in NBA talk and NBA circles? It's a huge number. Yeah, it has to be. I think it's how the rules are set up, and how the apron, you guys went through with the apron this past year, and you were still able to do trades and everything, but it really makes you pick and choose as far as what you can keep and what you can't keep. And if you want to really build out your depth, sometimes having two max players is not the way to go. I think where teams have a little bit of an advantage is if you draft well and if you have some draft picks. And I think Oklahoma City, they traded Aaron Wiggins and Isaiah Joe, two guys who were in the rotation, but they still have all these draft picks coming through. And so they're a little bit different than anyone else. Like, I floated out today, and I don't know if the league will listen to me, listen, maybe we get to a point in the next CBA where if you're a homegrown product, meaning if you get drafted, in the case of, when Evans eligible again, and you're going to max him out, that instead of getting charged 35% of the cap, it's 30% of the cap. And you get a little bit of a discount there. It's a less than $10 million cap hit, and that gives teams a little bit more of the flexibility.
Bobby Marks on the Wise Hard Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, breaking down LeBron watch here. So this then brings us to James Harden. Obviously, people have talked about the fit with James Harden and LeBron James. Do you think the fit is an issue there?
Well, I think the fit anywhere will probably be, listen, you could talk about Philly, right? How does he fit with those guys with Maxey and Brown and Edgecombe and everything like that? I'm not concerned about, listen, if you have Harden, I know you have Harden, Mitchell, and LeBron, certainly, there's only one basketball out there, and the last thing you want to do is have LeBron basically standing in the corner. I think what you would want to do is probably, and I'm sure Kenny and Kobe in the group will study if he does sign with you. I think I would study how the Lakers played after the All-Star break, where LeBron was a third guy, but he was really good as a third guy, and his numbers were as efficient as they were, and I think they were like 20-4 in those games and everything. And you had Reeves and you had Luka on the court with him, guys that certainly need the ball also here. So I'm not worried about the fit. I think they'll be able to figure that part out.
We're getting reports out of Sacramento. A Sacramento radio host is saying that it's the Heat and the Cavs as two teams connecting themselves to DeMar DeRozan. When you hear that, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think I tie it into LeBron at all. I just think DeMar gets waived in a financial related move by Sacramento. He's probably besides the guys we think are returning with James and Cleveland, we know we're returning James and Cleveland and Draymond and Golden State and of course LeBron. He's probably the second best free agent out there. So I think unrestricted free agent. So I think that has appeal to a lot of teams. It's ironic that all these teams that are in kind of the LeBron sweepstakes are all holding on to these roster spots, whether it be Cleveland or whether it be Miami's got a bunch, Philly's got a couple, Golden State's got a ton. I think they got 4 or 5 here. And I think if you can get DeMar DeRozan and whatever the cost is, if it's the vet minimum at $4 million or maybe it's a little bit north of it, he had a really good year. But it's sometimes it's a little bit of the style too. That will be important here. But if any of these teams, whether it be Miami or Cleveland, you can get him, I think that would be a coup as far as a guy that can either start or come off the bench.
Bobby, should we be worried about the Donovan Mitchell contract extension aging poorly?
Well, the history's shown it never does age great. I mean, all the, whether it be Bradley Beal or John Wall, I said that you kind of get in a little bit of a danger zone when you have players in their 30s. And I would say this the same thing about Giannis in Miami. Like that, listen, when you have, guys in that age, in that, when he's 33, 34, making, $74, $75 million, it's a huge number. I think it's a matter of what the rest of the roster will look like in 2 or 3 years. But as I said, like you're kind of in that, you're a little bit in that gray area because, if do you want to negotiate? The market next summer, I would say, is a lot better with teams with cap space. So that could come back to bite you a little bit here. And I don't think you want to kind of have that hang over your organization. So, yeah, I think anytime a 35% max guy who will be in their mid-30s, I do always think there's a little bit of caution there.
What should be the best plan B if they don't get LeBron? Everyone talks about Kuminga an awful lot. I mentioned DeRozan there. What's the plan B? Yeah, I mean, there is there's about 30 or 40 free agents that finished rosters on the roster. Kuminga is an interesting name, certainly from the area. I would think. I think where Harden's number comes at, I think we'll have an idea as far as what the flexibility is. I think, if James is in that 32 to 33 million, you basically are staring at the vet minimum. But I think Kuminga would help. He played well after the trade with Atlanta for the second half of the year. I think DeRozan still, even if there is no LeBron, I think the ability to start, I think the ability to come off the bench as a sixth man. I think the beauty of that is if he starts, he pushes everyone else down, and it helps your depth there.
Bobby, obviously, we did hear from the Celtics organization after the Jaylen Brown trade. The owner saying it wasn't about money. Brad Stevens talking about the fit with Paul George. I want to get to the Philly side of this, though. Sure. The Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, Edgecombe, Tyrese Maxey. What's the thing that could hold that team back from being in the NBA Finals and winning the NBA Finals next year?
Embiid. And I would say that with if Paul George was still there, I always think that Joel is the X factor no matter what. And I think you guys saw the greatness of Embiid in the first round against Boston when he came back. I mean, how great he was. And I think you saw him in the second round as far as, basically how much a first round series takes a toll on his body. I think that's the biggest X factor. I mean, a guy who was MVP at one time, how does his body hold up throughout the year, and where is this team at the end of or mid-April.
Bobby, it's been a weird year in Cleveland with the Myles Garrett trade, with Jose Ramirez got hurt, the fact that we're potentially looking at Watson and Sanders as our quarterbacks there, but we do have LeBron watch, so it's been good for us. We hope LeBron watch continues to be good for you guys.
Hey, listen, as a Mets fan right now and as a Jets fan here, I would basically trade my two teams for what you got. So if
Mets
you ever want
fan.
to make that trade, let me know, all right?
We want to trade for Lindor.
And one of us does.
I want to trade for Lindor.
The whole rest of the group?
You can keep everybody else, but I want Lindor back.
Sounds good.
All right, Bobby, be good, buddy. We appreciate you. Bobby Marks there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I think you were trying to make a deal, and Bobby was like, I don't have those powers.
No, he's like, you can have them. Yeah. Like, that was the reality. I said,
You should have started negotiating the money.
No, please, don't put up a fight, Bobby. Okay.
We'll react to what Bobby Marks had to say about the LeBron circumstances and, of course, the Cavs after the Mitchell deal in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu.
just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I think we're just kind of in this holding pattern. People say, "Well, what do you think?" And I said, "I know what you know." I don't know what the decision. I've said all along, though, I thought that if you're just looking purely basketball, right? And I know you take certainly the Cleveland part into it as far as them drafting him and already winning a championship. I think Cleveland probably has the best fit. When you look at their roster, ready-made roster here, and I think all the teams have compelling arguments, but I just think when you have Mitchell and Harden and Mobley and Allen, and then you have the shooters, I think that's probably the most ideal spot here. But as I said, Miami has a compelling case, and I think Philadelphia certainly does now. Not as high on the Golden State fit. We'll see. We'll see what LeBron wants to do.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA insider, giving us the lowdown on the LeBron Watch, the latest edition of it. I was on with Chris Mack, as I had said, with You Better. He called it the LeBronchular. It's like the Bachelor what? Meets LeBron.
That's horrible.
I was going to say it.
That's really bad.
And then I was like, it's my first day back off vacation. I'm not going to be a D.
And hopefully you were nice in the interview and just kind of like, oh, yeah, that's great. Who's going to give him the rose?
Never talked about it once.
Yeah, good. I mean, that's
I knew I couldn't go down that road without being a D about it. And I was like, I don't want to be a D.
This doesn't even fit right. But anyway, so it's funny that they use the term holding pattern because that's the same term that Joe Vardon used in what he put out in The Athletic a couple hours ago, that the Cavs are in this holding pattern. And then he went through the list of all the other teams and what's going on right now. But holding pattern seems to be the theme of the day.
All right. Do we really think LeBron hasn't made up his mind yet?
Well, so Windhorst today said that he had, but again, like what are we basing off of this? Like the whole idea has been on what? That nobody around LeBron is speaking at all. How do we know that he's made up his mind?
I mean, I just think it makes sense. I would just be really surprised if LeBron hasn't quickly identified all his options and decided what one makes best sense basketball-wise and lifestyle-wise and happiness-wise, and that the rest isn't him like basically putting the wheels in motion with Nike and all the business stuff that he tends to do.
So I don't think it takes you a million years to find out which team you want to be a part of. Like I agree with that sentiment. Like he should at least have a somewhat sense of an idea. But like the way Rich Paul described it on his podcast was like, this is the week. He's going to bring everything to LeBron this week, and then LeBron's going to sit down and analyze it. I go back to that, I watched him on that Bob Does Sports, the golf channel, and I watched LeBron talk about how like there's this stretch in his life. He does nothing basketball related. All his people do everything, but he does nothing basketball related, and it's part of his wind down. And so, yeah, I think there's a world out there that exists that LeBron doesn't know. I also think LeBron can be swayed into things as well.
I just think with LeBron, I think LeBron likes the focus on him. Mm-hmm. And since the Luka trade, so much of the discourse has been LeBron as a sidecar. I think the way that the LeBron camp is kind of, and they should, by the way, this is not a knock, I think they're trying to get the focus back on LeBron. Like, this is very likely going to be the last LeBronchular or LeBron decision.
It's not so good. Bad. It's so bad.
It actually sounds like a luchador from Mexico that's like, I don't know, puts on a LeBron Lakers uniform.
I was thinking like a tarantula for something for some reason. Like, hey, Donovan Mitchell's the spider.
Yeah. And a LeBronchular?
LeBronchular.
I thought it sounded like a failed Jurassic Park experiment.
We couldn't hold out.
We're having fun, Mac.
Hey, we're having fun.
Well, we are. I don't know about you.
Hey, by the way, when the news came down today with Donovan Mitchell and that extension, did you get the same notifications? I'm sure that I do, where it says in bold caps, breaking.
Yeah.
And then Cleveland Cavaliers. And I thought I said to myself, oh, okay, so it did happen today. I was getting ready to read the rest and it being LeBron, and then obviously it wasn't.
I clicked into the Odyssey notification. All I saw was the A with the orange around it, and I was like, it's time. I clicked in, and Ken was like, we got breaking news here. And I was like, here it comes. It's like Donovan Mitchell signed an extension. I was like, okay, that's cool too.
Yeah, we all got the fake out.
Yeah.
Big time fake out moment today.
Now, we were having a Francisco Lindor conversation about whether you'd take him back or not. I'm actually not surprised. I think Ken weighed in on our Twitter poll, which you guys can find if my damn computer ever unfreezes at afternoon 923 FAN. Which former Cleveland athlete would you want a reunion with the most? LeBron, Lindor, or Mayfield? And Ken's out on Lindor 2.0 in Cleveland.
Ken's out on it.
Out on it. Yeah.
Did he say why, or do we have to wait till tomorrow?
No, he posted a funny video and then just said no. Yeah.
The guy was 10th in MVP last year.
The man does 4 hours a day. You expect him to be long-winded on social media as well?
No. I just the instant no is what's getting me here. The no from you, the no from Ken. The idea that I'm just surprised that there's so many no's. Like, as far as Lindor is concerned, he was about as good as you can get when he was here, and he's still playing good to great baseball.
I think there are people that still have some hard feelings over the way he left.
Well, and there were people that had hard feelings over the way that LeBron left too, and then he came back and won a title, and everything was all good. And so, like, Lindor the Mets have not embraced and loved Lindor the way that I think he hoped that they would. Mm-hmm. You come back here to Cleveland, you win the title you never won with J-Ram, and all of a sudden we're putting statues up there with you. It's like we can call LeBron 2.0 here. The redemption tour, same thing for Lindor.
I think the difference is I don't know that people look at Frankie as a guy that makes it a lock to win a championship, which is what LeBron meant. And some of that's about baseball, and some of that's about...
A lot of that's about baseball.
He's a really nice, at best, two-hitter, like, very good hitter. I'm not trying to, besmirch the man, but one player doesn't move the needle the same way, especially if he's not a guy that's going to hit 40 home runs.
No, that's how the sport's constructed, obviously. But I do feel like there can be a redemption that would be had here. Maybe Lindor regrets that decision. You sit down, he's not regretting signing a deal for $350 million. But how this is all unfolded with the Mets, he's got to be disappointed.
Long Beach Mike responding to the Twitter poll saying, I want none of these guys back. Sure,
well, that's
Mike.
Just insane.
You're being difficult,
You just
Mike.
you're not being truthful right now, Mike.
Miss Duke, one of me, saying, none. Our roster is everything. I don't know what I'm supposed to take.
Which roster?
That.
I don't even
Yeah.
know. I think she's a Browns fan, I think, more than anything.
Oh, so she was just talking about it from the she's also a big Shador fan, so that makes sense with the Baker thing. So far, and again, we only have 100,000 votes in. But you guys can vote.
Light work today.
Light work for us, yeah. But we still talk about it because we want to serve the masses. 60% of people saying LeBron, 27.5% saying Baker, and about 13% saying Francisco Lindor.
That's good. I'm happy Lindor even got the 13%. I didn't know if he was gonna.
I had said I thought he was gonna get about 10% of the vote.
Yeah, I didn't even know that he was gonna.
But I thought it was gonna be more of a split between LeBron and Baker.
I did too, but I think that people they know LeBron, or they think LeBron is coming right now. If you do this a day after LeBron decides to go to Miami, and then we'll see how people feel about this.
All right. Do it a day after Baker signs a long-term extension in Tampa Bay.
Doesn't change. People still want him. Does not change.
All the wrong takes. I don't know why we're taking that guy's takes.
Let's go to that guy.
Saying nobody wants Lindor back. No,
I'm right
he's
here.
right there.
I'm right here.
Yeah, he does want him back.
He was second in MVP 2 years ago. What are we doing here, people? Why is Lindor looked at as a bad baseball player? I'm so confused in this.
He's hitting .216.
35 games. It's been 35 games this year. He's been dealing with injuries.
I mean, the Guardians have had 20 bad games over the last month and a half.
So
you've already written the Guardians off.
J-Ram, first off, I didn't write the Guardians off. But
you said you don't think they're making the playoffs.
I did not say that.
Who said that in that video yesterday that I didn't watch, but I read the headline on?
Was not me.
Was it Jake? Get that bastard on the line, then. I got something to say to him.
Oh, you just did the thing that we hate when people do to us, which is you didn't watch the video
and then
appropriated a take towards me that I didn't have.
Now that I'm back at work, I won't do it. But Vacation Nick did it, not Work Nick.
Bad work by Vacation Nick there.
Yeah, he's a D.
Man.
Well, I mean, he's surrounded by hormonal women. What are we going to do? See? Bring it all back. Revolutions.
No, Guardians are going to make the playoffs. It's a bad American league. I forgot the main point now. I have no idea what the main point even was. The idea that
Francisco Lindor, people don't want him back. He's a bad baseball player.
Yeah, I just don't understand why. 35 games, 150 plate appearances. But so you're going to tell me J-Ram you think is a bad baseball player all of a sudden too?
No, he's hurt.
J-Ram's hitting. Okay. Nick, you heard it here first. If Lindor is a bad baseball player for all those reasons that you laid out, then J-Ram must be a bad baseball player as well.
No. Because Frankie's come back after injury and been bad. Jose hasn't come back. Jose could come back and have his superpowers back.
He was bad for the same 35 games. He was bad for the same 35 games that you're judging everything off Lindor on.
Listen, if you want to say Jose's a bad player, you say Jose's a bad player.
The age argument you're putting towards this also applies to J-Ram as well.
Yeah, except I already have.
So everything you think about Lindor should also be applicable to what you think about J-Ram.
No, because I like one more than the other.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Yeah. Frankie's a bit of a D. He's a really good baseball player.
It's just hard to,
I don't want two older guys that now have to worry about whether they live up to their contract.
J-Ram has twice the at-bats that Lindor has this year. He's actually got 314 plate appearances this year.
How many home runs?
Who, J-Ram?
Yeah.
He had 10 so far. Yeah.
Got more power. I respect the power of J-Ram.
Yeah.
Over, what's his name again?
I mean, you don't remember his name. You're so insulting when you want to be. Just remember that.
I am. Yeah.
Nobody else in the world you would let slide the idea of like, oh no, but I like him, as like the argument. Like I know, but I like him.
You don't.
But on this show, I just let it go. I just let it go.
You don't think that the personal side of stuff means anything to Clevelanders? Because I think that's part of it.
It doesn't in the debate of whether or not you think he's going to be a good baseball player or not ever again.
Well, no. The bigger picture, the point of I think he's a bit of a D, and I don't know that I want to bring that back to this clubhouse. And he's not playing good baseball. That goes back to the bigger picture of do I want him back?
Okay.
And the answer is no. I'd rather spend, if it's $14 million or $10 million, whatever, I'd rather spend that elsewhere.
I'm ready for Lindor to come home.
Fairchild.
Come on home. Come on home, Lindor. Come on home.
Which former Cleveland athlete would you want a reunion with the most? LeBron, Lindor, or Mayfield? And the waiting game with LeBron continues in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Sports, John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
That was some therapy I didn't know I was going to have to pay for.
And baseball top coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. John Fanta joining us coming up in about 20 minutes or so. It is Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan. Yeah, it's funny. I'm getting some tweets, and I don't want to belabor the point here, but like Brad on Twitter reactions brought to you by our friends over there at Shop & Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Peter Lynn's a tool. Yeah, let's trade for a guy hitting 216. It's 35 games. I need to, we didn't do this for J-Ram. J-Ram struggled for 70 games of this season.
Yeah, that's J-Ram.
And nobody was like, he's all of a sudden cooked. Lindor was 10th in MVP voting last year, 2nd in MVP voting 2 years ago. He sucks for 35 games, and people are like, he's just a 216 hitter. And by the way, bringing batting average as your main attack on this, we have more sophisticated and better stats than that. There's a lot of other stats that can tell you he sucked for 35 games, but 35 games does not make it doesn't make a career. My goodness.
Called you a tool, and then you went 216 is beneath you. I think you went too nice. I think you were too nice. You should call him a tool back.
They go low, I go high, Nick.
I don't believe that is historically accurate with how I've experienced our interactions before.
Well, that's just me and you.
Okay, that's fair.
That's not anything else. There's one exception in life. I get to treat you however the hell I want.
This is a marriage.
But outside of that, anybody else, you go low, I go high.
All right, so which one is more insulting? Him separating your name to Peter Lynn, like you were like an Asian guy, or him calling you a tool?
The tool doesn't. Maybe I am a tool. I don't know. It doesn't bother me as much. It's more the idea that it's like an insane thought that I would want Francisco Lindor on this baseball team again.
All right.
How has this become not the? How am I on like an island over here? How am I like this lone person that thinks Francisco Lindor is still good at baseball and the Guardians could benefit from that?
Because Francisco Lindor is hitting 216.
This is the rage baiting portion of the program.
There's no rage baiting.
This is the rage baiting portion of the program.
Most people are going to look at his baseball reference and see what he's hitting, and I think it is fair. I think what you're saying is fair, which is it's an incredibly small sample size.
150 plate appearances.
But if people already think the guy's a bit of a chotch, which is a fair amount of the responses here that I'm seeing, and I think also...
Why do people think he's a chotch? Where did this come from? When he was here, he was beloved. What do you mean his time here?
Well, one guy was the franchise and decided he didn't want to resign here. The other guy was a franchise and resigned twice.
Yeah, but again, because the Guardians weren't going to pay him $350 million. He would have resigned here. If the Guardians were going to pay him market value, Francisco Lindor still would have been a Guardian.
If you had said you can get market value in New York or market value in Cleveland, he was choosing New York.
I don't agree with that. No, I fundamentally disagree with that. He would be a lifetime and career Guardian if the Guardians were going to pay him $350 million. He just knew that was never going to happen.
I think much like Shane Bieber.
When Dolan comes out and says enjoy him before, with so much time left on that contract, I think it was already spoken what was going to happen there.
I think very similar to Shane Bieber. I never thought there was any chance Frankie actually wanted to sign here. And some of that was like the way he talked, like he was very open and very excited about the idea of New York, and that was well before, by the way, he even got traded to New York. Like he wanted to go to a big market. Like that's most players. I think
everything was about the money. Because he said repeatedly, that he wanted to be here. This is something that he wanted. I really don't believe that Lindor was just thought the bright lights of New York is all he needed to complete his life. I think he realized I can make twice as much money going to New York, and that's the only reason why. I put that at the feet of the Dolans. I don't put that at the feet of Lindor.
216-474-0092. So again, we're talking about this Twitter poll about a potential Francisco Lindor reunion and whether you'd be for or against it. Now 127,000 votes in. LeBron's still getting about 58%. Frankie's up to 13.5% of people that would like a reunion with him above the other two guys. Baker getting about 28%. So we are on LeBron watch here. And you said something early in the show, and I heard the morning show say something similar. And all of this was in response to the idea that the LeBron situation is not going to resolve itself quickly, and what that means if he doesn't sign in Cleveland. And this idea of the longer this goes on for him to not choose Cleveland, the worse the reaction is going to be for LeBron. Am I remembering that correctly and accurately?
Well, it might be two different conversations, right? Like, is it worse for the Cavs if this extends on, I think is one conversation. And then what does it do for Cavs fans if, in fact, LeBron has everyone thinking he's going to end up being with the Cavs and in turn then doesn't end up joining the Cavs?
I mean, I think LeBron signing anywhere else at this point, there's going to be a sizable backlash. I don't know if that's all of Cleveland or if that's just half of Cleveland.
Would you be pissed at LeBron if he did this?
I'd be disappointed. I don't think there's anything LeBron could do right now that would have me say I'm not a fan of LeBron.
So, like, the hard part about this is that, yeah, and I'm with you. I'll always love LeBron. That's just there. But all of this conversation isn't necessarily LeBron's, or he's not orchestrating all of this necessarily. He's just kind of letting the chips fall where they may. Yes, he's orchestrating the idea that he's elongating this process, but ask like Windhorst, ask Bobby Marks, ask the people that are around this situation, and they'll tell you LeBron's camp, the people that will know this answer aren't speaking at all. In many ways, I put it at all of us for speculating, like how we went from the Warriors.
Knew it was our fault.
How did we go from the Warriors are the favorite to then all of a sudden it was Philadelphia became like a dark horse favorite, then Miami is all of a sudden in play, and now for like 5 days it feels like the Cavs have been pretty much the overwhelming favorite.
Well, but that's the downside of this if you're LeBron. Like that. This is LeBron likes everyone to think he orchestrates everything and holds all the cards. The downside of that is if you make a decision that people weren't expecting, specifically in your home region, people are going to feel like you use the Cavs as bait. And will be that'll feel as a major betrayal for at least some segment of Cavs fans.
I think it's really hard to have Cavs fans thinking about it the way that they have been and the way we all have been, where we're figuring out how LeBron would work with Harden. We're talking about different lineups. We're acting as if he's already coming here, and meanwhile, if he goes somewhere else, then it'll be a love lost in many ways.
I mean, my rebuttal would be, as much as it's going to suck if he finishes his career in Miami, Minnesota, anywhere that is in Cleveland, what other move were you going to make? You know, like the cap space, you're already tied to a certain amount of you already have so low amount of moves you can actually make from here.
It's not that he's limiting you from making a move right now. That's not what I'm concerned about.
Well, no, but I think there are going to be people who say, we could have made all these other... It's not true.
No, that's lame. No, I wouldn't buy that. That's a lame excuse. No. But I would buy the idea that he's played with people's emotions now for a couple weeks. And like if the end result is he goes to Miami, let's say, all right, fine. But for 2 weeks, Joe sports fan out there that lives in Parma thought that he was going to buy another, or be able to dust off the old LeBron jersey and be able to go to X amount of games this year. And the Cavs were going to be competitive and we're going to have a different look and all these other things. And you just bursted that fan's bubble.
So you're right. And the Instagram stuff and all the other stuff, all this, yes, LeBron is leading Cleveland on to some degree. And so if he doesn't sign here, there will be a reaction by some people. I would just say, I just don't know there's anything LeBron can do from here. The Warriors thing feels really gross to me. That was your chief rival. I know that you and Steph and Draymond are friends off the court. I get that. You can be friends off the court. You signing with a team that went out halfway through a great rivalry where you had a title and they had a title, and then they signed Kevin Durant because they're gutless cowards who could do it, by the way, and we totally would have done it if we could have, but we're gutless cowards. That just feels like the no-no move to me. But even then, I got, 14 years of LeBron in Cleveland? Am I thinking about that right? 11 years. Sorry, 11 years. I'm giving him a couple extra years. Yep, he's already fulfilled everything I could have ever asked for him. I'm asking for more by him coming home and me being able to say goodbye to him. I'm being the one that wants more in this scenario. So I'm also trying to remember that just because I want it doesn't mean I'm owed it. And I I think there are people out there who think he owes it to Cleveland. No, I just think it would be a nice touch.
No, he doesn't. But he did go it's so heavy with the being in Fairlawn at the Golf Galaxy and then hanging out with high school friends at the club over the weekend and doing all these Cleveland-orientated and Akron-orientated things. So if he would have made an announcement, let's say Sunday, and it came out and it was Miami, and this is where part 2 comes in, by the way. If it would have come out and said Miami, I think the timing of it would have been miserable where people's expectations were. The more days that pass on, the more we get away from being like it's a lock that it's going to be the Cavs. And that does give people more time to then breathe a little bit and make peace with, all right, maybe he hasn't made up his decision and that blow will be less. But the reason why you keep that going is because you want to lessen the blow.
Oh, I don't think anything. For the people that are going to be upset if LeBron doesn't come back from here, I don't think time is going to help you. I think those people have already decided he's a Cav, which means the longer this goes on, the more expectation they have you're going to be a Cav again, and I think that's going to piss people off.
I think people get swayed by stupid things like Polymarket. I think people get swayed by just people.
I can't take
rumors,
another person
all
talking
this
about
stuff.
Kalshi.
All these stuff. I think it all kind of it sets you up in a way that makes it easier to swallow. So if you have like 3 days worth of, oh man, wow, Miami's really in this, and Miami, oh wow, Giannis is doing this, and they really feel like, then you can just mentally prepare yourself better. We're in a state right now, Cavs fans are in, is we think we have this. And if all of a sudden the notification came down and he's going to the Warriors, as of right now, like it would just be a big blow how sudden that would feel.
Does a prolonged process hurt the Cavaliers in this? Let's go with Mark in Warren. Mark, welcome to the show.
Hey, I think it's a long process because they're trying to figure out the rest of the roster that they need to rearrange, because we've been thinking and talking and saying that you insert LeBron at the 3 and we're a championship contender, but that's not the truth, because at the 2 spot, at the 3 spot, you need speed and you need shooting, and he's not that anymore. He's too old to play 3. He's a 4, and they got to figure out the rest of the roster and who they're going to trade with to get a 2 and a 3 that can shoot, play defense, and with some speed.
So I don't disagree, and I appreciate the call there, Mark. I don't disagree that LeBron as a 4 is probably his most natural fit right now. He's also a point guard. So, like, we're talking offensively or talking defensively. Like, ideally, if you could then turn Jared Allen into a backup big, not named Thomas Bryant, although welcome back to Cleveland, Thomas, and a proper 3 that can shoot the 3 ball, yeah, that's ideal. Go find me that guy.
Yeah, it's tough. And it's funny how some of the names are already just, like it's like everyone got infatuated with Rui, for instance, and then all of a sudden he's with the Clippers, and we're just kind of watching some of these guys go, but it is what it is. That's, you hold out for that because LeBron's that great.
Does a prolonged process hurt the Cavaliers' chances of landing LeBron? We'll ask that of John Fanta, NBC Sports, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking to
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on three. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer coming up in about 1 hour's time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We are awaiting LeBron James. We've also got to go ahead and get to the poll question that has seemingly gotten some people fired up here. But on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. We're going to welcome in John Fanta of NBC Sports in a moment here. But the nation's premier sports broadcasting camp is coming to Cleveland from July 20th to the 24th for boys and girls ages 10 to 19. This camp will be held at John Carroll University, featuring Cleveland and national media teaching the skills of play-by-play, hosting, sports talk, interviewing, and more. The camp also includes a trip to the Guardians-Twins game on the 23rd with a tour of Progressive Field and more. For more information, head to sportsbroadcastingcamp.com/Cleveland or call 908-337-5865. Let's go ahead and welcome on the great John Fanta. John, welcome to the show, buddy.
John.
Hello, fellas. I'm looking forward to coming back to Cleveland in 2 weeks, and I hope before those 2 weeks comes that someone else comes back home.
Who's that?
Francisco Lindor?
The King. The King. Come on now. The King. No, not Francisco
King of what?
Lindor.
The King of what?
Oh,
yeah, we just
come
celebrated
on.
the 250th anniversary. We don't need the King to come back, friend.
That was all about getting rid of kings.
No King's Day.
Yes, we do need. We need you too. You always get me in trouble. King James, LeBron James.
That King.
I heard something about that. Hey, John, I have put a stoppage on the decision for today. I think there's zero chance it happens today because of the Donovan Mitchell news.
Well, it wasn't going to happen last week. Wilson was out gallivanting around. I couldn't find him. I was on this show. It was a very enjoyable experience. It won't be today. I don't think so. Today's Donovan Day. Today's Donovan Mitchell Day, and I thought that Bobby Marks, brought some interesting perspective to it. But at the end of the day, with the Donovan Mitchell news, my instant reaction to that was just thinking about how many people, because I live in New Jersey now, and how many people, the moment that Donovan Mitchell became a Cavalier, reached out to me and said, well, he won't be a Cavalier for long, and, he'll be with us. And look, the Knicks are doing just fine, and they won a championship, and good for them. But it has been good to see that a superstar, a top-end star in the NBA, a guy who I know hasn't won a championship, but a guy who's represented the city and busted his tail and is one of the best pure scoring guards in the NBA, that he's decided to call this place his long-term home. I think that's a positive.
All right. I do want to get to the Donovan stuff. Obviously, the LaWatch continues. Obviously, some Gardo stuff. Maybe a little bit of Browns here or there. We put out a Twitter poll earlier, last hour, on which former Cleveland athlete would you want a reunion with the most. Rank these three guys: LeBron, Francisco Lindor, and Baker Mayfield.
LeBron 1, Baker Mayfield 2, and Francisco Lindor 3.
Is it close?
2 and 3, I guess, are close, but one's pretty clear to me. John, I can't figure out. I'm taking all sorts of heat for wanting Francisco Lindor back on this team. If we can get him at not $34 million a year, let's say you cut that in half because the Mets take some of that money. I don't understand it. There's so much backlash. People are so anti-Lindor, and the man was 10th in MVP voting last year. He was second 2 years ago. He had a rough 35 games this year. I don't get it. I think his best baseball days are in the past, and I think the clubhouse scuttle has not been encouraging from Flushing. I mean, it's clear that there's a mix-up with the Mets between teammates. To what degree that is, we don't know the full extent, but their clubhouse vibes are not great. And, that Lindor, it just, I agree with you on the second MVP. And you can get, a guy that when he's playing his best baseball is one of the most valuable players in the league. But to me, the Guardians are entering a new day with new faces and new guys that can take the steering wheel. That's why I put him at 3, because I think we've seen his best baseball already in Cleveland, and I don't love a lot of the talks and chats and things that have come out of the Mets organization where, I think the Guardians, they were okay with his departure, and it didn't seem like there were a whole lot of broken hearts and teary eyes. And that speaks volumes to me.
Well,
guys.
there's nothing they could do. They knew they couldn't pay him $350 million. There's nothing they can do. They weren't upset by it, and they didn't act upset by it because the reality was they were too poor for Francisco Lindor.
And that's fine, but I also think that when you lose a guy like that, there's still a real part of you that's going to naturally feel bad about it and feel upset about it. And I don't know if I got that vibe from his teammates in Cleveland. I've sensed some weird vibes ever since he became a Met. There was a spat that he had with Pete Alonso early on in his tenure, where they got into it in the dugout. Like that stuff. That matters to me. I know you're judging. Wouldn't you make an argument?
Wouldn't you make an argument? This is the one place he could go to where we know that wouldn't be a problem because he'd be entering a clubhouse with J-Ram, and the two of them got along not only swimmingly but in a fantastic way when they were here.
Yes. I agree with that counterpoint. I do agree that Ramirez could get along with anybody. It's close. It is close. But to me, LeBron James can give the Cavaliers, of the 3 teams here and the 3 players you'd be adding, the player and situation that gives you the best chance at a championship is LeBron James becoming a Cavalier on this team. Baker Mayfield ain't winning a Super Bowl in Cleveland. And Francisco Lindor in a World Series in Cleveland, I still think the Guardians need a lot of pitching help for that to happen.
John Fantone, the Wise Heart Right. You son of a. The Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. All right, John, let's get to the Donovan side of things. One of the reaction to Donovan signing this extension is that maybe Cleveland fans haven't given him enough respect yet or enough love yet. Do you think Clevelanders are taking Donovan Mitchell for granted thus far in his Cavs run?
I'm not taking him for granted. I don't think Clevelanders are taking him for granted. They make that place one of the better atmospheres in all the NBA, and I think Donovan is appreciated. But the standard changed in 2016, guys. That's why people are starved for LeBron James. They want him back. They know what his vision is. They know the edge that he plays with. Look, is the lack of full love that's perceived for Donovan Mitchell, does that have something to do with just the fact that LeBron James once held the throne in this town and once was the man? And when you set a standard like that, nobody's even come remotely close in Chicago since Michael Jordan. I guess Derrick Rose had a cup of tea, but that's insulting to Jordan. So the fact is, is the viewpoint skewed because we experienced one of the greatest 3 or 4 people to touch a basketball ever in our town, and so then we don't give Donovan the degree of love that maybe he got in Utah? Okay, that's fine, but do I think he gets taken for granted in Cleveland, Ohio? That's not the type of town that Cleveland is. And the standard changed 10 years ago. Championship.
Oh, did we lose John?
Yeah, I think we lost John. Yeah.
Oh, John, NBC's got to pay a little bit more here with this cell coverage.
Oh, sorry. Donovan's played well, but he hasn't gotten them what the goal is.
Oh, sorry.
That kind of made me feel bad with that response.
Boom, right back into it. Oh, we got John Breer on the hotline.
Is that all right? Am I still there? Do you hear me now?
No, John, we can't hear you. We got nothing.
Mac,
you got nothing?
Mac, can you see if
can you get John?
Can you hear?
Do you hear anything? Is there a crackle?
Do you hear anything over there?
I'm not getting anything over here.
All right. Well, we're gonna pop him on hold, and we're gonna see what we got there. Let's see if we can get John right there. All right. All right. Go ahead and do it for real now. I realized I killed the bit.
No, I know. I wanted you to keep him on.
I was like, I'll put him on hold. No, it's
and
like,
you
wait,
actually
I have
did
no
it.
other move.
I was so shocked. I said the whole bit was we'd hear John freak out.
All right, John, do we have you back?
Nick?
All right, we still don't.
Jonathan,
Okay.
are you there?
I can't hear you.
I
was just picking up your cheeseburger. I'm sorry.
Should we call him back?
I think we got to hang up with John. I think John. I think we got to hang
well,
up.
I'm not
with you.
going to read the damn the novel that he sent over about the camp. now that we're not going to. I mean, we're not even going to have him for 12 minutes here.
We need John to be like 10% dumber than he is.
Yeah,
That's the sad part for this. I think we had him in the beginning, and now you're too smart for this
Do you
bit,
have
John.
me now?
Yeah, we got you now.
We got
Loud
you,
and
buddy.
clear.
You have me now?
Loud and clear.
You got me. Okay. All right. This was a good. I was just getting your burger. We're all set and squared away.
Do you guys go over cell
I'm
plans
sorry.
at your camp?
We don't, thank you, JP. Wow. I mean, my goodness. Hopefully, I'm going to have Ray Farmer line them up for me. He's going to manage the cell service. He's so good at it. He did a great job of it on the lakefront. Okay, here's the deal. We don't take Donovan for granted. The standard's different. It's a championship in Cleveland. Facts are facts. He hasn't gotten us there. So you could say that and say that we appreciate him at the same time.
All right, where are you at with the LeBron stuff? Is he coming home, John? Do you really believe in your heart of hearts he's coming home?
It's meant to be. It's written in the stars. Where else should he go? You tell me he's going to spend a year in Minneapolis or Denver or, Philadelphia? I mean, I don't see it. I don't see it. He can go out a champion in Cleveland. It can happen. It is it is within the spectrum of reality that he could come back home and go out a champion with Donovan Mitchell, with Evan Mobley, with James Harden, with Jared Allen. It's within the realm of possibility. Why not? You're not going to be loved anywhere else more than you're loved in Northeast Ohio, and you could close out your career where you started it. You can close out your career in the area that you started your life. You've built your life here. You've built an empire in the town. They're going to build a statue for it. End it in Cleveland, Ohio. It's where it's meant to be. I believe he's coming home. I think he's going to have a draw. And I think he'll say, I'm taking my talents to Lake Erie.
All right. Which place that he could land that isn't Cleveland would upset you the most?
Well, it would have been Golden State, but I think they're out of the running. I would be upset by Philadelphia. I'd be upset by Philadelphia. To me, they go and get Jaylen Brown, who was just on Twitch as the season ended, talking bad about Jason Tatum. They've got Joel Embiid, who, he's been more hurt than he's been healthy. They've got some young guards, but that town's had a lot of good in it, okay? They've had a lot of good. They've had the Eagles have been rolling. They've had their baseball team be constantly in it. The Sixers, they had the process and this. It doesn't fit for me. So if he were a Sixer in a state, in an area that's not too far from Cleveland, Ohio, yeah, I'd be disappointed by it. I would be upset by that. What city do you guys vote?
Oh, it'd be Golden State. It would have infuriated me.
Oh, yeah, big time Golden State. Yeah, not even
They're
close.
out of the running. I don't think they're getting him. I think if they were getting him, it would have happened already.
Are we sleeping on Miami a little bit too much here? I mean, there's Giannis, him and Giannis, and that friendship is that's different. Like he flies to Greece to train with Giannis. Yeah. Like LeBron's getting on planes going to Greece to see his hometown. Like there's a real friendship, and between Spo obviously and everything that's there already with Heat culture. Like I think there's more to it than people are letting on.
I agree with that, and it was a special couple chapters of his career. I don't know what his and Pat Riley's. I'm not sure what their updated status is. We know that Pat's trying to go for it. And Pat Riley can be awfully convincing behind closed doors. And it's well known around the league that Riley's doing whatever he can to taste one more championship. So I agree. Miami's getting undersold in this. Like, I put Miami at the second best chances of landing him. I think if Golden State was happening, it would have happened by now. Miami, I agree. It's being underplayed in this sweepstakes, and it would upset me. But at least there'd be Miami's not a sports town. And I still don't think they're a championship caliber team, even if they have LeBron James. I think they still need a lot of perimeter help. The Cavs, I thought Bobby said it in the interview, and I'm gonna echo it. There's no better situation for him than Cleveland, Ohio. Tell me why it's not. You can't.
Well,
John.
too many people like Kevin O'Connor and Bill Simmons want to tell you that this is a bad fit for LeBron.
Yeah, the NBA nerds.
Bad fit.
That's what they said. Yeah, that's what Kevin O'Connor and Bill Simmons both said. It was, and I think a lot of that, John. I think that's people trying to figure out how it would all work because Harden needs the ball, Donovan needs the ball. I just LeBron can fit anywhere in my opinion. Now, that's how I look at it. LeBron can fit anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, LeBron James is the ultimate 1 to 5 type positional basketball player. And guess what? He dictates the plans. He always is dictating the plans in Cleveland. He'll never have more control than he does in Cleveland, Ohio. And guess what? That's part of LeBron's, part of the experience. The guy is in control. Like in L.A., he was in control to a degree, and it ended because it's like, hey, it's best for us to just all move on from one another. We don't see eye to eye on things, and it was best for the Lakers to move on too. Honestly, the last couple of years, they've made some poor decisions themselves, but the two sides are holding each other back. I don't agree with the take from guys I respect. I respect Bill and Kevin. But LeBron James is the ultimate fit-in-anywhere guy. Like, oh, James Harden needs the ball, Donovan Mitchell needs the ball. No. If LeBron's having one last dance at this thing, he'll tell people how they need to play. And one of the great things about Donovan Mitchell is he listens. Donovan's a consummate professional. Can Harden go off on his merry way? Sure, he can. But if there's any guy who could get James Harden to be a little under control, it's LeBron James.
Let me read you what Kevin O'Connor was trying to make the case with. He says, James, Mitchell, and Harden's an awful fit. Not enough defense, not enough off-ball movement, not enough spacing with Allen and Mobley either. A flawed bench. Their coach just blundered big time. I just don't get it.
Their coach just blundered big time. I mean, look, here's the thing. The bench situation, guys, the stars win. LeBron James has only elevated people throughout his entire career. Okay? Yeah, he gave Kyrie Irving the best basketball of his career. Hell, he gave Kevin Love the best basketball of his career. He comes into Cleveland. He will fit with Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley and James Harden and Jared Allen. And guess what? If it's not fitting, he'll find someone who gets it to fit. He'll find a coach who gets to fit. And that's not me trying to threaten Kenny Atkinson. It's just the reality of how things work with LeBron James in the NBA. I don't understand the take that the pieces don't fit. The Cavs bench, it is what it is. But the fact is, you stack up those people at the top of your lineup, and if they're healthy for postseason basketball, that is one scary, scary team. And you're underselling the defender that Mobley is when you say that things don't fit. Because you could say the Cavs aren't going to be good enough defensively. They got one of the best defensive players in the league. And a hungry LeBron James out for a championship, they could supplement their roster with some cheaper bench pieces, too, that know how to play some defense. So I am not sitting here worried about the fit idea. There's no better place for him to end his career in, whether he wins a championship or not. And this team is they're still a top 6 or 7 team in the NBA. You know, the Cavaliers are still in a good position. With LeBron James, he could get them over the top.
You know, John, we're so thankful that you came on here. You might not know this, but some of our stuff that like recaps and puts like a synopsis of our chapters out there, it's like AI does that for us. So I would hate it if AI took this and said that John Fanta says Bill Simmons is an idiot for his LeBron takes. I would hate it if AI did that to you.
And Kevin O'Connor sucks.
I didn't call him I did not call him an idiot.
But you did say Kevin O'Connor sucks.
No, I did not.
Too long of a pause there.
Yeah. AI is going to get you on that one, John. We appreciate you, though.
No,
hey, at least we didn't tell you.
Oh, sorry, John. Your phone's breaking up.
Oh, no, John.
Damn. We just wanted to give you a chance to rebut on the Wise Heart Why We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline, but we couldn't do it, John. I'm sorry you think Bill Simmons is an idiot. John Fanta says that, and you're a professional. What do I know? I don't work for NBC Sports.
I'd love for you to be able to defend yourself there, but the phone line just wasn't going to have it.
Let's go back to him, John.
Not today. John?
He's not. John! Son of a gun. Man, maybe next week.
Just not our luck.
We'll react to what John had to say and talk about Donovan. We're having fun here. Donovan being taken for granted in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Donovan Mitchell and the Cavs are teammates for the long haul. Mitchell agreed to a 4-year, $273 million maximum contract extension today. The extension includes a player option for the 2030-31 season and a full trade kicker and makes Mitchell one of the highest paid NBA players. Today was the first day he was eligible for a new contract and didn't waste any time.
Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
It doesn't hurt that a franchise cornerstone has now doubled down on his commitment to the Cleveland Cavaliers. And Donovan Mitchell, I'm told, has been very active in a significant part of the conversations the Cavs officials have been having this summer on upgrading the roster. And yes, that includes the pursuit of LeBron James, and I'm told has made it clear that he would embrace LeBron coming to the Cavaliers and joining him in Cleveland. Another wing as well that the Cavs have pursued here in free agency is Jonathan Kuminga, unrestricted free agent after his team option was declined by Atlanta. Kenny Atkinson coached Jonathan Kuminga in Golden State as an assistant. So LeBron James is the first priority for the Cavaliers, and Donovan Mitchell is fully on board with that and upgrading the Cavs roster overall after they made a run to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Shams Charania running with whatever agents told him earlier today on ESPN. I would like to point out, because people have taken what he said to be that Donovan is recruiting LeBron. I don't know if you heard it the way I heard it. I heard it that Donovan's cool if LeBron comes. That doesn't seem to me like he's picking up the phone every day and saying, hey, LeBron, it's Don. Want to be Donovan?
So there is a weird dynamic at play here, right? The idea that, first off, it doesn't feel like Donovan's recruited anybody here in his time. So, like, it's not really what he does. In fact, when we talk about when we talk about Donovan like a half decade or a decade from now, it might be one of the things I lob at him if this doesn't go well. Like, where were you on the recruiting trail? But the other dynamic that's weird, Donovan has openly talked about how he grew up like this sicka LeBron James fan. He's his favorite basketball player of all time. He was obviously at the decision at the Boys and Girls Club. Like as a young kid, he was there. Like there's a I don't know. It's a weird dynamic at play. Like of course he wants to play with the guy that was his childhood hero. And also it's LeBron James. Who's going to say no to that as well? But the dynamic has got to be weird.
I need Donovan to make this happen.
But how can Donovan tip the scales?
He's Donovan. Isn't that what all the superstars did? At least 10 years ago, we thought, I mean, again, Draymond for Kevin Durant. After losing in the NBA Finals in Game 7, the first thing Draymond did is he walked out to his car and called or texted Kevin Durant. I kind of need that kind of sense of urgency from Donovan Mitchell.
I don't think you're going to get it. A phone call might be nice. Maybe that goes a long way for him being like, this can be our team. And then LeBron would laugh and be like, I know, buddy. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you can let LeBron infantilize you and condescend you as much as you want.
Thanks for telling me about it.
As it gives you a 25% better chance.
I just don't know that LeBron feels like he needs Donovan's blessing in any of this.
But you did say something that I do believe to be true, which is LeBron can be swayed.
He can be.
I think Donovan
and he loves this stuff.
Well, and listen,
he loves this.
I think the reason the process is going the way the process is going, meaning the fact that LeBron knew well before, a week and a half ago when he announced he wasn't going back to the Lakers, LeBron knew that he wasn't going back to the Lakers, going back to the end of the regular season, the end of the postseason. Like, he knew it. That time was done. And a lot of that is that's just as much from the Lakers side as is LeBron's side. Mm-hmm. So do I think what LeBron wants to feel out of all of this more than anything is the love? Yeah. And if the teams,
I agree with that.
If the teams aren't going to be able to meet with LeBron and pitch him, then the stars can.
No, and I listen, there was a clip of me a week and a half ago, and I said something to the effect of how Donovan's got to get on the recruiting trail, and he's got to go ahead and make his pitch. And I guess maybe that comes from more of when I thought we were behind in this race. Now I kind of feel like just don't do anything to F it up. Like now we're at the spot where do whatever you got to do, make it be known to LeBron's people that this is our team, this is everything that you'd ever dream of and all that, but just don't screw it up is essentially what I'd ask Donovan to do. But Donovan's not get on the phone guy. You're right. In a league where everyone does this, Donovan doesn't really do this.
We'll get to more thoughts on Donovan and the contract extension, but Doug and Canton giving us a call right now. Doug, how are we feeling about LeBron coming back?
Hello, Doug.
Hi, Jonathan and Nick. It's a long time since I talked to you guys. How you doing today?
Doing well.
Where you been, Doug?
Yeah, I know. I've just been hanging around listening to you guys. You guys do a great show.
We agree. Thank you, buddy.
And I'm excited about Donovan Mitchell signing a 4-year, multi-million-dollar contract today. I read it on the Cleveland Cavaliers app, and I think LeBron's going to come back to Cleveland and coexist with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. I don't know what you guys think, but I'm pretty happy about it.
Love to hear it, Doug. All right, we got to go, okay, buddy? Appreciate you.
All right, you too.
I think Doug giving us a little. It's been a while for Doug.
It's been a while.
I can't remember the last time Doug called in.
Seems like months.
Yeah. Months, could be a year. I don't know. Doug's a busy guy. Kenton's, you know how Kenton is, very busy.
Yeah, but he stays listening though, and I like that about Doug.
We like a good active listener.
Sometimes you can't always call in, but you're at least listening, and that's all we care about.
Hey, you're in the truck, you're doing work, you're going from here to there, but you're listening to your boys, Nick and Jonathan. Yes, we also hope LeBron comes back.
Well, I think there is an interesting thing. Fit was such a big part of this conversation over the first, couple days, and it's like, are they going to have enough defense if it's LeBron, Donovan, and James Harden? You'll have Mobley, obviously. We'll see how they round this whole thing out. You're going to have enough defense. That's going to be the question.
Does Donovan need to out-and-out recruit LeBron James? And are you going to hold him accountable if he does? That actually would be a very interesting turn. All of a sudden, people got mad at Donovan for not getting LeBron back.
Yeah, this is not on Donovan. This is not. If LeBron doesn't come to the Cavs, it is not because Donovan didn't do something. This is above Donovan at this point.
Didn't people kind of hold LeBron hostage, or not the hostage? Didn't they hold him accountable for not getting other superstars to come to Cleveland X amount of years ago?
Yeah, but this is not. It's not as if there was Michael Jordan sitting there and he needed to recruit him. This is a different scenario because LeBron is at such a higher level than Donovan, and LeBron isn't going to be. And maybe he needs Donovan to genuflect at the altar of LeBron and remind him how great he is. Maybe that's something that LeBron needs the box checked off. But I don't see this being Donovan's shortcoming. But I will, again, 10 years from now, I will talk about the idea that he didn't recruit basically anybody here at this point.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
But first, win a 4-pack of lawn tickets to see your choice of John Mellencamp, Thomas Rhett, Chicago with Styx, or Billy Idol at Blossom Music Center. All you have to do is pretty simple, guys. You just enter this code word that I'm about to give you. It is going to be HAPPY, H-A-P-P-Y. That's the code word you got to enter by the end of this hour at 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation, where for a limited time, buy 4 lawn tickets to select Blossom shows for $99 at blossommusic.com.
Albert Breer coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We're on LeBron watch. Donovan signing a big extension. Guards, Twins. A lot to get to. Who are you picking?
Guards.
No, I meant of those 4 concerts there.
Oh, wow. Thomas Rhett.
Really?
Yeah, Thomas Rhett. Yeah,
I might go. It's tough because Billy Idol is still kind of a badass at like 70. John Mellencamp. Never seen old Jack and Diane in person.
Oh, yeah. Would that be a fun time for you?
I don't know. As long as he is anti-Dylan, that it seems like he's still like a real human being. So
is that right?
As long as he doesn't Bob Dylan and make it impossible for everyone to watch him, I think I'd be, hello, ROCK in the USA.
Could I trade in the tickets to see Tim McGraw that we did earlier, also at Blossom?
That's not how this works.
No,
you had 4
Thomas Rhett is the
we
answer.
gave them, and that's the one we gave you.
Thomas Rhett is the answer then. Yeah.
Name me a Thomas Rhett song.
I'm sure I have a couple that I could do. I can't name you off the top of my head a Thomas Rhett song, but I know there's a couple that I've heard of.
Probably something about his dog or his truck.
But yeah, it is country music.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna have a heartbreaker in there. We're gonna have something about a truck, something about all sorts of stuff. Thomas Rhett famous songs. Die a Happy Man.
You had to Google that.
Have you ever? Oh, I don't even know that that's one of the one of the ones that I actually know. Gone Country.
Yeah.
I love the titles of country songs.
Yeah.
The titles of country songs are the best. Marry Me, Beautiful As You, Beer Can't Fix That. No, it can't.
I should have mentioned beer.
No, it can't, Thomas Rhett.
Beer in one of those
albums. That's a good understanding by you, is that beer can't fix that.
Okay.
I bet the next hook is, but it can fix a lot. Or something like that.
I feel like your country song with beer can't fix my golf swing.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't believe writing country music is like the hardest thing in the world for people. I think that's a very understood take, is that you just kind of have to have a couple of the same choruses and verses, and you just kind of get
after it. Have a nice hook, and
it's got
to be relatable.
It's not impossible. I don't think it's an impossible thing.
Donovan Mitchell reportedly agreeing to a 4-year, $273 million max extension with the Cavaliers today. Bobby Marks of ESPN joined us at 3:20 and talked about the extension.
From an organizational standpoint, I think there's a sigh of relief, because you never want a player just playing out the last year of his contract. And I think for the organization, it's great that he's going to be here for the long haul. I think contracts like that typically don't age as well. And I'm not saying that Cleveland should have negotiated, or they basically should have tried to see if you get him at a lower number and everything like that. I think he'll be 34 when they're paying him $75 million. Which is sometimes it's not ideal, but those are the circumstances. Like as I say, it's similar with trades. Like the circumstances when you have an All-NBA player who's still definitely in the prime of his career, the ability to lock him up for 40 more years beyond this year, I think, is a big advantage for the organization.
That is interesting how baseball-ified the NBA has become, in that idea that Miguel Cabrera, 10-year deal, but we're going to really hate the last 3 years of that. Albert Pujols, boy, we're going to really, that's going to stink for us somewhere down the line, but we'll let future us worry about that problem. And that's what a lot of these NBA contracts have now turned into. If you can't find a team to trade them and move off of it, you are stuck in the final years of some of these older players like Donovan will be at 34, where they're just not very good.
It just can't be Kemba Walker in Boston. And Kemba had a knee issue, which I think certainly precipitated his fall off. But that Kemba Boston contract is one of the worst contracts given up, because halfway into it, you realized he wasn't going to be able to stay healthy. I don't think that's going to be the case with Donovan. I think we can get the Donovan we've had for the last 4 years for the next 2 to 3 years. Mm-hmm. And listen, if in the end It's that last year or the last 2 years where he's just not this Donovan. In the end, I think the Cavs are going to make that trade-off 9 times out of 10 because they believe in Donovan probably more than anybody else in the NBA does.
I mean, if you get him for the next 3 years and then that fourth year just kind of is like the really falling off the cliff part of it, that's a win. It's a bona fide win if you're the Cavs thinking about this.
Now the concern becomes, all right, how competitive are you going to be and how many chips do you push on the table to get a championship with Donovan? But we kind of have to see them orchestrate those moves and maybe take that time where Donovan's in a team that wins 30 games a year and don't have the high draft picks and all that kind of stuff.
I saw some people online making the suggestion that this is like his version of Jose Ramirez, where it's like you took a discount and you took it because he's not taking $80 million more and waiting until next offseason. And I got to say, that one didn't really sit right with me. That one just didn't. That didn't land the way that people I think thought it would. I think people thought that it was like, yeah, look at what he's doing for the Cavs. Like, no, this also makes a ton of sense for Donovan. Like, this is a good deal for Donovan any way that you slice it. He's not taking pennies on the dollar, and in reality, he still has a chance to recoup a lot of that $80 million that he's giving up.
Yeah, I mean, Donovan probably decided to do this deal. What probably changed from the last time somebody on the station said Donovan's going to wait till next year. It was probably Daryl Ryder, was probably right before this deal happened. But what probably changed is just seeing the landscape and seeing how NBA owners are using the second apron as a hard cap. And so unless you are Jason Tatum, unless you are, LeBron's different because LeBron's being squeezed because he's 41. But unless you are the top 3% of the NBA, you're going to get squeezed hard. Even if you're just taking a $10 million haircut where other guys are taking a $25 million haircut.
Dan Devine, Yahoo Sports, on with Baskin and Phelps today. He was asked if the Cavs can build a championship team around Donovan Mitchell.
He occupies a really interesting spot. I think there's a pretty credible case to be made. He's a top 10 player in the NBA and has been for several years now. To this point, we have not seen that, and I think it's a valid question. There's one potential counter-argument is I think a lot of those same questions about Jalen Brunson existed before this season. The Knicks proved that it can be done. The Knicks also proved that with Jalen Brunson on a significantly smaller salary figure than what Donovan Mitchell is going to be making moving forward. So the work does not end for Kobe Altman in the front office today. And if anything, it might even get a little harder or more difficult. You're going to need to stretch every dollar elsewhere.
Nothing better than a little excitable Phelps in the middle of a clip.
So Phelps was jacked up today. I have no idea how much Baskin and Phelps you caught. I caught a lot of it today, and his Jonathan Kuminga love.
Yeah.
No, I remember when he loved Joe Milton and just became obsessed with Joe Milton. That's where he's at right now with Kuminga.
Yeah. I don't know that there's been a guy in this town that has loved more okay-ish players, or in the case of quarterbacks, just flat out bad, insignificant quarterbacks.
Yeah, okay-ish is being very kind to those guys.
Than Jeff Phelps. He gets really excited.
It's really into it.
About the most mundane players you could possibly get excited for. I'd like Kuminga here. I like DeAndre Hunter when he was here. I think there's there's reasons why they have everything you need to be a great player in the NBA, and they aren't.
Yeah, I mean, he went down to the point of even like if the Cavs hadn't taken Evan Mobley in that draft, he said Kuminga was going to be his answer. He's getting to a spot. I think Kuminga was taken like 7th overall.
Yeah.
Like there was enough spots in between Evan Mobley and Jonathan Kuminga that Jonathan Kuminga should not have been that answer. But anyway, back to the championship team around Donovan. Just because Brunson did it doesn't mean that all of a sudden you have to believe that Donovan can. And the overarching theme of this whole last postseason wasn't necessarily that it was a massive win for 6'3" and under guards. It was more the idea that Jalen Brunson has a fourth quarter in him that Donovan doesn't. At least that was for me.
ESPN Sean Charania joined NBA Today and talked about how Donovan Mitchell's extension could help the Cavs in their pursuit of LeBron James.
It doesn't hurt that a franchise cornerstone has now doubled down on his commitment to the Cleveland Cavaliers. And Donovan Mitchell, I'm told, has been very active in a significant part of the conversations the Cavs officials have been having this summer on upgrading the roster. And yes, that includes the pursuit of LeBron James, and I'm told has made it clear that he would embrace LeBron coming to the Cavaliers and joining him in Cleveland. Another wing as well that the Cavs have pursued here in free agency is Jonathan Kuminga, unrestricted free agent after his team option was declined by Atlanta. Kenny Atkinson coached Jonathan Kuminga in Golden State as an assistant. So LeBron James is the first priority for the Cavaliers, and Donovan Mitchell is fully on board with that and upgrading the Cavs roster overall after they made a run to the Eastern Conference Finals.
That's good. We got Shams Phelps there. Also an obsession with Kuminga.
I got to stop saying mean things about Shams. He just annoys me entirely.
I don't know what happened. People used to really like him, and he just fell off a lot with a lot of people.
He was the underdog.
Yes, he was.
And then
when he was at like Yahoo, and it was like, "Oh, good for you. Woj was getting all the scoops, but you're getting one here and there."
So I think
then he went ESPN.
Yeah, and so now he's getting all the scoops, and I don't think he has that dog in him anymore.
He was breaking news. You remember when he first started off, he was breaking news while also doing college.
Yeah.
He was doing college classes while breaking news at a level that was just unheard of. It's like, how's this 21-year-old just dominating the scene? And then you get enough like details and reports and how he was doing it, and he just had this like, the way all these reporters do, this just an obsession with it, and it paid off, and now he's just turned into a weirdo.
Just slide into enough NBA, other reporters and agents,
it is
DMs.
remarkable what he was able to do at like 21, 22 years old. Like really.
And he's washed at 30.
From basically accomplishing or having no credibility or no anything to build up the arsenal where he was breaking news at that level is insane. And now here we are.
Now, that being said, Donovan, I'm gonna need you to be a little bit more than okay with LeBron coming here. I'm going to need you to do a little recruiting. Always be recruiting. I'm going to need you to go out there, recruit LeBron, maybe take him to a nice bistro, maybe Swenson's. Like, I'm just thinking about something in Akron, and just hang out a little bit, maybe have a little poolside chat a la what LeBron did 10 years ago. That's what I need from Donovan Mitchell in this. I need him to full-on recruit
And I think
LeBron.
you can do it with serious intent, too, where you're like, we need you. I need someone to get me over the top. It's gonna be painted as you getting me over the top and us and this team over the top. You're the missing piece, and you could be sincere in that. It's not even just blowing smoke up LeBron's you-know-what. This is like there's a serious intent there that Donovan needs something different than what it was last year to get this team elevated.
LeBron's what?
What do you mean?
Well, you said LeBron's you-know-what. I don't know what.
Well, you're gonna have to figure that out for yourself.
What is blowing smoke?
It's something.
Do you have to pay extra for that?
I don't know.
We're not that kind of show.
I don't even think that would be something that people would be interested in.
You've seen the internet.
They're interested in everything.
People are interested in a lot.
They just stay horny, that internet.
A lot.
All right, John Fanta, NBC Sports joined us last hour.
We got a boogie.
And we're done. He did it.
But
you can hear it. Odyssey Rewind 420.
Took a wild
he
shot
spoke.
at Bill Simmons.
And Kevin O'Connor.
I mean, basically said, if I saw Kevin O'Connor, I'd shove him into a locker. I mean,
up his you-know-what.
And with smoke. Choo-choo. And he's not going to pay for it. Albert Breer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Jeff joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got In Case We Missed It. Coming up at 6:40 today, we're working to get Albert Breer here. Obviously, we're going to ask him about Sean Payton's totally legit plan that he was thinking about pitching the Walmart owner of the Denver Broncos, about Bill Belichick being the head coach until he got the wins record, and then Sean would take over as the head coach. Totally legit. Definitely something he would consider while trying to secure a $25 million payday.
It's just weird. The whole thing was weird. I really do. I'm starting to buy in the idea that Peyton was just trying to normalize it, and then he's going to sell us on Belichick being his defensive coordinator one day and be like, yeah, of course, we could always do this. But one thing that is interesting, I mean, like, Belichick really did care about breaking that record. And it was always, and this is why I always thought he was just going to always be an NFL head coach and was always trying to get back into it. It was all about that record. More than anything else, it was about breaking that record.
Yeah, which kind of destroyed. Like, I understand a player wanting to win as many championships as possible. That makes a lot of sense to me, because that just means, even if you view it from the legacy standpoint, I get it from the player perspective. As a head coach, caring about that record just seems a little silly to me. Like, you've won 6 Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. You've been to more Super Bowls. You won another 2 Super Bowls as a defensive coordinator. You've made more money than you possibly could have thought when you started out with, the Colts or the Lions in the 70s. You've taken the Belichick name, which in football already meant something because his dad was a legendary assistant at Army back in the day, and you've taken to the stratosphere. Like, it almost feels... And then it feels incredibly vain that Bill Belichick would just care that much about a win record. That in the end, if you ask most people, even most diehard football fans, who has the all-time win record for head coaches, I don't know everyone's going to get it off that first rip.
I only know it's Don Shula because of the deal that Belichick has done on this. Mm-hmm. Only reason why I know that is the record is because Belichick has spent so much time, and people around Belichick has spent so much time talking about it. That's why I know that's the record. But is there something cool to him about the idea? He's obviously got the Super Bowl record at 6. Chuck Noll's got 4, right? So you got a little bit of a wide range to play with there. It's something that he can hang on to. But if you have like the Super Bowl record and the career wins record, it can be like, is that considered exclusively his? Is it something he separates himself from Tom Brady with? Is that maybe part of it as well?
I mean, I think you have to put all things on the table with Bill, because it's apparent that he turned into an ego monster at some point.
Yeah, but so Brady's got the Tampa Bay Super Bowl, right? And that's something that he can hold on to, and he can be like, that's mine, and had nothing to do with Bill. I don't know, the win part of this, maybe that is a part of it for Bill.
Yeah, but what if you get it on like a 6-win team one year, and then like the next year you win like 8 games? It's going to be like, oh, yeah, you got that record on teams that stunk.
Teams that stunk, and it didn't really matter.
Yeah, so it's just weird. I just think Belichick's a bit of a weird troll at this point.
He's taken such a hit. I mean, when he stopped, he was unequivocally the greatest head coach to ever do it. And now as we've gone further and further away, like the amount of people that want to make a case for Andy Reid, and I'll be like, I'll listen, pretty large now.
I think, but Bill's done it all himself.
Yeah.
Like the way things ended in New England, I can settle that as you lost Tom Brady, and then Mac Jones fell apart, and before that you tried a year with Cam Newton. I think you can understand, well, he just kind of got popped at the wrong time in his run to be, to rebuild the Patriots at the time. Mm-hmm. Like, I think if he had stayed there, Mac Jones would have been the quarterback, and I think they would have gotten back to winning. They wouldn't have won a Super Bowl. They would have continued to win with Mac Jones, because I think he's good enough to win with if you've got the pieces around him.
And so then they never get Drake May, and then they end up in that cycle of suck.
Yeah, I think you would have been, but the cycle of good but not great, right?
Yeah.
But I think what's weird about it is it's been everything else that has dinged Belichick. It is the fact that he and Brady still have this bizarre dislike, feud, not a feud, whatever, while also saying nice things about each other in public. It's the Jordan Hudson stuff.
Yeah.
It's the fact that he went to college and clearly didn't understand that he was going to have to adapt for college. He thought he was just going to be able to, be like the CEO and just everybody else was going to do his work for him. And then he hired guys like Freddie Kitchens to do that.
Yeah, that was
like
weird.
there's just so much about him that like Bill, like it's kind of the old Vince McMahon line, Brett screwed Brett. Bill screwed Bill. Like, yes, Tom gets to the last laugh because he won the championship in Tampa Bay. Bill turned around, though, and took a hatchet to what we think of him in the meantime. And again, long term, we're going to forget about it because we do that with all the greats. Same thing with Michael, same thing with Kobe.
But he also did it in a way where he was still... It'd be different if all of a sudden he turned into a different role outside of head coach. But even in like college, he's still the head coach. And then part of him that's getting dinged off this, I think about Phil Jackson. Like Phil Jackson's considered one of the greatest head coaches of all time. And Phil Jackson absolutely stunk in the front office. I mean, you want to talk about an embarrassment, especially the time in New York where he was trying to save everything while also then keeping relations in Los Angeles. Like there was the weird divide there, but like he never got dinged as a head coach because he stepped away at the right time. I almost felt like it would have been better for Bill if he had just done something that wasn't being a head coach with the Tar Heels and maybe done, I don't know, some completely different football-related role that doesn't hurt him this way.
He also, Phil Jackson at least, didn't end up dating a 24, like somebody young enough to be his granddaughter. I think between that, remember the Walk of Shame ring cam that happened as well before we even knew who Jordan Hudson was?
That's the one Pablo unearthed, right?
I think those things, I think they've heard, and again, it's temporary. I do think once he retires or, 5 years from now after his coach's last game, I don't think any of this crap's going to matter. Because in the end, we forget how things ended and we think back to the glory days. But right now, it is so obvious what a clown Belichick looks like and how he just looks like an old man trying to relive his youth, being in college, dating a woman who could still be in college, might still be in college, and on top of, oh, you mean this is the guy that ran off Tom Brady? Oh, this is the guy that hired Matt Patricia as an offensive coordinator, which is among the dumbest things anyone's ever done.
I know, but we're also kind of to blame, we as in the general populace, because we
knew it was our fault.
It's twice I blamed all of us, by the way, twice during the show.
Hey.
I don't remember the first time, but it happened. It definitely did happen.
That was the media you blamed.
That's yeah, man. Either way,
damn that media.
I hate him in this day and age. But I mean, think about it.
Could
like,
not be me.
Belichick was as grumpy gets. He was just a grumpy man, and all we ever did was be like, "Oh, there's something to this genius. There's something that the grumpiness is part of what makes him so great, and all this." And we kind of enabled him to be this old, crotchety, grumpy man, and then we're all shocked that he stayed this way, and in many ways has continued to even have it worsen as he's gotten older and older.
There was something.
We can't be shocked with this.
There was something to him. It was called Tom Brady. And I actually hate that because I do think if you had put Tom Brady in a different situation, I don't know, Tom Brady's winning 6 Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think we've gotten to the point where we absolutely are shorting Bill. Like Bill was a tremendous defensive coordinator and was a huge reason why Parcells has his rings. And then Bill was a good head coach. He was incredibly knowledgeable. I don't know he's the rah-rah kind of guy, but he clearly ran a system that worked.
Well, and he was the one actually making all the roster decisions past a certain point, too.
Yes.
He doesn't get nearly enough credit, quote-unquote, for what that was.
And so, like, I feel like we're almost skimping for Bill now. Like, he does deserve more credit. He's just not making it easier for himself. Now, again, we'll get to the Seth Wickersham stuff when we get to Albert today. We're working to get Albert Breer here. We'll see if we can do that. But ESPN's yearly survey that they do, where they scan and kind of survey a bunch of NFL coaches, executives, and whatnot about all the quarterbacks, basically all the players in the league, and come up with top 10 lists based off that. Yesterday, the running backs list came out. Quinshon Judkins was not in the top 10 of their survey, but he was given an honorable mention.
Yeah.
And the perspective was they think he's going to have a monster 2026 year. And then Denzel Ward today in the cornerback edition was 7th. Tyson Campbell got honorable mention as well for cornerbacks. And a lot of really nice things said about Denzel. We'll get to the Denzel stuff here in a minute. When it comes to Quinshon, I think if you just have the statistical argument about Quinshon in his rookie year, you're missing the fact that he was one of like 3 guys who were really productive until the injuries hit. But like he was really good in a really bad offense.
Yeah.
in spite of nothing going right around him, I kind of think we're sleeping on Quinshon a little bit going into year 2.
So I like that. I feel like he's getting the Ashton Jeanty treatment in all of this, and they don't just hand that out. The idea that Jeanty was really not nearly as bad as his numbers said. His numbers said he was bad because his offensive line was trash, and the idea that Quinshon is getting that as well, and his yards after contact numbers are incredible, and there's some things that obviously we can point to, but yeah. You can't look at what happened last year and with that offensive line and expect him to be anything short of what he was. I'm really high on what Quinshon could be this upcoming year.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So here's the thing: the ultimate test to me on whether Quinshon will ever be a top 5 running back will be, can you have incredible statistical success without the benefit of a great offensive line, right? Nick Chubb, early in his career, before they really got it sorted with the tackle situation, Nick Chubb was great as soon as 2018, as soon as 2019, and that offensive line didn't really get settled until 2020. So, I saw that and went, okay, we can trust this guy. He's a great player. It's a lot to ask a guy who was the 33rd pick in the draft, though, which coincidentally Nick Chubb was the 35th pick, to do that rookie year when you're not getting any support, not just a little support, no support from the quarterback position for the first 11 weeks, and you don't really have anybody else besides Harold Fannin Jr. you can count on. So he didn't, last year, Quinshon didn't just overcome a bad offensive line. Mm-hmm. He overcame nothing else around him that was working outside of a couple of games from Shedeur. There's a 300-yard game late in the season.
Yeah. I think it's going to be. I think it's really hard. Also, look at this list too, though. This list, if you're who's getting out of this top 10 list when Breece Hall is number 10 overall. There's a lot of really good backs. Josh Jacobs is also getting an honorable mention. There's just a lot of really good top end running backs in the league right now.
That's actually something I thought about because there's a lot of names that have been top 10 for a long time, and it's all right, is Derrick Henry still top 10, or did he just not have a huge fall off? And maybe he's getting by a little bit on the fact that he's still doing what he's doing at the age that he's doing.
I thought he had a lot of good moments last year. I don't know any other way to describe it. He had 17 runs of 20 or more yards. 4 more than any player. Derrick Henry was still doing some things in Baltimore, and so I'm not
saying he's washed up. I just don't know he's still definitively a top 10.
It wouldn't surprise me if at some point, he's 32 years old. At some point, he's got to start falling off these rankings, right? At some point, maybe that's what this year is. At some point, he's got to start falling off just a little bit, and maybe that's what that was the start of last year. The fumbles he had was something that we hadn't typically seen him do as well. That kind of came out of nowhere, but I'm not betting against Derrick Henry. I just see so many of these players in this list, and even I mentioned Jeanty earlier. Genty's not even an honorable mention. He just kind of got an also receiving votes thing. Mm-hmm. I thought the league had kind of given him a little bit of the old Peterlin pass, just a little bit.
The Peterlin pass.
I thought everyone just kind of assumed we can't expect anything out of you the same way they're doing with Judkins, but Judkins is actually getting more votes out of all this.
Now I think the Denzel stuff is really interesting because when we talked about, after Miles got traded, we talked about Denzel and whether Denzel would be traded.
Yeah.
We had the conversation about, and it is my belief that, Miles got a certain level of treatment from Browns fans. Joe Thomas, Joe Bitonio. You look at the best players, certainly Baker when he was here. So many of the great players, and certainly Nick Chubb, so many of the great players the Browns have been elevated to where if you ask somebody around the NFL, what do you think of this player versus what Cleveland thinks of him?
Yeah.
Unanimously, that guy would be underrated outside of Cleveland and maybe a little overrated in Cleveland. With Denzel, it's been the opposite. And I think you mentioned something the last time that has really stuck in my head, and I think you're 100% right on it. The NFL says Denzel is a top 10 cornerback. Ask any wide receiver, ask a fair amount of coaches and executives, and they're going to say they have the utmost respect for Denzel Ward. And I think in Cleveland, despite him being from here, despite him being an Ohio State kid, I think the injuries obviously ding him a little bit locally, but I do think the fact that he's not a big interception guy hurts him even more.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's a big part of it. And so it's one of those things. I was surprised he was 7th. I also was surprised by some of the commentary, if I'm being honest about it. Like in the article, some executives believe that his play didn't drop off at all. I didn't see it that way. I saw his play drop off last year. And now that doesn't mean that he's cooked. It doesn't mean that I think he's awful in any sort of stretch of it. I just thought he did take a step back. But yeah, he doesn't make the splashy plays. It's going to kill you. And in a lot of this rankings and a lot of this stuff, it's kind of nice actually that he got the benefit of the doubt. And almost that was a you've been at the top of this game for so many years. We're going to put you on this list and continue to put you on this list because of that. And I thought that was nice.
So while we're talking ESPN rankings, favorable to Quinshon Judkins, favorable to Denzel Ward, but they're not necessarily that favorable to the Browns themselves. We'll get to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, guys, I don't think we're getting Albert. No, Albert.
You're calling it?
So Albert's actually on vacation this week, and so we found that out. So we'll have Albert.
Yeah.
So we'll have Albert next Wednesday, or maybe this Thursday.
Where do you think Albert's vacationing to?
It's got to be somewhere nice.
Well,
Somewhere that
I would
you
hope
and
so.
I can't.
Yeah, I would hope so.
You know?
You don't think he's hanging out on Lake Michigan?
I don't think he's. I don't think he's on the lake. No, not that lake.
I mean, I think anything's on the table with Albert. If it was the winter time, I would say he's at like some ski resort because he does like to ski and he likes to go down that venture. But you think it's an international vacation?
Oh, I could see that. Yeah, but again, it's like I'm so.
What's a really bougie vacation at this point if it's not international?
I don't know.
I was trying to think of the places you and I don't get allowed to go. but
certain clubs
Albert
in Miami,
certain. Well, yeah, he's gonna bring his kids to clubs in Miami though. That's not happening.
You never know. They could be into it.
In the wintertime, if he's like, I'm going to Aspen, I'm like, all right, you've outpriced us. Good for you. But like in the summertime, where's he going that is that bougie?
See, this is really the problem is I'm so not rich that I don't know where even people who are moderately more well off than me go. Like I have no FOMO of vacations that I could never afford because I only know the ones I can afford and the ones that I seem to enjoy.
I think a lot of them are very affordable these days. Like even if you're like, oh yeah, he's vacationing up in the Hamptons, I can find bad spots in the Hamptons. If I really want to go vacation in the Hampton, I can find the hood of the Hamptons and I can make this work.
All right.
I can get an Airbnb for a cheap price in some corner of the Hamptons. I promise you that.
Yeah, but some millionaire
Hamptons,
had to have murdered his girlfriend there.
Hamptons adjacent
Allegedly.
to then be able to go into the Hamptons.
Hamptons adjacent.
Yeah.
Then you didn't.
I had to take the car into the Hamptons, and then that's where I'm doing my walking.
So here's the problem.
Yeah.
You can't say you went to the Hamptons if you went Hamptons adjacent.
That's the next town over.
That's a poor person thing to do.
Well, I mean, that's what we're describing, are we not?
Oh, yeah. That's right. Kenny Bunkport, which is in Maine. So, the whole thing is the Bushes have a compound there. And so we were up the road, and Vanessa's like, it's like a 25-minute drive. And Vanessa's like, I want to go see the Bushes compound.
That sounds fun, yeah.
I'm like, that's my vacation.
You're 25 minutes away.
It was our first childless vacation, right? And so the twins are like 3. We had at that time, Grandma's.
Hey, maybe you guys would have snuck onto the Bushes compound, and then
we'd be honorary Bushies.
I don't know what happens there.
Yeah,
I don't know what happens there.
I think they count their money and then they kind of twist their mustache and go, because they're rich. That's why, guys. Not a political joke. Simmer down. Jeez. Good Lord, we're having fun here. All right, so Albert Breer's in, I can't even say it. Minsk? Is that a thing? Is Minsk a thing?
I don't think that's a thing.
It sounds like it would be a place that rich people would go.
No, the new I'm going to flex on you with vacations is just taking it somewhere international. That's all that is. But that's not even the flex that it used to be.
Well, Albert's somewhere international.
International travel is so attainable for so many people these days. I mean, it's not what it used to be.
If you know what I mean. Oh, see, that has a different.
They won't even let you in there at this point.
Albert's in Iran.
That'd be really funny.
We got this great deal on it.
Actually, Goodell sent him there to just figure out if it's going to be a viable spot for future NFL stadiums.
And also, see if we can get a little cheaper gas, too, while you're at it. Now, we're talking about ESPN rankings and their yearly surveys. ESPN also put out a list, a ranking, rather.
Yeah, they're into rankings right now.
Everybody, it's that time of the year, guys.
Yep.
That and LeBron Watch, La Watch. And they ranked the 32 teams' starting lineups on offense and defense.
Yeah.
Both sides.
Yeah, thank you.
And the Browns were ranked 31st.
Yeah, awful. Now, they did have it as Deshaun Watson as the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And I did think Deshaun was doing a lot of the heavy lifting attached to this.
What do you mean, like weighing them down?
Yes.
That's good. He's been good at that for the last 5 years.
I don't know how you get to a spot where we're 31st unless you're just heavily weighting the quarterback spot. But then there's other teams that also have really bad quarterback positions as well that would be right up there with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, like Jacoby Brissett is the starting quarterback in Arizona. That's Arizona's 29th, tied with Atlanta for basically 29th, 30th. You can't tell me Jacoby Brissett is any better than the Browns quarterback situation.
And maybe they try to. Maybe they try to make that case, though.
Geno Smith? Like, with respect, I would have taken Geno here. I would rather have seen Geno Smith versus Shedeur than Deshaun versus Shedeur. But do I know Geno Smith is going to be any good this year? No, he was awful last year
But they didn't even just do the thing where they just took a lot of the worst teams and just kind of threw them in the back end of things and said, we'll have everyone sorted out. I mean, the Falcons are 29th on this. The roster that Kevin Stefanski inherited, a roster that has Bijan Robinson, the best running back in the game. It's got Drake London. Their
defense has a lot of interesting pieces, even if one of them's going to jail.
It's like, how did we get here? How did this how is this your reality? I don't know. Maybe we're just counting too much of some of the players we like and some of the players we think can be good. But the Deshaun side of this is really weighing us down here.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Most analysts, and Aaron Schatz, the guy from Football Outsiders, is one of the key cogs behind this. Most people don't think that the Browns are going to lose that much going from Myles Garrett to Jared Verse when it comes to wins and losses, right?
Yeah.
So that can't be why this is.
I mean, Vegas accounted for Myles Garrett's departure as basically being anywhere from half of a win to a win in total.
I do have a working theory on this.
What's that?
I think it's as simple as I think a lot of people saw the Browns trading Myles Garrett as a form of tanking, and that given what they're doing at the quarterback spot, that's maybe the first thought they had, that the Browns are tanking, having a Deshaun versus Shedeur quarterback battle, and that the Browns are going to allow natural selection to take over on that, and then trading Myles meant the Browns plan on stinking this year. The problem is then if they were planning on being bad this year, they wouldn't have spent all the money that they did rebuilding that offensive line.
So the offensive line is part of this conversation, though. Mm-hmm. So like Seth Walter pretty much takes an axe to what he thinks this offensive line can be, while acknowledging that there's just two wide range of outcomes for this unit. Mm-hmm. And so like I think in this instance they're saying that they think the offensive line is going to be bad, all things considering. But they're just not high on it. They're really not. The remade offensive line, as they described it, the range of outcomes for this unit is wide, and maybe that's part of it.
216-474-0092. ESPN ranks the Browns starting lineup on offense and defense 31st out of 32 teams in the NFL. Have we overhyped the starting lineup?
Because if you think the offensive line sucks, Nick, then you're going to think probably you'll have a step back with running back as well, because Quinshon won't be you just won't be able to do it because you can't if you have a poor run game, and it's just a trickle-down effect.
Yeah, I think people are maybe missing out on how bad things really were. And you're going to have to hear this again because I've said this a million times. The play calling stunk. The game planning didn't really work. They certainly screwed over Joe Flacco, who then looked like Joe Flacco when he went to Cincinnati. You got no salient quarterback play until about week 12, and even then, Shedeur was not consistent last year, which there are reasons why. The offensive line fell apart because of injuries. Harold Fannin Jr. was your only consistent receiver, and Quinshon Judkins was good for about 8 games before he fell apart with injuries, and then everything fell apart around him. That's everything. That's everything on offense are why they were just an abhorrent offense. It is not that hard to be tangibly better than last year, and the idea that people looking at this team, I know it's a lot of unproven talent. Yeah, that's the NFL. It is a young league. There are plenty of, you're going to tell me the Jets have a lot of proven talent? No. Not on offense and defense, by the way. They traded away half their defense last year.
I know. I just end up I'm telling myself, I'm like, am I too high? And I'm not even high. I have them as a 7-win team, but am I what are we missing And what is not hitting us the right way? Because Vegas doesn't think they're going to be particularly good. These ESPN rankings continue to tell us that they don't think they're going to be any good. What am I missing here?
I think the Browns have the classic makings of being an ignored team that no one really paid attention to the offseason, or no one really had any expectations for them. And everybody kind of walked through the Deshaun versus Shedeur thing outside of Cleveland. And I think they've just been ignored. I don't think this is a team that people think a high amount off of coming off firing Kevin Stefanski because he's the white knight of NFL coaches, apparently. And I think, quite frankly, I think the Browns have, because they're so young, because it's a first-time head coach that people didn't maybe respect the hiring of, which I think is ridiculous given what Todd Monk has done. I think that's part of it, too, by the way. They don't list that anywhere in this, but I think that is part of that. But, I think the Browns have the making of a team that people wake up in November and go, oh, I guess we slept on the Browns. And again, that doesn't mean the Browns are going to be a 10-win team. But the Browns being a 7, 8, or 9-win team will shock the NFL because the rankings are telling you they think the Browns are going to be the worst team in the NFL or second best to it.
It just feels like there's a lot more talent here than 31st.
Yeah.
It feels like I don't know what number would have made me happy. I guess I was expecting maybe somewhere like 23 or 22, 24. I'm not asking to be 15th right now. You're still in year 2 of really trying to put this whole thing together and then get this thing going. But at 31 seems like a joke.
Miami shouldn't be ahead of you. Arizona shouldn't be ahead of you. Tennessee, even with Cam Ward, shouldn't be ahead of you. Vegas shouldn't be ahead of you. New Orleans, I think, is debatable. I wouldn't put them ahead of you, even though they have offensive talent. Jets shouldn't be. I think the Giants are massively overhyped after all this. Like, guys, John Harbaugh doesn't make that big of a swing, but I digress. And Indy. I think Indy's another paper tiger. Everybody, all those teams, I think the Browns should be ahead of. Everybody else, I'm fine with.
That put us at 24, 25.
So, and by the way, because people, when I said I think putting the Browns at 31st is hyperbole, a few Browns fans got mad at me saying that.
Why would there be anger there?
I don't know. It's Twitter. People are just pissed about everything.
Well, that's true.
But it's a great place to be. You should have your own account.
Do people want this team to be bad? Is that the idea? Are we already rooting at that? We haven't even played a game yet. Are we already rooting for this team to be bad?
I think there are people. I don't want to say everybody is.
I don't think that. I think
more
do think
people
there
are where you and I are. Where it's I think they're going to be
somewhat hopeful.
Yeah, I think that you could be a competitive team. I think most people want them to be competitive, but I do think there's some very loud people that want them to stink so we can get the quarterback.
I understand wanting them to stink to get the quarterback, and at a certain point we're going to have to get there, but I also want to see these year 1 and year 2 players. I want to feel like they're actually building towards something. Like, the problem with winning 3 games next year, it's great, you get your quarterback, everything's exciting about that, but the problem that hits with that is that there would have been a lot of these first and second year players that didn't get to spots that we needed them to get to.
216-474-0092. Have we overhyped the starting lineup for the Browns? And what's going to happen if LeBron doesn't choose us? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive in case we missed it. Coming up in just about 40 minutes here, but we await the decision. I don't even like using that word anymore because of the original implication of 2010.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was Tom Withers was like, he should stage the decision, what is he, 4.0 now, but now he should land the plane by coming home to Cleveland. And I was like, I just don't want to hear the word decision when it comes to LeBron.
Yeah, it makes your skin crawl a little bit, right?
The announcement.
I feel pretty comfortable about the idea that it wasn't going to happen today.
proclaimment.
I feel pretty good about the idea it wasn't going to happen today.
You've still got time.
Wouldn't upset Donovan Day, as John Fanta's now dubbed it, Donovan Day.
You've got 5 hours and 53 minutes for it to happen.
You know, Fanta and D-Day, it just goes hand in hand.
It's true. That was Fanta's D-Day, was Donovan Mitchell re-signing with the Cavaliers today.
Yeah, so we feel pretty good about this. I don't want to have Daryl Ryder, freezing cold taked and get happen. I don't want it to happen immediately, but we'll just keep saying it.
You know what I hate about that? And
What's
again,
that?
if you guys missed it, Daryl tweeted out that Donovan was going to wait till next year
But he did it so
to sign the
confidently.
extension.
It wasn't just that he tweeted it out. He did it so in such a fun Daryl way of being and just emphatic. I can read it for you here in a second because it's just I've looked at it and laughed at it maybe 6 times. Is that fair?
Not just that, but I've laughed at everybody's responses as well.
All right, Daryl, I believe Donovan Mitchell wants the 10-year Supermax contract, so even though Cavs will probably offer him an extension this summer, I'd be pleasantly surprised if he signed it. He will wait until next summer.
Yeah, 5 minutes later.
It's the he will wait until next summer that got everybody.
5 minutes later, the announcement of Donovan Mitchell's 4-year contract extension
Just the timing
came out.
it's just incredible.
Yeah.
And
it could only happen to Daryl, too.
Well, it's one of those things so here's how most people would not take this response, but here's how I took it. Most people would think to themselves, oh, that's just unfortunate timing. Daryl woke up, and then it just happened to be this was the day. He knew this was the day, and he put that out there. Where my brain goes, anybody but Daryl, I don't think this happened to Daryl, but my brain goes, man, somebody at the Cavs really wanted to screw Daryl over. Somebody really did. Like, they knew it was coming down in minutes, and they're just texting Daryl being like, I think he's going to wait till next year. You can book it. I've talked to Donovan's people. Go ahead and run with it. And then it just sets him up to look like an idiot.
Mac?
They were going to wait till 9:30, but the second that they saw that tweet, they were like, all right, you know what? Let's push this up half an hour.
Go ahead and release that report there to Shams Charania. The worst part is, I guess Daryl's on vacation.
Yeah, this is his 2-week sabbatical that he takes every year.
So, I was like, I tweeted more this year on vacation than I ever have. Because, and I shouldn't say ever have, but I have in recent years. Because, one, I've tried to make sure that I'm never on social media while on vacation because it's a waste of time.
Okay.
And then, two, because if you tweet something and it gets taken out of context or it's it doesn't come out right or whatever, I just don't want to get that call on my vacation.
Or have your day even be dominated by that idea.
But every time this year that I tweeted while on vacation, I thought, all right, could this get me that call from Keith? Because I don't want to hear it. No offense to Keith. I don't want to talk to anybody at the station while I'm on vacation.
Yeah.
And I stopped posting like 2 or 3 because I was like, people might not get this. Don't want to deal with it. I just know Daryl thought, this is a safe one.
Yeah.
It's a Cavs-centric one.
Yeah.
Even if the Donovan stuff happens, it'll
really
happen later this
not
summer.
Not even really that hot of a take, all things considered.
I mean, that was the prevailing take up until like 2 weeks ago. Up until the day.
Yeah, I mean, there's video from this station from the 15th of June where Fedor is going on this whole rant about how he's going to sign next year. That's when Donovan is going to sign. He's not going to leave $80 million on the table. And it's like, because that was the prevailing thought for a lot of people out there.
Now, while we are on Le Watch, see, I like that. I like Le Watch.
It's better. It comes off smoother than Le Bachelor or whatever that was.
Oh, now I'm going to have to LeBron Chaleur.
Just brutal. just
I wish
brutal.
you could hear the way the guy said it when I
There's
was
no
on the
way
call.
he delivered it in a fine way.
Oh, no. He sounded like a stiff sports talk radio guy that is here to let you know what he thinks and show no personality along the way.
Also, because it was Bachelor branded, he came up with it like 15 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
No one makes a Bachelor reference in 2026.
Oh, you think that this was his relaunch of LeBronchular?
LeBronchular like 4.0. Yeah, like he's been doing this every single decision that LeBron's had.
And no one along the way said, hey, that doesn't work, please stop.
You could have been that guy.
No.
That could have been you today.
Nope. First day back on vacation.
I'm on your show. It's nice to be on your show, but you got to can that one, buddy.
If I knew that person, I would have just blasted him to hell and back. I don't know him that well. Right?
And that means he doesn't know you that well.
I was doing this as a favor to Keith, and I was like, I don't need that smoke today.
All I hear is that I got a company man sitting among me right now, and it's nice. It's nice that you're joining my side.
Listen, that's what people say about Nick Wilson.
That's what I hear.
Real company man.
That was a company man move.
That's true.
That's for a big important network here at Odyssey, and you were making sure that you didn't blow up their spot.
I was actually just Keith. I just really like Keith.
Oh, that's nice
I like
too.
him as our boss. Didn't want to. And when you said no and Ken said no, it was like, well, I guess coming off vacation, I'll be relatively fresh.
I just don't think people need to hear my kids in the background.
Oh no, I'm not putting you on blast. I was just saying, like, I didn't.
Well, what we did there was interesting. Ken said no, and so then I knew I had to jump in and say no, so that you and Lyman knew it was between the two of you.
Yeah.
Well, you guys had to fight it out.
Well,
and
we know Lyman's not doing that.
Lyman wasn't going to do that.
Yeah.
No, I think in that spot, I think you knew that it was gonna fall on your shoulders.
And then I got LeBronchular, and here we are.
I think it also helped coming off vacation too, so it was a real easy way to be like.
I was a little fresh. I needed the minutes. I needed to get back into shape.
What, radio shape?
On air shape, yeah. Had to get my lungs beneath me.
Yeah, you went to the podcast gym before this show to make sure that you got some reps. Everything was fine.
Turns out, still vastly out of shape.
Well, that's all right.
Right in radio shape, as it were. Completely out of shape.
Did you eat a lot of food in Michigan or no?
Not really that. No, I mean the worst things we did were obviously go out to eat a few times. I actually didn't eat as much. The problem was the beer. Oh, did I drink some beer?
Did you give yourself some variety or just stay with your favorite?
Well, if I drank beer, that's a Coors Banquet because I'm a banquet man. Thank you very much. At some point, they'll get on the train here and sponsor Nick Wilson. But did do a lot of margs. Yeah, Vanessa can't drink as much. So because she got her, not the appendix out, what did she get? The gallbladder out after Olivia. And so she can't drink as much. So she'll order margarita, and then I'll end up drinking most of it.
Okay, that's good. That's a good vacation drink, too, by the way.
Yeah.
When you're on vacation, you like to remind yourself that you're on vacation.
And
Nothing does that better than a margarita.
We were like a very, very short walk from the beach for our Airbnb.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to worry about driving.
That's nice.
And so, there was one night where this place had buckets of margaritas.
How does that work?
One was Vanessa's idea.
What's a bucket of margarita?
It's literally a bucket about yay size.
Oh, and then they put I was trying to think of like how they would, because pictures of margaritas are such a big thing.
Yeah.
But I was trying to think if they had like individual margaritas, like almost like a margarita flight that they all put into the bucket. Is what I was thinking.
No, but I would drink that too.
Right, that'd be fun.
But yeah, so Vanessa, I was like, oh, you want to get one of these and you can have it, and I'll just have a sip or two. And then I ended up having 80% of it and decided that tasted so good, I'd like to pay for 5 more of those. And that's what I did.
I had a frozen yogurt margarita the other day.
That's a very confusingly branded thing.
Yeah, and it was like a twist and everything on it, and it was so.
So is it yogurt or is it? I don't know.
It's basically like a dessert, but yeah, it's got the consistency of like a froyo, but it's a margarita, and so you eat it, and they had this little toy shovel that they put in the margarita, and then you had to basically ate it with that.
I think that's the worst part. I was on board until the tiny shovel.
The straw. They just gave you the tiny shovel.
The tiny shovel. In a way, the tiny shovel is a bit emasculating. Like, look at this gigantic man.
The whole drink is very emasculating.
No, I can look like a man drinking a froyo margarita.
I don't know that that's possible.
The pinky's going to come out if I do the little straw thing, or no, the straw thing, the shovel thing. I'm just having my margarita, y'all.
I did feel like a 4-year-old while doing it. Yeah, with the little toy shovel, and I'm just sitting there taking the toy shovel
they think you're a toddler.
Get my margarita, my froyo margarita, and just kind of having fun with it. It was fun though. Whatever.
See, I'm a unit, so I could do that sort of thing. Still, I would lose my masculinity you're less of a unit.
Yeah, but, I'm married, so at this point it doesn't really matter.
I still would like to appear.
Single me couldn't. If I was Anthony Allant trying to go on those dating websites and trying to make sure that people thought highly of me.
That he was Matt Festa's number one fan.
I don't know that I could pull that off. Apparently he talked about that last night. That's the rumor. He talked about his dating experience.
Yeah.
I still think we should have had the woman on the show.
All right, we probably should say this, and we can still have her on. So there was a Guardians fan that alluded to going on a date with somebody that works at a Cleveland sports talk station that is self-identifies as Matt Festa's number one fan. And then she apologized for going on the date with him and turned a very funny joke. If I was Allant, I wouldn't be offended. By the way, it's Anthony Allant. That's the guy. I wouldn't be offended about anything other than the fact that she used the station or the idea of Cleveland sports talk like he wasn't even important enough for her to name drop. Because, like, if it was, like, a big name, like if that was Lima in his single days, they just would have put Lima there, right? If there was any of us, it was you in your single days.
No, she was trying to be vague. I think she was intentionally trying to be vague about it all.
I think she was trying to be vague because it was Allant and he's a part-timer here. I think that's where the real shade comes in.
That's mean.
It's bad enough to go ahead and out somebody in the way that she outed somebody.
Clearly he presented himself as such, and he tried to make that a big deal. She only went on the date because she saw that in his profile. Which, by the way, when I was in the dating scene, that was a no-go for me.
Oh, she listened to the station?
I would not. No, not that way. That was fine. Whatever.
That was fine.
But I would not put in broadcaster, sports radio host, 92.3 The Fan, any of that stuff in any of my bios. Would not. That was a fun surprise for people. Okay, I would not. I wasn't going to do that because then you would. I always thought you'd attract people that would then just be interested in oh, you're on the radio. That's fun.
They're into you for the wrong reasons.
And not the wrong reasons. Not necessarily.
I just would have taken it where I got it back in the day.
More exactly what just happened with Allant. Where it's like someone that loves the Guardians, doesn't really know sports talk, but is like, oh, cool, he likes sports. It's great. And then we'd go on dates, and then they would trash me online 7 months later.
All right, here's the thing. I don't think she would have given a rat's ass that he is a big Matt Festa fan if he was a good hang.
Oh, definitely. I think she'd be Matt Festa's favorite fan, too, if he was a good hang.
Or it'd be like a cute thing that they debated before knocking boots. It's not something that you do. Like, you didn't put that out on blast. But Anthony getting laid is funny to you?
No, the idea that their Festa love would peak in a crescendo with the idea that he would pull out a Matt Festa jersey and be like, "Can you put this on? Can you put this on while we knock boots?" That's where it gets weird.
Here's the thing. Anthony's such a weird dude. I can't even put it past him.
I mean,
like, if you said his one kink is somebody wearing a Matt Festa jersey, I get it. I could see it with him. Nobody else.
Maybe at some point.
Nobody else. But with Allant, yes. 216-474-0092. There's no topic here.
What do you got, Mac?
I was also going to say that in addition to saying that he works for a Cleveland sports talk radio station, she also said that everybody dogs on him for having the worst takes ever.
Well, that is true. We do dog on him from having some pretty bad takes.
It sounds like she really got to know the man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
It sounds like he ghosted her, but sounds like she had the drop on him.
They're going to get back together, these two.
I root for love.
There's too much hate here.
Yeah.
I love it.
You know, when used properly, it can really go well in certain areas of life. The right kind of hate/attraction. I'm rooting for love. I am. When we come back, the thing... All right, we got to make fun of somebody else, and it isn't Anthony Allant. Somebody had a huge suggestion, an embarrassing suggestion of what the Lakers should do now that LeBron is gone. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.
any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Now, we're going to have Bill Ryder on the show on Thursday. And Bill, of course, longtime national NBA writer. A couple months ago, he helped launch 97.1 The Fan in Los Angeles. So this is going to make this come by way of The Fan in LA. That probably is behind some of the idea that he has here. But obviously, we've talked about LeBron, LeWatch.
Is he a known LeBron hater too, though?
He is a LeBron hater.
Like Bill's a big time LeBron hater.
Yeah.
Like when Myles
Not
Garrett
as much
got
as
traded
Chris
there.
Paul.
No, but when Myles Garrett got traded there, he said Myles Garrett instantly was more LA than LeBron ever will be.
Yeah, which I don't even know what that means.
I don't even know how you get there.
That mean like a snowstorm just hits your house and then there's like a couple of porn stars that walk out? I don't know. I don't know what LA means. I don't have a good opinion of it.
Of LA?
Yeah.
I don't know that I have a great opinion of it.
I mean, I'd work there for the right amount of money. I just want to be very clear about it.
The weather seems great.
Yeah, take that.
The people I just don't think I'd vibe with.
Yeah. It's like it's the anti-Midwest.
Yeah, a lot of vanity involved in all of that. They a lot of really good, nice restaurants.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. I'm fat in Ohio. You put me in L.A., I don't even know what that legally makes me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
tough.
morbidly obese in Ohio.
Yeah.
I think that means I'm clinically dead in Los Angeles.
Well, you'd have to immediately get on some Ozempic. Because everyone else does there.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, there'd be no shame.
Yeah.
There'd be no judgment. Not that there is anyway, but like you could.
There's shame and judgment. Not from me.
There's no shame and judgment.
Get on social media for 5 minutes. You will find shame and judgment about Ozempic.
I can find shame and judgment about anything, but I don't
That's
know.
true.
I thought we've kind of normalized Ozempic, have we not?
Well, no, because now we have to control how people lose weight, right? Not enough now just to lose the weight. And by the way, this is not Nick Wilson saying this, who clearly is fat. This is people on social media. Now you got to lose it the way that people think is appropriate.
That is true. The people get very mad about people that they feel like they've taken some sort of cheating way of doing this. They get very angry about it all. But in LA, everyone, skinny people are taking Ozempic.
They're just like, and so there's some of that going around here too. But I will tell you, they'd just be happy for me.
I was reading some article over the weekend, and they were making the suggestion that with more and more Ozempic use, the divorce rates are expected to skyrocket.
Because people feel good about themselves.
Because people,
again?
in like their mid-40s, they start taking Ozempic, and they then get hot, and they're like, it's one of those things where not both parties probably aren't going and doing Ozempic, but one is, and then one all of a sudden, anyway, they're expecting divorce rates to like skyrocket because of Ozempic.
That's a little too cynical even for me. I think that's
I don't know.
that just really bummed me out. I'm not saying I'm not refuting what you're saying. It sounds right. Sounds awful, and people tend to be awful in 2026, but it did just make me sad.
Because you used to, 20 years ago, you get a little bit bigger in your 40s or whatever it was, but both parties got a little bit bigger, and that's just life. That's just how that works. And now one person shoots themselves in the with a needle, and then it changes.
Same thing happens with heroin, by the way.
Changes. Yeah. Is that right?
Divorce rockets. Their divorce rates skyrocket after that.
Yeah, as it should.
Yeah. Well, I don't judge. Whichever needle you use.
I do. When you use that one, I might judge.
Oh, picking and choosing. This being said, Bill Ryder, who will be on with us on Thursday, thinks the Lakers should draw a line in the sand when it comes to Bronny James.
The Los Angeles Lakers should price gouge the hell of whatever team signs LeBron James when they inevitably send Bronny James. And before somebody says LeBron's son deserves to play with his dad and you can't get in the way of family and how dare you take advantage of that relationship, LeBron set this standard. He forced the Lakers to draft him. He's the reason they gave him guaranteed money that no other second rounder would have, or in this case, should have gotten. LeBron is the reason that they guaranteed that maximum amount of money, $2.3 million-ish, and then the next day announced he was leaving. When LeBron goes to Cleveland or Miami or Golden State or somewhere else, he is going to demand that organization get Bronny and isn't going to care what they have to give away to do that. If I'm the Lakers, I am in effect holding the princeling hostage for a king's ransom because that's what a king would require to get his son back. I am not in any way trading him for fair value. I'm trading him for the value LeBron puts on him.
All right. I love Bill. That is the most sports talk take of any sports talk take I've ever heard.
But the problem is that he didn't do the exercise of poking the hole into his own argument. Right? He delivered that nice, and that sounded nice, but there's
good video.
Yes, but there's an obvious reason why that'll never happen, and you won't be able to price gouge Bronny, and all of a sudden have you cost like the world's greatest amount of assets for Bronny James, and that's because if you do that, Rich Paul is going to make sure you never have a deal done ever again.
Yeah.
And so like, are the Lakers going to sacrifice? Because Rich Paul is going to be around here way longer than LeBron is. Okay, you're going to sacrifice the next 20 years of Rich Paul basically telling you, I'm not dealing with you anymore because you wanted to get cute about Bronny James?
Also,
it's not worth it.
The Lakers knew LeBron wasn't coming back before they ever guaranteed the money to Bronny.
Yeah.
This has been a month, actually longer, in the making. This started back when they traded for Luka 2 years ago. So, like, this idea that the Lakers are somehow, I don't know, are they victims in this because they have to pay Bronny James $2.3 million, which is effectively nothing in the NBA? Again, I will say it with as much respect and love as I can offer up. That is a very sports take.
It's a nice take. It's just you just didn't think it through because you're just not sacrificing the relationships over Bronny. That's just not how this is going to work. Like Rich Paul, there's a reason why the Lakers are letting Rich Paul feel like, in the NBA world, feel like Rich Paul and LeBron are the ones that said no here. We know how this went down, Nick. The Lakers are the ones that said we're done with LeBron. We're out of the LeBron business. This is where we're headed right now. All the rest is just window dressing.
216-474-0092. Could the Cavs be held hostage by the Lakers with Bronny James? I bet you if you offered like a top 59 protected second-round pick for Bronny in like 2097, I think the Lakers would be like, we'll do it. But you made us do it with that price.
Listen, would I go watch Bronny play in a G League game if he has to play a couple games there? You bet your ass I would.
Oh, I'll be happy if he comes home.
You bet I will. Oh, he's gonna. I mean, I would imagine that is part of the deal.
Yeah, and I'll be happy if he comes home. But I'm just, if they say we need a 2033 first rounder, I'll say, cool, we'll sign him in a year.
Yeah,
right?
they're just not going to say that. That's the point. They're not going to say that.
Hank in Akron, welcome to the show, Hank.
Whoa, Nelly. That was a long wait, man, and I'm happy I did because I want to just brain dump on you guys right now and just give you all the things that you've been talking about, all right? So, one, LeBron has always viewed himself as a 1-2. LeBron is a 3-4. If you remember the Bernie Mac commercials way back with the Chosen One, when it all started, God rest his soul, Bernie Mac, okay? But it was always about he was a distributor, and he's always looked at himself like a Magic Irvin Johnson, right? And the problem with that is he's not that. He is a distributor, but he's a 3-4. He's a 3-4. He fits with this Cavs team right now, and the issue is he willing to not be the alpha? Is he willing to not be the Batman, right? That's the problem he ran into with Luka showing up at the Lakers. It was all of a sudden, okay, am I supposed to take a secondary role or not? I think he's finally at the point where he's willing to do that. And on top of that, Bronny's a side piece, okay? Next, Nick, did you watch, since we're talking about GOATs, did you watch Argentina? Did you watch Messi in the World Cup today?
I sure did.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
And then Jonathan, I look forward to seeing you. I want to meet you, man. If you're coming out to college championships, we're covering a college, and I'll buy you a drink. All right? So that's where I'm at. Go ahead and hang up with me, and I'll listen.
All right, buddy. One, I'd like to address the allegations of a long wait. Hank was put on hold about 90 minutes ago.
90 minutes?
And that is on Katie and Mac.
What kind of operation are we running over here?
I mean, I respect anyone that waits on hold. They never put the name up there, and usually when they do that, it's somebody that they think we shouldn't take.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they treated Hank like that. We love Hank in Akron here. Again, he's going to buy you a beer. Apparently, I'm being held accountable for that.
I've now been offered 2 beers by the way.
Yeah.
Jim in Strongsville once offered to buy me a beer.
Yeah. Did you take him up on it?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. And I was telling this to Elise the other day. I would have if the Browns game wasn't going to get underway and I had to get home.
All right. Now, to the LeBron thing, LeBron is a point guard. Like, the cool thing that I think you can do if LeBron comes back is I think they should bring Harden off the bench. And I think you could have the case where for the first 3 quarters, LeBron and Harden play very little together. And then at the end of the game, you've got 3 guys that can facilitate for everyone and themselves in Harden, Mitchell, and LeBron.
Yeah, I was trying to think about how they'd stagger this, right? I think staggering it is the right idea. I think you're onto the right concept there. End-of-game situations is going to be interesting. Who's the one bringing the ball up the court? I would think it would be Harden still. But the cool thing about it is that you can kind of rotate. And I think the best part about it, Nick, is that Harden is one of the best passers in the NBA. LeBron's a great passer. Like, the ball movement should be incredible on this team.
Now, Hank also mentioned the World Cup. I didn't promise, but I had said if America had won last night, I would have shown up today as All-American. And that was going to be the moment where all of a sudden I got on the bandwagon and I was just going to incessantly talk like I knew soccer. Fortunately, they lost to Belgium 4-1, who apparently are the cockiest bastards on the planet. You see the Belgium striker who was like, oh, well, that Balogun situation really, really geared us up. It's like, bro, you're from Belgium.
Belgium's got the same population size as the state of Ohio.
And I've always said Belgium is no Ohio.
Well, I mean, no. Obviously.
Clearly.
Obviously.
Man, I'm not the only person. I parroted that take.
How are they beating us? Same population size as Ohio, and they're all of a sudden, I mean, they're beating us.
That actually leads me to the point.
How about that?
Where I don't understand people who get pissed at the U.S. men's team for not beating not beating anyone and not getting to like the championship round or ever winning the World Cup simply because, guys, it's not our sport. Right?
It's not.
Like the whole point of why other European countries are so good at it is systemic. They have what are those damn things called? The grooming facilities.
The grooming facilities?
Yeah, where they groom these young men to be great soccer players.
Bill Cosby training facility. I don't know what are you talking about.
No, it's not faculties, not facilities, not clubs. You send your kid there when they're like 12, and it's like Hogwarts for soccer players.
Like the IMG academies?
Yeah, the academies. They have academy. No, not to the way they do in Europe. Like they have, like again, like you get to turn 12 and you can kick a football, and they're like, you're gonna be a soccer player. I tried to bail on that so quickly. No, no, it's not.
I'm
tell
me what you're trying to say.
What the word is.
Yeah, tell me what you're trying to say.
If I knew, I'd say it. I think that's the problem.
I don't know what you're going for. Outside of they care more than we do, basically.
Academies. That's the word. They have academies.
I said IMG Academy. I said that,
that's
we have
an
those.
academy. They don't have them in literally every villa or in every big town in Europe or in America versus Europe.
Is Belgium just stocked with the soccer academies? Is that what you're telling me?
They do, yes. They're all across.
I believe it. I don't know.
It is systemic in Europe. It'll never be systemic in America. It just won't be.
Well, here's the problem is that we have, I feel like why we're so great athletically in a lot of things is because we're bigger and stronger than most, and that's the idea. In soccer, that gets cut at the knees. It doesn't matter. You can be LeBron James, and it doesn't really matter. Pele and Messi and all these other guys, you can be awesome at 5'9" in soccer. That's what makes these other, it's appealing to other countries because of that. We are too big, too strong. That's my take.
That's one. Happy birthday, America. That's how that take makes me feel.
Mm-hmm.
Two, you can't tell me that if we took all the guys who are currently running backs or wide receivers and trained them from the age of 12 to be soccer players, that we would not dominate international soccer. And the MLS would be huge, and it'd be much. The problem is,
I'm sure we could.
Those guys aren't going to do it because they want to play basketball or baseball or football. And even in some cases, hockey or golf.
Well, think about Pulisic, right? He is, and now this Captain America stretch has helped him out, obviously, and people do know him in this country. But he's one of the most known soccer players in the world in other parts of the country. That's not nearly as cool as being LeBron James. It just isn't. That's not nearly as cool as even, let's say, being Travis Kelce, where everyone in America thinks that you kind of walk on water. Like, it just isn't. Like being internationally famous and famous in places that aren't your home base isn't as great.
And allow me one more even spicier take. We don't have enough poor people in soccer in America. Soccer is a rich kid sport. Like, I couldn't afford to play soccer with all the different crap that they had. I know it's just a ball and then you get the shorts and everything.
Yeah, I thought it was very accessible.
But like traveling soccer back in the day, and I was also fat. So maybe I'm not the best example on this one. Still am. But I just think, like, if you look at the families that afford travel ball and all the other upper echelon parts of soccer in America.
Well, that's a lot of sports right now, though. Like travel baseball is insane in these days.
But again, even that, like, the poorer kids are getting priced out of baseball, and that's the American freaking pastime. I felt good. And I feel like I'm all the way back now from vacation. That felt like I landed the plane real hard.
That was a good one. What's interestingly enough, because I have young kids now, so I'm just experiencing this, soccer is the one that they get you into first.
Mm-hmm.
And really the idea is everyone just...
gateway drug.
Well, everyone just runs around, and they don't really care about where the ball is going or whether they're scoring or anything. It's just a way to get kids to run in packs, essentially, is all they're doing. They're getting cardio at 3. But, like, this is the one everyone does until you're, like, 5, 6, 7, and then you branch off into something else.
And yeah, and then it becomes too much. The leagues cost too much. I don't know about that one. I should have just ended it after the last one. I landed the plane. Should have given you the last word on that one. 216-474-0092. Could America dominate soccer and the World Cup? Oh, Dynamite. What was your drop in earlier, Mac? What was your $1 million drop? I couldn't remember. Very aggressive. Mac, I'm sorry. It's my first day back.
Mac's learned if he just doesn't speak into the mic, nothing's going to happen.
It's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, we'll just say our things for you. That's all. Yeah. That's all. Wait, Mac's not speaking to the mic right now, but what he's really saying is, boy, do I hate America.
Yeah. I believe he said...
I would say I apologize to the listeners, but you asked for it.
I believe he said death to America. I don't know. It was Mac, not me.
He's not speaking to the mic.
Easy.
You said it, not me.
I didn't say that.
You mouthed it. You definitely mouthed it.
Many people heard it. Many people heard you mouth it. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Nick and Jonathan back with you. If you guys missed a minute of the show, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Follow us there. Subscribe, why don't you? Except you, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito. And like our videos, we desperately need and want to be liked. Big thanks to Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA insider. He talked about the Donovan Mitchell contract extension and what LeBron coming back to Cleveland would really mean for this team on the court. John Fanta, NBC Sports, said hateful things about Bill Simmons and Kevin O'Connor today.
I just can't believe he went there. We know him as a classy fellow. I just don't know. I don't know how you... he's got his whole camp coming up and everything like that. That is not what I would teach the young broadcasters of America.
That's exactly what I would teach the young broadcasters of America, which is exactly why nobody else should.
Go with the heavy hitters?
Yes. Go at them.
Constantly go at him. You know what? I revised my statement. There's a lot to be learned in going after Bill Simmons.
Albert Breer, 520. Oh, no. Sorry about that. Nope. He did not join us, but he's on vacation.
I hope he's enjoying it.
Stad. Do people still go to Stad? No?
I don't know.
Maybe Prague?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe take your kids to, London's too basic. Maybe take them.
People love London, though. They do. Every person I've met that's been to London, they love London. Why was that funny?
Because it's a sample size. How many people do you know that have gone to London?
Like 6 or 7. Every one of them comes back and is like, I have to go again. That's a place I have to go again, and it was way better than I ever thought it would be.
How many people do you know that have gone to Stad?
None.
None? Okay.
None.
I've heard people love Stad.
Jury's still out on that one.
Ooh, Italy. That feels trendy.
It's like Jake's the only person I know that went to Paris and came back and was like, I have to do that again. Like that, I love that. Most people
it was the urine smell.
Most people I meet that go to Paris come back and are like, yeah, the Louvre was fine, the Mona Lisa, a little underwhelming, and then they just kind of sweep the whole thing under the rug. London, people rave about it. They won't shut up about London.
That's such a 2026 take, by the way. The Mona Lisa's a little overrated.
Oh, people hate it.
That's such an American thing.
There's a couple things that people just think are very underwhelming in person. Mount Rushmore is one of them, and the Mona Lisa is another. Yeah.
Wait, people think I've never heard a person come back and be
consistently. Yeah, I swear to you, Mount Rushmore is one of the more underwhelming and disappointing main attractions that you can go. It's way tinier than you'd think. It is just you show up and you're like, oh, it's going to be this big, massive thing, and you show up and it's tiny. It's not nearly as large as you'd think, and it's just it's a very underwhelming moment. Yes.
So
and then you get back in your car and you're just like, guess we'll keep driving. I guess there's just not much there.
I mean, couldn't you do that with the Grand Canyon as well? You drive up to it. There's a big hole there. Okay, now we're out.
I've never been to the Grand Canyon. People say that there's something very majestic and very magical about the Grand Canyon and very impressive about the Grand Canyon.
Because no one's going to doubt the size of the Grand Canyon.
That's right. You don't doubt that.
Yeah.
And I've never been to Mount Rushmore either, but I've just had enough people that have gone and have come back and it was a wildly underwhelming thing to go see. You'll laugh. Watch. There'll be multiple people, and the people can vouch for this on Twitter. They'll be tweeting you and saying Jonathan is right. Mount Rushmore underwhelming, or Mona Lisa underwhelming. It's a bunch of people, cramped room. You're jockeying for position, and then you get ushered in, and you're ushered out.
And she doesn't even smile for you.
She doesn't even smile. There's a couple things in life everyone understands. Massively underwhelming. Those are two of them.
Let's get to in case you missed it.
Deion Sanders, speaking at Big 12 media dates today, talked about whether or not he's going to be in the upcoming college football video game. Here we go.
I don't know about the video games. I have a wonderful team that handles a lot of business for me. If I'm not in the game, that means they weren't paying enough. Probably didn't fit where we're going right now. That's probably it. It was probably that simplistic.
Now, people are losing their minds over this. I get it. Like, first off, all right, he didn't have a say in it. It is what it is. Or he may have a say in it. But his people decided it wasn't worth the $600 or whatever it is, then so be it. If I'm Deion, I want to be in the game, but Deion doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, he's in, 10 different Maddens. The guy is a millionaire. Why does Deion need to be in that game?
It just stops being cool for someone like Deion. At a very, very long ago, it stopped being something that's cool. Now, I guess I would wonder, for Colorado fans, is it just cool to have Deion in the game, so you just kind of don't even worry about the money?
Oh, I mean, it's definitely cooler if you're in that game. And I think Deion might not realize that it's cool for the athletes if their coach is in the game.
Yeah, like the athletes want to see your coach in the game, right?
I bet you Deion probably responds, I'm a Pro Football Hall of Famer. I look at what I've done as a head coach in college. I think that's cooler.
Do they do like a mega character in replacement of him? Like, remember back in the day?
They should put Wade Phillips as his replacement.
Who was the Barry Bonds replacement back in the day? They made this, it was like this white guy that played the role of Barry Bonds.
Was he also on the Juice?
Basically, I think they just made it like this jacked white guy and was like, "This is now everyone knows this is Barry Bonds, but it's not Barry Bonds." I gotta look it up. It was popular back in the day. Just like my things with Mount. I'm just dropping nuggets right now. I'm just dropping nuggets.
Something.
Easy.
So apparently it was John Dowd in the MVP baseball games and Reggie Stocker in the MLB The Show games.
There you have it.
Got that going.
There you have it.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. My voice is just very taxed.
That's all right.
Here.
And you also got to save it for Usher tonight.
That's true.
And Chris Brown.
You mean Usher?
Usher.
Jake Murrin, Katie Pollock, we salute them as well. All right. We got 3 more of these to do. It's going to be back.
Not like we're counting down or anything.
Yeah.
You just got back.
Yeah, well, no. I mean 3 more LeBron adjacent shows. That's what I was talking about.
Yesterday, we were told this might go to the end of July.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
They can't run anything. Honestly, LeBron might want it to be LeBron o'clock for the entire time. Wouldn't put it past him.
And we'll be right here to celebrate it.
And talk about it every day.
You know we will.
JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
All right, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. It's a hump day. Ashley Bastock's going to be here. Other people will be here. We'll be talking LeBron. We'll be talking the Cavs, sports, soccer. Those grooming academies in Europe for soccer players, they groom you to be a soccer player. Don't be weird about it, Mac. Stop saying that about America. God. I'm working with ISIS. See you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.